If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 101, Artican Trade in Westeros 28, Reach 08. Third Person POV. Westeros, 295 AC. Jon remained in his tent with his wife for the next few hours, her body pressed against his. You knew. Serena began, taking his hand and gently pressing it against her belly. I've already decided on the name of our son. She said. You have? I thought we'd still talk about it once we got back to Artica. Jon said, raising an eyebrow to her blue eyes. Yes, but there's a name I wanted to give to our first baby. She said, her gaze filled with expectation for Jon. And what name do you want to give him? Jon asked, curious about what his wife was planning. Jon. She said, tightening her grip on his hand. Jon was confused by her calling him Jon. That will be his name. She decided, leaving Jon surprised. My name? You want to call him Jon? He was taken aback. Yes. Jon Artica, the second of your name. She said with some determination. Well, it's not bad, I'm just quite surprised by it. He spoke, stroking her belly. But it's a good name, shall we call our son that? She asked, and Jon ended up nodding. All right. We'll call him Jon. Jon decided, imagining their son. I'm looking forward to having our little Jon, me, you, Ygritte, and her daughter, according to what she told me. Serena commented, and Jon nodded. They talked and ended up dozing off against each other at that moment, spending the next few hours as night began to overtake the day. Jon was only awakened when one of the royal guards informed him through his wolf in the corner. Jon opened his eyes, moved his sleeping wife to the side, and began to get out of bed, donning a robe after he had taken off his tuxedo to sleep with his wife. He approached the exit, while everything was already dark and his camp quite bustling at this moment with the men and women of Artica gathered there. My king! The royal guards at the door greeted him as they saw Jon approaching. What's the problem? Jon asked, shifting his attention from the party happening in the middle of the camp to his two royal guards with a man dressed in Tyrell armor. This is Sir Nudum Ambrose. The man introduced himself before his men. And how can I help you, sire? Jon inquired. I am here on order from my lord, to invite you and your family to the banquet happening at the castle. He said, appearing quite arrogant. We are not interested tonight, sire. Tell the Tyrells that we are a bit tired from the journey and will have to schedule a banquet with your family at another time. Jon said with a stern look at the man. I understand. You should not refuse such an opportunity due to your birth. The man simply grumbled, and before he could react, a sword was already at his throat. You should have more respect for your life, sire. You think you can come here to offend my king, unless you want to live less. The royal guard spoke with a dangerous tone. Despite the knight being quite surprised, after all, he didn't even have time to react if that man wanted to kill him, he still took some courage and scoffed. You savages think you can lay hands on a knight of this kingdom, you will be dead before dawn breaks. He said. However, what he didn't expect was a punch coming his way, and before he could react again, the punch crushed him, burying his nose while Jon himself was hitting him at this moment. The sound of breaking bones was faintly heard as he fell to the ground, rolling several meters, and many men saw that scene, stopping their festivities and looking intently, waiting for any enemy action to fight as well. Everyone was surprised that it was the king himself hitting the man who was dazed by it. His face began to drip blood like a waterfall, and he looked at Jon with surprise and fear. You broke my nose. He growled, but still fearful, looking at anyone who might still attack him. This will not stand. I will speak of this to the nobles, you will pay for hitting a Tyrell knight. You bastard! He snarled and began to leave. Due to calling Jon a bastard, many men were about to stop him, but Jon raised his hand to let them halt. Let him go. Jon said, and they let the man leave quickly, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Why let him go, my king? A royal guard asked as many awaited Jon's response. Jon just smiled. I admit, if it were another time, I would have broken his bones, but let's let him go for now. Jon addressed everyone. After all, I want to see the Tyrell's stance on this matter, because it will be a good opportunity to decide if we need to take precautions and alert the fleet to be ready to act at any moment or not. Jon explained, wanting to see how his future trade partners would react. Jon. Serena emerged in a dress, asking what was happening. What was all that commotion? Nothing you need to worry about, my love. Jon said, taking her face in his hands and giving her a kiss on the forehead. His gaze returned to the guards. Stay alert and don't let anyone else come too close, and do not allow anyone from the Ambrose family to set foot in this camp. We are cancelling any trade agreement with them. Jon declared, seeing it as a good way to command respect by disregarding the families who tried to meddle with him and his family. He looked at a Tyrell man approaching, one of the guards left by the family to help secure the camp. You explain what happened here, I'm going to be with my men. Jon said as one of the royal guards nodded, with Jon heading to the center of the camp where everyone was gathered with his wife by his side. Jon. Arya approached, still in her training clothes and a bit dirty. She hadn't even bothered to take a shower, choosing instead to eat with the others. What happened? She asked, since the punch had been seen by half the camp. I just taught a very arrogant guy a lesson. Jon said, patting Arya on the head. Now let's go talk to everyone. He said finally, leading his wife and sister with a royal guard to the place where everyone was gathered. The place was filled with a large bonfire in the middle, which highlighted the spot from all the other noble tents, while burning hot for those who got too close. There were some large stones, serving as seats for the giants, who ate their vegetarian meals while sitting in front of the fire. After all, giants have always been fascinated by fire. Meanwhile, the dwarves were half gathered in a group while the rest were scattered around the place, eating and chatting. The men and women of Artica were all over the place, some talking with the giants, others toasting with the dwarves. It was a lively and festive atmosphere that Jon's people knew how to create, with their flags and banners featuring the Artica symbol fluttering in the night breeze and illuminated by the large bonfire. In the center of this festive gathering, Jon and Serena approached the crowd with Arya following behind. The king has arrived. A dwarf shouted excitedly as always. Jon just smiled and nodded. I saw the punch he gave that man just now. His face was disfigured and they had to carry the unconscious man to that Maester. A dwarf with a blonde beard exclaimed. It's Maester, you idiot. Another corrected him. Anyway, it was quite entertaining to see that man fly from a punch. The dwarf seemed very excited, although he was exaggerating his story. Hey, Jon. Come drink here, I'm showing this idiot how to drink. Tormund called out, teasing another dwarf. What did you say, you red-bearded fool? The dwarf retorted. Jon just shook his head at Tormund. That man was drinking too much and the night was just beginning. How are you all? Jon resumed walking and stopped at the row of giants sitting and eating in one corner. Well. They spoke to Jon. I hope so, the climate is better than the north, but clearly warm. Jon said and the giants nodded. It's beautiful here. One of them admitted. You're right. Serena smiled, agreeing with her fellow. Anyway, enjoy yourselves and always stay alert to our enemies. Jon warned, and everyone nodded seriously. Let's go with the dwarves. Arya said excitedly, she always liked the Artican dwarves so it was very easy to see her with them. They approached the group, who were already quite merry from the amount of mead and beer consumed with ice, two types of drinks that Jon had not yet traded. They gathered closer to the warmth of the fire. Our king has arrived. One of them announced. That calls for a song. Another exclaimed, and everyone agreed. They raised their mugs in a noisy toast and began to sing a song while one looked to another cheerfully, starting with a dwarf leading the group. In lands where the snow never ceases, he said and another began to continue. Under the boreal sky, our eternal home. The hammer echoes strong in the promise, a third said, standing up and striking a pose. Of Artica, where the brave thrive. Another spoke, pointing to one of the Artican flags scattered around the camp. In forges hot as the heart of a volcano. Steel and iron bend to our will. We sing in unison, our song. Celebrating strength, courage, loyalty. A whole group began to sing at this moment. On the ice steps, fierce battles we fight. With hearts burning and spirits of titans. In cold lands where our dreams are engraved. Our home, our refuge, our mountain. They were good, synchronizing movements and keeping the rhythm of the music as always. Come, O wind of the north, tell our story. Of dwarves under the light of the glorious aurora. In every hammer strike, our art, our memory. Artica shines forth, powerful and victorious. At the end, they finished clapping for each other, while Arya did the same with Jon smiling and Serena joining in. Very good, I hope you continue to enjoy yourselves. Jon spoke and continued on his way to a main table set aside for him and his wife. Settling in the place. Bring anything my wife wants, for me, a glass of whiskey on the rocks is great. Jon said as they were served by an Artican woman, placing dishes on their table. Arya soon joined them, leaving the dwarves, and they continued enjoying the evening at the site, in a joyful and festive atmosphere, especially as a group of people picked up musical instruments and began to play for everyone there. But this could not be said for the other side of that place. The sounds of laughter and music playing in the Artican camp quickly became a highlight. Lesser nobles and guards or soldiers who were left in the camps of the nobles, due to not being important enough to enter the castle with the invitation from the main family of the kingdom, heard how the camp was at that moment. After all, besides being quite bright with that bonfire, the sound was too loud. They seem quite joyful, said a guard who was overseeing the camp under orders from the Tyrells. Are they like this beyond the wall? I thought they were a calmer people, worried about not freezing their own balls off. Another spoke. You talk as if you've never seen how rich they are. They produce their own food, so it can't be ice where they live. He gossiped to his colleague. Well, it doesn't matter. We should just keep an eye out that no one tries to enter this camp of savages. A third mocked to the two. But it looks so good. I wish I were there too. One of them couldn't help but complain. Meanwhile, outside the castle, inside there was a grand event happening as the great nobles gathered in the main hall of the Tyrells. Everything seemed typical of a grand noble party as all the main nobles dressed impeccably to show off their status to the sound of bards playing in a corner of the hall. The elite of the people of this kingdom were chatting quietly, talking about news and gossip, while some couples gathered in the middle of the hall dancing. The main thing at this event was the goods that Jon had made available to everyone, with the intention of showcasing these products to the people there to get used to and become interested in them, and they seemed quite perceptive to the Artican items, especially the ice as a novelty that they had never experienced there. The Tyrells were gathered at the main table, with the head of their family, Maester Tyrell, in the middle and the face of the family around him. Do you think he will come, Margaery? Margaery asked her grandmother, a bit curious, while Olenna just looked at her maintaining a closed smile. You seem curious. But I believe he won't, he's not the type to blindly walk into the thorny garden. That's why I sent a specific person, since I'd like to see his reaction, she spoke. After all, just as Jon wanted to test the waters, Olenna was doing the same, both were players starting to play against each other. Before Margaery could speak again, something happened at that moment as the door to the hall opened, making everyone look towards it with the force with which it happened, while a man with a bleeding nose began to enter and a maester right behind him, looking quite worried. You must stop the bleeding, he said, but the man didn't hear him as people made way for them, especially the women not wanting to stain their dresses with blood and looking at the man with disgust and a certain horror. Everyone there recognized him as a knight of House Ambrose, who worked with the Tyrells for not being a very important member of the house, Sir Nudum Ambrose. The man approached the main table while the blood was still dripping. What happened? Mace quickly stood up and looked concerned at the man. It was those Articans. The man growled, while everyone looked at him surprised. What do you mean by that? Willis spoke now, before his father could say something foolish. They are savages. I was inviting him here according to your instructions, and that. He was going to say, but didn't have the courage to finish. After all, it could be bad for him. He hit me and broke my nose. He finally spoke. Are you saying Jon Artica hit you? Olenna spoke for the first time while even the music of the bards had stopped and she looked with a gleam in her eyes at the man, already guessing the answer. Exactly. I want retaliation for what he did, he demanded angrily, and soon the hall entered into various people murmuring with each other, but the nobles were waiting to see what would happen with this type of situation. Mother. Mace was a bit lost while Olenna nodded, returning her attention to the knight. Let me see if I understand. She began, drawing everyone's attention. You said you went to invite Jon Artica here and he punched you? If you know that although our guests come from beyond the wall where we only know them as savages, I doubt he would attack someone so easily, she said as everyone continued to gossip even more about the incident, murmuring among themselves. The man seemed a bit lost with this. After all, he didn't expect this type of questioning, since the group was a bunch of savages coming from the north, and he should have more weight in his words than those savage people. Seeing the man unable to answer, Olenna then continued mockingly. Let's suppose, she continued teasing. Nobody punches someone out of the blue, even people coming from beyond the wall, and you're saying a 15-year-old boy hit a 30-year-old man? It's hard to believe. She spoke in her ironic tone, while several laughs began to spread through the hall, embarrassing the man. The knight looked a bit shriveled with that, clearly not liking this type of questioning, but he couldn't do anything about it. I demand retaliation. He still requested. You provoked him and got what you deserved. I told you, do not provoke them so easily. Now, you of House Ambrose will probably receive some retaliation from him. After all, the products we are trying tonight are exclusive to them. It will be a pity if the family cannot consume them as a requirement from our guests, she said, while his own family seemed quite somber with that. Imagine being repudiated and boycotted while the entire kingdom receives products. Nobody wanted to go through that. The man seemed quite lost, seeing that things were not going as he predicted. After all, he is a knight of the kingdom against savages from the north, but he was seeing that he was hasty in provoking that boy. After all, he wanted to earn the sword on Jon's waist. Can you leave us, Sir Knight? The Maester should take care of you, and I would recommend you leave here tomorrow. Olenna concluded. But it's the fair. The man spoke. After all, he would be competing as a knight. You provoked important guests, so we cannot ignore that, she finally spoke, as the entire hall fell silent. The other nobles were quite surprised, as some of them had hoped to provoke the Ardicans, but now they would have to think twice seeing the support the Tyrells themselves had for them. Are you sure about this, mother? Mace asked beside her, as he would clearly stand by the knight. You really are an idiot. It's good that I speak and you stay quiet, Olenna did not miss a chance to mock. But Mace tried to speak again. Just stay quiet. It's the best thing you do, she spoke again, while he shrank under her words. Her gaze then turned to one of the windows, where an owl was flying and disappearing into the night sky at that moment. She just smiled, already imagining what that might mean. I can see that he really can control animals. Interesting, very interesting, she couldn't help but smile at the thought. Was that wise, grandmother? Willis asked his grandmother. Oh, my dear, Olenna spoke, I knew he would do that. The fool is too arrogant and I needed to conduct some tests, she said mysteriously. After all, she really had proof that Jon could control animals and wanted to see what the boy's temperament was like, which did not disappoint her. But what she did not know was that there was a little mouse beside the table, listening to everything. After all, Jon always left a second option, wanting to know what she wanted and already guessing what it was. So, he used the owl to prove the obvious. Sooner or later she would find out anyway, so he let his true intentions be shown, while he still had an ear hidden only on her. Jon and Olenna were like cat and mouse as players, but it would still take time to know who was the cat and who was the mouse, as one played against the other at that moment. Chapter 102, Artican Trade in Westeros 29, Reach 09. Chapter Size, 2,900 words. Third Person POV. Westeros, 295 AC. The following day, Jon woke up beside his wife after a long night of partying with their group. He admired seeing the beautiful naked woman next to him. They had shared an intense moment of intimacy when they returned from the banquet, which lasted a few hours, as his pregnant wife had a strong desire, and he needed to satisfy her. As he woke up, he still felt Sereno's buttocks pressing against his groin again. Jon couldn't resist giving it a light slap, which woke Sereno with the slight provocation. Is this how you wake up your wife? She teased and started gyrating on top of him, seemingly continuing what they had done the night before. Jon, she murmured with a tone of desire, as Jon pressed his hand, giving her buttocks a good squeeze. She simply moved closer to him, backing up, and whispered softly, "Put it inside," she pleaded in an excited tone. "Of course, my queen." Jon, as a good husband, obeyed his wife. Since his lower member was already excited, he positioned himself and started moving, having slow but steady morning sex while she moaned softly. Both spent an hour with Jon giving Serena his seed, with satisfaction. "That was so tasty," she said, pleased with the little love they made. Jon gave her a few kisses before starting to get dressed. "Let's take a bath before we go have our first meal," he said, and they began to get out of bed, heading to the bathtub in the room. "Put on something more formal, we're going to have some visitors today as far as I understand," Jon said, thinking it wise to appear before noble people seeking audiences and that it would be good to talk with some of them. Jon put on some clothes and began petting his wolf, still lying in the tent. Come on, buddy, you're going to accompany me today. Jon said, and the wolf nodded, standing taller than Jon while he was standing. Finally, they decided to leave their room and went to the main tent, where everyone was gathered having their first meal. Jon entered with his wife going to the main table while everyone greeted him as usual, and he sat down with his sister, who was already waiting for him. They started a normal meal with bread and roasted meat with mead. Jon, I heard that the archery competition is in a few days. Do you think they will let me enter? Arya suddenly said, hoping for a chance in the archery tournament, knowing she couldn't enter the joust, she wanted to show her skills. Let's see, Arya. I'll talk to someone to see if it would be allowed. Jon tried to calm his sister's anxiety. It's a shame Ygritte isn't here, he would definitely beat all the Southerners, Arya spoke again. Jon couldn't help but agree. He definitely would. Serena also commented with a small smile. As soon as they finished their meal, a royal guard appeared to speak with Jon. My king, there are messengers from noble families of the kingdom, wanting an audience with you, he said, and Jon knew it wouldn't take long for this to happen. Tell those who want an audience to come to the camp in 2 hours, Jon asked to notify the messengers, and his guard began to leave. He turned to the men managing the camp like Ziller, one of the royal guards. Did you catch all the little thieves from yesterday? Jon asked, discussing another matter. As expected, there were some theft attempts by people trying to enter the camp, some of whom the Tyrell guards caught, others who passed through the sentinels, being caught by the wargs already waiting for them as soon as they entered the camp, using their animals to detain any of them. They were caught and placed in cells waiting for your orders, my king. Ziller spoke, and Jon thought about what to do with them. Perhaps he would have to talk with the Tyrells later. After that, they continued the meal quietly until they finished. As soon as the whole camp had eaten, Jon asked for some people responsible for cleaning to organize the whole tent. After all, he had a very important meeting following. All the leaders reconvened, this time with more wargs present, they had the tent to themselves. Well, here we are again, Jon said, about 16 hours since the last meeting. Let's begin. He spoke again before looking at everyone. I want to know what you've found out about our neighbors and the people from the noble camps. He had tasked nearly all the wargs in the camp yesterday to pay attention to all the discussions happening there and what people thought of them. A man then started, well, my king, as you know. Stop beating around the bush and just say it. A grumpy dwarf snapped at the man, who sighed before continuing. Our situation here is not very favorable, something you already expected, he said, and continued, they don't judge us much, like savages. They are idiots. We wear far better armor than those poor saps from the south, another dwarf complained immediately. The nobles of Westeros are like that, said the Minister of Foreign Affairs, familiar with how arrogant people could be here. Anyway, what's their plan? Jon asked, eager for updates. Well, they plan to do the same thing that Knight tried to do here, provoke you so you would strike him and they could claim a justified retaliation. After all, they want to profit greatly from us because of our position. They are mainly eyeing your sword, my king, which is made of Valyrian steel, he said. That's not news. Jon nodded, finding such a demand ridiculous. Let them try then, but I won't be merciful, Jon declared, as he had to prove that he would not be an easy person to meddle with, nor would his people. The meeting continued, discussing various topics, until Jon finally went to receive his guests in a specific tent for that purpose. As the messengers were called, the nobles began to appear at the camp. The first to arrive was none other than Lord Pakester Redwine, accompanied by a chubby young woman and his eldest children. Lord Pakester Redwine, a man announced at the entrance. By his side, his eldest son and heir, Sor Horace Redwine. Next to him, his twin brother, Sir Hobber Redwine. His daughter is also present, Dismera Redwine. You are in the presence of the King of Artica, Lord of the lands beyond the wall, the man maintained the protocol. Lord Redwine was used to this but frowned a bit, and his children looked worse, regarding Jon with some disdain in their eyes, while his daughter seemed to look at Jon with a sparkle in her eyes. King Jon, he finally said, nodding his head in a respectful greeting, while Jon raised an eyebrow at this. The man was clearly flattering, and the way he seemed eager to present his children, especially how his daughter was looking at him, indicated he wanted something more than just trade. Lord Redwine, Jon greeted him. They began to converse while the man essentially praised his camp, his men, his military equipment. I am very fascinated with all the equipment you have, ahead of any house in Westeros. He continued, his children seemed eager to speak, but the father was strict as they remained silent. King Jon, he began, I would still like to purchase armor made from your famous Elden metal that I've heard about since your adventures in the north, a custom order. I'm willing to pay 50,000 gold coins for one. He said. Jon knew something like this would happen soon. Although the Dornish were quite fascinated by the greenish metal armor, it's not the type of armor they usually use, as they prefer lighter and more flexible armor, otherwise they would overwhelm Jon with offers to use it as their official armor. Jon considered this, he could afford to sell 1 or 2 armors, after all, his father in the north already had one and Arya produced this armor quite easily. So it would be good to already secure some allies in this place where most did not look upon them favorably. Your offer is not bad, my lord, but I will have to think about it. After all, these armors are exclusive to Arya, I might consider selling one, and only one, by the end of the tournament, Jon said, and the man seemed quite surprised by that, and thus grateful, now having a chance to acquire such armors. Thank you, King of Arya, if you'll excuse me, I hope to see you in the main hall soon. He said at the end, and Jon nodded. That girl was instructed to seduce you. Serena commented, looking at the woman trailing behind her brothers. That's going to happen a lot. I hope you'll save me a few times. Jon spoke and Serena nodded. After that came the Ambrose family themselves, with an apology for what their knight had done the previous night. Finally, a middle-aged woman appeared, seeming that Lord Ambrose was debilitated from the melee competition. Lord Jon, we are very sorry for what happened, a woman spoke. Serena looked at Jon, wondering what he would do after being insulted in such a way. What happened yesterday? Jon was going to speak, but suddenly a royal guard entered, visibly angry. My lord, that knight from yesterday, he's here demanding a challenge. Jon heard his royal guard, raising an eyebrow and looking at the woman, who shrank back. King Jon. She even changed to referring to him as a king now. I know nothing about this, it wasn't my intention or the family's, this knight no longer represents the Ambrose family, she said. Jon looked at her for a moment and sighed. If he wants a challenge, then he shall have one. If I kill him, I expect no movement from your family, otherwise, forget about future negotiations, he demanded, and the woman, although a bit surprised by that, nodded her head quickly. Jon stood up and began to walk outside, where many Ardicans were glaring at the knight, thinking he might demand a fight to the death with the king without going through them. My king, let me fight him, one of the royal guards spoke, but Jon put up his hand to stop him. He continued walking to the front of the camp where the man with his sword was. He stared fiercely at Jon, while Jon maintained a calm demeanor and decided to speak. You demand a fight with me, but what do you have to offer? After all, I have many men who could fight on my behalf, Jon said, while the woman from the Ambrose family stood behind Jon, a bit worried about the situation. The man seemed a bit lost for words, but soon growled at Jon, you're just a coward then, you're not a king. Then suddenly, a giant began stomping on the ground, raising his massive sword, startling everyone who wasn't Artican, watching the scene. Even the brave knight seemed to stumble as he fell backward, scared when he saw the giant with the size of that sword approaching him ready to kill him. Weren't you the brave one just now? I see you've lost your courage to breaker of rocks, a dwarf snarled, laughing at the man and speaking of the giant's nickname. Many Ardicans began to laugh and mock the knight. But Jon raised his hand once more. Wait, Jon gave the order, and the giant stopped. It's all right, he has nothing to offer, but if he wants a fight, we'll have a fight, Jon spoke and began to draw Dark Sister and approached calmly. The man was even more frustrated by the humiliation he was receiving at that moment. Arya looked on with bright eyes at her brother, as Jon was the man she admired most in the world, and Serena was no different, trusting that Jon could handle this easily. Indeed, there was no one out there who could beat him, something she trusted unconditionally. Jon approached the man while everyone backed away. The man stood up, he was in armor, taking off his helmet that was off at this moment, in contrast to Jon who was in casual clothes, but always kept his 2 swords wherever he would go. The sound of approaching horses was heard, and Garland approached with some guards from his house at that moment. What's happening here? He demanded, mainly from his men who were already on the site, still awaiting the Artican camp. The crowd of onlookers from other camps also began to approach and grow. Well, this man is here to challenge me, and since he wants a fight, we'll have a fight, Jon spoke, as he finished drawing his sword from the scabbard, the Valyrian steel gleaming against the morning sun. Even Garland had eyes hypnotized like everyone there, with the rare and beautiful metal. The man seemed torn between anger and fear but nodded, seeing Jon draw his sword. He finally had his chance to end this boy. His nose was still buried in his face, but that wouldn't stop him from defeating and killing a boy half his age. You will pay for everything, since at your age, you shouldn't even be off your mother's teat, he said, while Jon simply stood still, watching him, preparing to start the fight. Garland could no longer stop it, although he disapproved of the knight's behavior towards his guest. Both stood facing each other for a while. Jon waited for him to strike, while the man kept his sword raised and Jon had lowered Dark Sister, appearing as an insult to the knight, and he reacted accordingly. He kicked the ground hoping to make Jon regret, but then Jon launched into an attack. He saw the knight coming, but due to his armor, he was certainly very slow. Meanwhile, Jon, even at a disadvantage without his armor, could quickly win without the knight even touching him. He rapidly accelerated with superhuman bursts that his unique body could provide, and before the knight could react, he had lost sight of Jon while trying to hit him with his sword. When he realized it, his sword was no longer in his hand. After all, the same hand was now flying along with the weapon after being ripped from his wrist. Jon waited for him to strike and saw an opening, mocking how easy the knight was to handle, then he cut off his hand as he prepared to make an overhead strike, which was easy for Jon to do before the man could react. "Ah!" the man screamed, seeing the blood spurting from where his hand should be. If he regretted everything here, it was too late because before he could scream further, Jon simply turned his body and mercilessly removed his head from his neck. The body fell inert to the ground, while silence took over the area from that moment on, even Garland looking at Jon with frightened eyes, wondering how Jon could do such a thing with such speed, strength and movement that he had never seen before, even swallowing dryly, as the knights and soldiers watched, wondering how they could face an opponent of this caliber, which was not very positive in their minds. "Remove the body from here," Jon simply said and looked at the woman from the family. "Should we burn him, or do you want the body?" he asked sternly, as the woman finally seemed to come out of her daze. "No, please, he is my grandfather's grandson, he would surely want the body, but do not worry, the family will not ask for retaliation or anything, after all, everyone witnessed that it was a fair fight," she said, not to mention that the man practically sealed his own death sentence as soon as he challenged Jon. "Good, let's leave all audiences for tomorrow," Jon said, not wanting to see any of those nobles anymore. Garland approached Jon at that moment. "Lord Jon," he spoke, "I would like to invite you to the castle, you, your wife, and your sister," he said. Jon pondered at this moment, but ultimately nodded. "It's fine, Arya, get ready," he spoke, since Arya was dressed again for training. "Yes." She seemed a bit disappointed but nodded in the end. After all, Jon had already told her that she would need to act like a lady here. Jon and Serena didn't need to change clothes, as they were already dressed to meet the greatest nobles on this day. "We are ready, lead the way," Jon spoke after a while as he mounted his wolf with Serena behind him and Arya beside them after she got dressed, with some royal guards accompanying them. They began to walk to the castle where they would have their first encounters, interacting with the Tyrell family for the first time, and so they followed. "I wonder if we will have any interesting conversation. Olenna Tyrell." Jon couldn't help but think, maybe he could ask why she looked at him as if he reminded her of someone since she saw him. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Artican Trade in Westeros 30, Reach 10. Chapter Size, 3100 words. Third Person POV. Westeros, 295 AC. Jon's wolf continued walking ahead of his group, alongside Sir Garland, who occasionally cast glances at Jon. "I've never seen anything like it. What style of fighting is that?" Garland asked after witnessing how Jon had maintained a stance he had never seen before, one that had been lost a long time ago, with Jon rediscovering it through green sight, similar to Daemon Targaryen during the Dance of the Dragons. Jon's style involved using two blades, wielding Dark Sister on one side and an Elden metal sword on the other. However, he adopted a different stance when wielding a single sword. Jon fought with speed, despite his strength being greater than any man's, giants included, who could not face him. Perhaps only Serena might surpass him in this regard. Jon prioritized speed in his combat. Not even Oberyn, who specialized in such, stood a chance against Jon in Dorne. "I was lucky to learn something like this," Jon commented. "Did you learn this beyond the wall? It's hard to believe." You must have brought a master from somewhere. Garland couldn't help but ask. As a knight, the martial arts always attracted him, especially since he had to maintain control over the Tyrell vassals. His father was not suited for this, his elder brother was inappropriate due to a serious issue with being lame. There was Loras too, to help in a potential war, but he was still very young, despite being an excellent knight. Maybe. Jon simply left it hanging, not wanting to answer the question. Garland did not comment, though he wanted to know more, he would not press this man. They are looking at us with fear. Arya, coming behind with her wolf, pointed to a group of people at the tents. They are talking about Jon. Serena commented on her horse, with a small smile. Normally, they would be there to see the giant wolves, but Jon was the topic after all. The news that he had killed the knight who offended him the day before had spread like wildfire through the camp. They continued on to the castle, the place once again stopping to let Jon pass, something quite common with curious looks for a man and a girl riding wolves larger than horses. At the entrance of the castle, Willis and Margaery were waiting calmly. They waited until the group approached to dismount from their rides, with 5 royal guards on other horses accompanying Jon and his family. Everyone approached Garland and the 2 hosts. Jon noticed Margaery's gaze on him, but ignored it and focused on Willis to greet him first. "Lord Willis," he said, and then turned to Margaery. "Lady Margaery," he said with her looking at him with a sparkle. Margaery's gaze on Jon was not just because she found him attractive, the most handsome man she had seen, but also for how brave and unbeatable he was, earning some respect as he maintained a firm stance against her grandmother despite the prickly words, but Jon acted with his head held high, something she rarely saw, maybe only in Lord Redwyne and her grandfather, Lord Hightower. However, Jon was just a boy her age, which impressed her greatly. The event of yesterday also helped her to have more intense eyes for the man who was king of a nation beyond the wall, his resilience and even how unbeatable he was, breaking the nose of the man who offended him and even killing him this morning according to the rumors, as if he had slaughtered an animal. Rumors about Jon slicing through armor with his Valyrian steel sword as if slicing through cheese were a subject everyone talked and exclaimed about from the camp, with looks of fear and even greed beginning to appear. After all, the Valyrian steel had proven its worth there. "King Ardikano," Willis greeted, while Jon, who did not care much for his titles here in the south, was surprised that people were calling him correctly lately. Willis continued with the rest of the group. "Queen Serena, Lady Arya, and Sirs." He greeted everyone despite the royal guards wanting to correct Willis. Jon gestured with his hands for them not to need to do anything like that. "King Ardikano, Queen Serena, Lady Arya, and Sirs." Margaery greeted them. After Serena and Arya also greeted them, Willis decided to continue. "Would you like me to accompany you in the castle, King Ardikano, while my sister takes care of your wife and sister?" he asked respectfully. "Yes, there's no problem with that," Jon said, since he had already spoken to them and their guards about it. After all, Serena and Arya could take care of themselves if Olenna tried to approach them before him, and he had some eyes and ears on them all the time. "Please follow me, we will take your wolves to the kennel," Willis requested, and Jon began to follow. One of the royal guards stayed with him while the other 4 accompanied his family, one of the royal guards being a woman. "Impressive creatures," Willis couldn't help but comment, looking at the 2 wolves following behind Jon and his guard. "They are," Jon commented. "Are they tame like this?" It was still hard for Willis to believe that there was a mystical animal walking calmly without trying to kill anyone and even maintaining a calm atmosphere, almost like a tame dog. "Depends, you wouldn't want to be their enemies," Jon spoke. "Like in your story at that farm, right?" Willis commented with a smile. They arrived at some structures with horses coming out and barking sounds, being an official stable and kennel of the Tyrell family, but Jon was slightly impressed with the size of the place. It was at least 5 times larger than Winterfell. "Impressive, isn't it?" Garland spoke from the side. "My brother expanded the place after his main hobby became collecting horses and dogs while he breeds and cares for them. You could say there are all the best breeds of horses you can find in Westeros, even some Dothraki horses we brought from Essos," he said with a certain pride, and Willis nodded in agreement. This was his greatest hobby, one he was very proud of. "I also have some domesticated wolves. Maybe one day I could have a giant wolf too." He couldn't help but comment, thinking about the possibility of buying a cub from Ardika. After all, this had become a dream since he saw the giant wolves with Jon. This became the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. Giant wolves are not easy to keep, they seem to only follow the Starks. Jon spoke honestly as a small warning. After all, even his wargs in Artica couldn't tame these creatures, only he and Arya had this power. Still, I would like to discuss this in the future. Willis still insisted. Jon just nodded and returned to his wolves. They don't like being confined, you can leave them here, if no one bothers them, they won't be a problem. Jon spoke and Willis nodded. I'll trust your words, after all, I doubt my kennel man is very willing to take care of these creatures. He spoke, looking at the man at the kennel entrance eyeing cautiously. I will leave some guards so that no one bothers the wolves. He also commented while Jon nodded and commanded the wolves to stay there, enjoying the place and not bothering anyone there, since they already had many eyes around them from guards, servants, and other nobles attached to him. Let's use this time and I would like to see you in a friendly sparring if you allow it. Garland spoke again, wanting to test his skills with the man who gained some renown after his fight in Dorne and seeing firsthand how Jon was unbeatable for at least an hour. Garland, despite having doubts about beating Jon, still held firm and wanted to fight him. All right, if you want, we can train a bit. Jon said next to the brothers and they led him away from there to the training area where some fights with the local guards took place. It was a bit long to get there due to Willis's conditions, but Jon was patient with it. I would like to see the man who defeated the Red Viper in action. Willis commented, stepping step by step with the help of his cane. It was just a fight. Jon spoke calmly. A fight? Rumors say you humiliated him, treating him like a child and even making a cut on his face. Garland teased. Is that really true? He wanted to know. It may have been like that, but you know how rumors tend to exaggerate, right? Jon countered. If you fight like I've heard you did before coming here, then I don't think the rumors are that exaggerated. Willis also commented. Anyway, we've arrived. Garland spoke as people noticed their presence, stopping their training. Sir William Flor was in the middle of the area along with a young man older than Jon, probably around Willis's age. They continued approaching the spot and Flor greeted them. My lords. He said as the young man also approached. Let me introduce this knight, he is Baelor Hightower, the heir to the Lord of the Citadel. Willis introduced him. You are the king of the country beyond the wall. I heard you easily killed a knight a short while ago while we were training, he didn't hesitate to ask, as this news had caught everyone by surprise. Hello Lord Hightower. Well, the man showed up at the camp wanting to restore his honor after what happened yesterday, let's just say things didn't end very well for him. Jon commented. The Artican king fought fairly, despite his skills being greater than the opponents, who died easily. Garland spoke in favor of Jon. That sounds impressive, I would like to see him fight here if he is interested. The young Hightower seemed friendly, looking to Garland and then back to Jon waiting for his response, but Jon could sense that this young man also seemed to hold his disdain quite well, not that he cared about it. We are here for that, of course, we want to see the formidable skills in your beautiful Valyrian steel sword, Garland said. Don't forget I'm not the only Artican who knows how to fight, Jon decided to raise his voice a bit with a smile, after all, Artica was the cradle of powerful warriors and his 50 royal guards could prove that. It's time for the south to fear Artica not just for my blade or our giants. Jon thought and looked at his royal guard. Can you give a demonstration? He asked, and the man clad in Elden metal nodded. Sir William Flor, can you fight against our guest? Willis spoke while Garland had a calculating look at the royal guard. His name is Targio Frost, one of the excellent swordsmen that Artica can produce, Jon said. After all, Targio was among the top 10 of all 50 royal guards. Does he have a house name? The young Hightower couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, all the royal guards have founded their own lineages, after all, they are not bound to having no family, Jon said. Interesting. Willis commented about the Luffy system, although he thought it might be a flawed system, after all, in Westeros there is nothing like that, so the royal guards dedicate their lives to the royal family at the Red Keep. Targio heard this and took a step forward. I will fight and honor Artica, my king, he said firmly, his personality a bit stern and proud. Jon nodded at his warrior's statement, then started moving to the area where there was space for fighting practice in the middle of the training yard. Sir Flower followed shortly after, while the whole place had their eyes on them, with the guards stopping their training and the nobles and servants walking around looking towards the potential great fight. I hope you don't get too tired wearing that armor, William Flor commented, studying the Artican warrior who simply nodded, not caring much about the comment. It's fine. He said, after all, his armor was lighter than they could imagine. Then, both positioned themselves facing each other, touching the hilts of their swords. "Does he also have the same fencing techniques as you?" As the men faced each other, Jon was next to Willis and Garland, with young Hightower also accompanying while they maintained a line at a distance. Garland, who was curious, asked this. Jon looked at him and shook his head. "No, the royal guards of Artica are chosen regardless of their fighting style. Each one wields the weapon that best suits their style. We have guards who use axes, swords. They just have to prove they are fast and powerful enough to take on the role," Jon spoke. "You even have a woman as a royal guard," Willis commented, noticing the woman wearing the same armor, but tailored for a feminine body. "Yes, we have 5 of them in the order," Jon replied. "They're starting," Baylor pointed out, and Jon looked towards his man. He had consumed some of his potions, like all the royal guards, so they were stronger than ordinary people. Jon was sure it would be a good show, regardless of the opponent here. Flor unsheathed his sword, while Targio drew his bastard sword made of Elden metal, maintaining its unique glow as he prepared for the fight. "It's a beautiful sword." The head of the Tyrell guard couldn't help but comment, having not seen a blade of that metal unsheathed before. "This metal is the pride of Artica," Targio commented. "Now let's begin our fight. After all, I cannot disgrace my king," he said, and the man nodded as both took up fighting stances. As everyone fell silent, awaiting the start of the fight, both men moved quickly and clashed their swords in the air with a swift and strong strike. However, it was clear that Targio Frost's sword stabilized much better than Willian Flor's ordinary sword. "Such good metal," Willis commented, and his brother nodded. The Tyrell knight and the Artican soldier quickly launched another attack against each other, and a dance of attacks began, while the metal clanged and resonated like a symphony filling the training yard. Everyone was impressed with the demonstration, seeing that even though Willian Flor was not the best swordsman here, he certainly was one of the best, yet the Artican soldier was proving to be more than a match for him, as the other side was being pressured. "Impressive," Garland commented, while Hightower just nodded in surprise. Willis remained attentive, analyzing the fight. Jon merely kept a satisfied smile, unimpressed by it all. "You're good." "I'm impressed." Willian Flor couldn't help but comment with some difficulty, feeling the pressure as he launched attacks and parried, while the sound of metal continued to fill the air. He saw that his opponent was holding back, and this was somewhat frustrating for him. "Damn, where did such a monster come from?" he thought to himself, as this man had already proven to be faster and stronger. Moreover, he possessed a technique he had never seen, with excellent footwork. "Could you tell where your fighting style comes from?" Garland wanted to ask Jon, and he nodded. "Yeti," Jon said. "What?" young Hightower exclaimed, as both Garland and Willian looked at Jon surprised by this revelation. "Did you manage to get a master of that style to the north of the wall?" Garland asked. "Something like that," Jon said mysteriously, keeping his eyes on the fight. Though he did not pass on his current fighting style, Jon had taught several fighting techniques to various instructors after learning from Brynden, making all the free folk relearn with some style of fighting to implement in their combat. Duncan also did a good job in instilling discipline in them at the beginning. Now they had emerged with new techniques that better filled their abilities and fighting style. The fight continued as the soldiers watched their master-at-arms struggle against his opponent, a sight they seldom saw. Some nobles also seemed quite interested in the fight, while ladies watched it fascinated. Although it was not a knightly duel, they were still captivated by the warriors bravely fighting each other. The fight went on until Targio decided to end it, beginning to press his opponent by launching an attack on his right side and above, causing the man to lose some of his balance. That was enough for him to close in, thrusting the Tyrell sword forcefully aside and creating a large opening, then pressing the neck of his opponent with his Elden metal blade before the man could react. The place fell silent for a moment afterward with the Artican standing there as the victor of the fight. Jon just maintained his smile, and the silence was broken by Garland's rapid applause. "Impressive," he said, looking satisfied with the contest. "Indeed, your warrior is very strong, I am quite impressed," Willis commented thoughtfully. Lord Baylor Hightower also stood by, feeling the same, wondering what he would do in a fight against this opponent, as he had sparred with Sir Flor but could not beat him due to the man having much experience in his life. "He certainly knows how to represent our people," Jon said with a satisfied tone, and Garland looked at him. There were still just the 4 of them standing there. "King of Artica, I would like to engage in a battle for you," after all, I want to see the power of the man who defeated the Red Viper of Dorne and how you killed that knight in a game of honor." Garland eagerly anticipated this, wanting to witness the abilities of the man known as king in his land. "All right, then let's fight," Jon agreed. Both Sir Flor and Targio sheathed their swords after a respectful salute between two warriors and cleared the space for Jon and Garland, who approached the spot. Both stopped in the middle of the area. Neither of them wore armor, so it was a friendly fight. Garland picked up his ordinary sword, more beautiful and polished, and Jon drew Dark Sister, opting to fight in a one-handed stance. "Let's begin," Jon said before they took the first step and started the fight. Chapter 104, Artican Trade in Westeros 31, Reach 11. Chapter Size, 3,300 words. Pessoa 3 POV. Westeros, 295 AC. With Jon heading to the training yard, Serena and Arya accompanied Lady Margaery, who walked gracefully with her dress swaying as they were joined by Tyrell and Artican guards. In the midst of silence, Lady Margaery addressed Serena, "I hope you are enjoying your stay at Highgarden," she commented, hoping the place was to her liking. Serena stared at her for a second. "It's a beautiful place, the most beautiful we've been in Westeros, but the people here aren't very nice." She spoke sincerely. After all, Jon had killed that arrogant man, but in short, he lost his life over greed. "I heard about what happened," Margaery commented, "heard that Jon Artica fought bravely in a fair combat and won with honor." She spoke with a noble tone. "Jon didn't even play with him," Arya responded from the side, "after all, it couldn't even be considered a fight." Margaery was surprised by this and began to laugh. "You are as they say, Lady Stark," she commented. "What do you mean?" Arya raised an eyebrow at that. "Everyone is talking about your enchanting beauty, but there are also rumors about you being a wolf. Some have said they saw you training among the men, which is quite different from what we are used to when it comes to a woman of high nobility, especially someone who possesses your beauty." Margaery laughed at this. "I like to be this way, I prefer wearing armor to a dress." She didn't hesitate to comment as they were entering a well-maintained garden. "That's wonderful, I would love if we could go riding later," Margaery commented with a small smile. Arya seemed surprised by this. "You ride?" She looked strangely at a southern noblewoman engaging in such an activity. "Why the surprise?" Margaery gave a small smile to Arya. Arya spoke sincerely with this question. "It's just hard to believe that a southern lady would ride a horse," she commented curiously, looking at the woman a few years older than herself. "Sansa always said that was for knights and men, since a lady's place is always being a good wife to her husband, doing activities like sewing, dancing, singing, among other things," she spoke, looking at Margaery with some intensity, thinking she was more different than she imagined. Margaery laughed at that. "Well, there's nothing stopping me from riding a horse, even though I am accustomed to my dresses." She smiled at this comment and shifted her gaze to a melancholic one. "My older brother taught me to ride when he could, and my twin Loras and I continue to do it together, riding through the pastures of Highgarden. It's very pleasant. Hence, I would like to invite you both later for it," she said, referring to both Arya and Serena. "That's fine, we can do that after my training," Arya said with a proud tone, and Margaery raised an eyebrow at that. She was about to ask, but Serena was quicker in explaining. "Our little Arya hopes to enter the archery competition at the tournament, that's why she's training in the camp every day," she commented calmly, but keeping a small smile for the young girl. "In the archery competition?" Margaery seemed quite surprised by that. After all, there were no women competing, there were all kinds of people in the competition, though not by any means the premier event of the tournament. Still, there were as many nobles as common folk who paid their entrance hoping to win the tournament or to stand out to some knight, mainly the youths hoping to become squires. "She hopes to enter the event. Jon says he'll see about that later, talking with his brother, or rather, with his grandmother," Serena said with a peculiar look at Margaery. After all, Jon had already talked and it was quite clear that Olenna was the one who called the shots in the Tyrell family. "Well, you'll have an opportunity to talk to her soon," Margaery commented as they continued walking. A garden began to appear around them as they approached the castle, entering from the side, not the main entrance, but rather a place exclusive for the plantation that the family liked to take care of personally, and Margaery had a great touch in the area. "This is our garden," she commented as various flowers began to appear around them. "I love taking care of this place, my grandmother doesn't look after it anymore, but my mother and I are here every possible day." she said with satisfaction. How interesting, it is really beautiful and well maintained, Serena had to admit. We also have a small garden at our home, not this size, but one that I tend near the woods trees, she mentioned. After all, it was an activity she picked up in the first weeks of her pregnancy. You have weirwoods. She couldn't help but be surprised by that. After all, Margaery heard the word in plural and sacred trees were quite rare, so it was natural for her to be quite curious. Yes, we have an entire grove of them, there must be at least 1,000, Serena said, causing Margaery to look at her quite shocked and incredulous. Jon had never told his wife how many trees he and the children of the forest had planted, but to cover the entire Great Weirwood, she believed this was the approximate number. 1,000. She couldn't help but exclaim and continued. We only have one in Highgarden, but I doubt there are more than 200 below the north. If we gather all that are still remnants from the old era, she commented, referring to the history of Westeros, where the first men, who fought against the children of the forest, began to cut them down. Yes, Artica is a special place, there's no place in the world that has such a large amount of sacred trees for our gods. Serena commented with some pride. Don't forget about the Grand Weirwood. Arya spoke from the side. What is that? Margaery looked at the young girl. The largest weirwood in the world, so big that we live inside it. Arya laughed at her own comment. You're saying you live in a tree? The noble Tyrell couldn't help but exclaim. The tree is over 100 meters at this time. So yes. She spoke, and Serena gave her a somewhat cautious look. After all, she couldn't easily pass on information about the kingdom, but as expected, the young Tyrell seemed not to believe it. After all, who would believe there would be a tree so large it would surpass all the castles of Westeros, even Harrenhal, which was 90 meters tall? It was hard to believe such words. Arya noticed Serena's look and immediately fell silent, while Margaery seemed oblivious to this, thinking Arya was just making a joke. Serena then continued talking, but regarding the grove. We have so many trees because we managed to plant many saplings we found. She spoke but did not add more details, like children of the forest, something that the woman in front of them clearly wouldn't believe if she heard something like that. Margaery disregarded Arya's words and looked at Serena. There were rumors that your husband could create trees from the ground like my ancestor, Garth Greenhand. They say he was the first king of this kingdom and had magical powers. Incredible, isn't it? She spoke with some pride. I don't know. I met Jon a little after that farm. Serena spoke. Really? How did you meet? Margaery asked, stopping in front of a garden while all her guards kept a distance, not interfering in the conversation. It's a long story. But when I met him, I knew I would love that man. She admitted, sparing the detail that she was a giant at that time. Jon said you hugged him so tightly he thought he would die. Arya commented laughing. After all, the first words from Jon about Serena when he sent a letter to Winterfell were almost a plea for help. I didn't know you were with him before the wall. Margaery commented. Anyway, I'd like to see if he can make trees grow from the ground as I've heard in the rumors. She remarked. That you'll have to ask him. Arya murmured, not wanting to talk about her brother's magic. Serena just nodded and looked at the garden in front of them, noticing a section with small saplings. I see you've already planted the flowers Jon gifted you. She spoke. Yes, they are beautiful specimens. We've never had these in our garden, it was the best gift I've received in years. She admitted, looking at her garden with pride, for she worked on it as soon as her grandmother finished meeting with the Artican company. They're so beautiful and will give a new aspect to the garden. There are flowers here that I've never seen with this type of coloration. It was truly a great gift from the Artican king. Margaery had to admit with satisfaction. Serena could see an oddly interested tone in her husband, thinking this woman spoke of him with more admiration than usual, but she kept these thoughts to herself. Margaery didn't waste time and continued speaking. And speaking of him, I'd like to know more about Artica. You have such a large sacred grove, it must be a fantastic place, Artica, she commented, wanting to learn more. You could say it's a special place, in the middle of the snowy north, Serena spoke mysteriously. After all, she wasn't going to give away more important information about Artica than Arya had already mentioned, and continued. We are still a closed country, but we are taking our first step, starting with this trade, which is the goal of this trip. Perhaps in the future, we can welcome people to our lands. Serena spoke of Jon's plans but without giving too many details. This place sounds so mysterious, and how you brought so many things, even plants, from something we imagined to be just snow. I am increasingly curious to learn about it. I hope one day to visit this kingdom." Margaery spoke sincerely. "Yes, that is possible in the future." She spoke and turned her attention back to the garden. "I hope our plants enhance the beauty of this place." Serena commented. "Yes, they definitely will." Margaery commented and looked at Serena with a calculating gaze. "The second queen of Artica. Ygritte is her name, isn't it?" Margaery asked curiously. Her grandmother had also asked her to inquire beyond the information they got from the spies while Serena nodded at the name. "So she returned to Artica with that fleet? I assume it must be due to her pregnancy, right?" she asked. "After all, Ygritte should be here if she was with the fleet." "Yes, my husband thought it would be better for her and safe for the girl inside her." Serena spoke. "I see. I hope she has a safe journey to the north." She spoke and looked at Arya. "Speaking of the north, Winterfell is another place I'd like to visit. Maybe one day I can accompany you." Margaery spoke once again sincerely. After all, Winterfell, being one of the oldest castles in Westeros, was famous in any part of the continent. "It's very beautiful. But I prefer Artica," Arya said without caring to be impolite, earning a look from Serena. Margaery started to laugh. "I like your honesty, Lady Arya." She spoke with a small smile. "Anyway, let's stop looking at the growing saplings and have some tea. There are many ladies who would like to meet you." Margaery commented as she started walking, and Serena and Arya followed her with their guards not taking their eyes off her. "You have a female guard?" Margaery couldn't help but comment, looking at the armor made of Elden metal with a breastplate shaped for a woman's breasts. "Yes, her name is Carmen, she's an excellent Artican warrior," Arya responded proudly. "We do have some women among the royal guards. It's not uncommon for a woman to wield a weapon in Artica, although most prefer to take care of children and the husband at home. Many enter the Artican military." Serena commented. "That is quite unusual, but there was also a woman in melee combat. She was mocked quite a bit, but she was among the top 10. Her name is Brienne of Tarth," Margaery commented. Still remembering the woman defeating some knights, despite becoming a mockery among the nobles, she was just a young woman, but tall enough to be a challenge for most men. "If she participated in the tournament, then I can too," Arya declared that with some hope. "We will have to see about that, Lady Arya," Margaery commented with a sweet tone. "Anyway, let's introduce you to my colleagues." Margaery led them to the center of the garden where there were some flowers, but the place was more decorated with manicured greens. There were some large structures in the middle to provide shade. These structures were called gazebos. The gazebos were used for social gatherings or even to enjoy an afternoon with tea outdoors, which seemed quite pleasant and refreshing. In one of the gazebos, the largest, there was a group of women sitting while Margaery led them, approaching the group. The women quickly noticed their approach and stood up to greet them. "Lady Margaery. I see you've brought Lady Stark, the Queen of Artica." One of the women spoke with an interested look at both Articans. Margaery approached with a smile and an elegant stride. "My ladies, let me introduce our special guests, Queen Serena of Artica and Lady Arya Stark." She presented them in front of the women with a gesture of her hands, making the introduction as formal as possible, while the women seemed quite interested in them. All the women were young, and it could be seen that they were single, sharing the same age as Margaery. One of them with curly hair and the symbol of her house, looked at Margaery and approached. "That's a beautiful dress." She simply became mesmerized by the woman's black dress and touched the fabric, feeling its incredible quality. "So, do you sell dresses like this? I would definitely like to buy some tailor-made," she said with admiration and even determination, not caring about what the price would be. Her father would pay. "Queen Serena. We met earlier at your camp with my father negotiating with King Jon." A plump woman spoke. This would be Lady Redwine according to Serena's recollections. "Lady Stark, you look so beautiful. I didn't know the North could produce such beauty." Another woman approached Arya, who was a bit surprised by the compliments she was receiving, but Arya was notable because she really was a beautiful woman and would become even more beautiful in the future, so there was much admiration and even a bit of envy in the eyes of those ladies. "Let's have a nice tea. I would love to talk about this kingdom you come from. You all seem so rich and beautiful." Another girl spoke, hoping to have gossip to discuss. "I also want to talk about the giants and those little men," another woman suggested. Margaery sighed and had to intervene before they practically tried to drain all the energy from the Artican ladies with their chatter. "My ladies, let's let them breathe first. Let me introduce you to them, as this is very inappropriate. Margaery raised her voice, calling all the women there, but maintaining a smile, looking at her friends with a hint of mischief. There were at least 8 women there, and Margaery began to introduce them one by one. The guards from all the houses present were at a distance, merely watching the women gathered in the gazebos, but not hearing whatever they were discussing. Already at the location, Lady Margaery commented, "Lady Arya, Queen Serena, allow me to introduce you to some of the most notable ladies of the Reach," Margaery said, keeping her voice proud and warm. "This is Lady Alice Hightower," she began, indicating a woman of stately bearing and piercing eyes. Being the daughter of the Lord of the Citadel and one of the oldest houses in Westeros full of history, Lady Alice is as cultured as she is beautiful. She commented. Turning to a young woman with a radiant smile, she continued, "Next to her is Lady Leonette Fossoway. Her family is famous for their orchards, and she has inherited both the sweetness and resilience of her house's apples." Margaery gestured towards a woman with a cunning expression. "Lady Dismira Redwine, as you seem to already know, from one of our richest wine-producing houses. Her business acumen is as appreciated as the wine her family produces. My grandmother has red wine blood in her veins, having come from the family before marrying my grandfather." Margaery explained, and Serena nodded, looking at the woman who had tried to seduce her husband earlier in a meeting with glances. She then approached a young woman with a confident posture. "Here we have Lady Delaena Florent, whose mind is so sharp it rivals the blade of any knight," she introduced with a big smile. "Further on, we have," Margaery continued, indicating a woman who exuded an air of bravery and a friendly smile, "Lady Meredith Oakhart, as brave as any man in her home at Old Oak, and a master in the art of horse riding. I'm sure she will love to ride with us later," she said, and Arya was surprised by another woman involved in horse riding. The introduction moved on to a sturdy young woman with a determined expression. "And this is Lady Tala Tarly. She may not be as tough as her father, but she has a sharp mind despite being very sweet," Margaery commented. With a bright smile, Margaery introduced the next young lady. "Lady Mina Tyrell, my cousin, a star at our social events and always an example of grace and elegance," she said, with her cousin becoming a bit shy from the compliments. Finally, she pointed to a woman whose demeanour was sweet. "And Lady Eleanor Beesbury, whose kindness and diplomatic skills are as renowned as the honey of her family. Her father often stops her to participate in important business meetings." She smiled at all of them and continued. "With this, I hope we can become great friends, so let's sit down and chat a bit while we enjoy some of the finest teas our kingdom has to offer," she commented with an excited tone, and all the ladies began to sit down in their chairs, with Margaery, Serena, and Arya following suit. These ladies would have much to discuss, while Arya and Serena, despite being heavily involved in the politics of Artica, were not accustomed to meetings among single women from the south, and could not imagine how this meeting would end. I dedicated this chapter to try to delve deeper into the girls and their interactions, the first chapter I write not focusing on Jon. I think. Should I write more about their interactions in this meeting? Olenna has not yet appeared, but she will be here soon. Anyway, I hope you enjoy it. Chapter 105, Artican Trade in Westeros 32, Reach 12. Chapter Size, 3,200 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. The people of the Reach continued their morning activities as usual since the tournament celebration began. The city was teeming with shops selling goods and wares, bards taking over the square, and a few men taking a spot in a small crowd discussing the latest news. "I saw it, I swear. The man who commands those giants and rides monster wolves, he killed a knight effortlessly, slashing through his armor as if it were nothing," he exclaimed to the crowd, standing atop a crate with a pot at his feet, collecting donations from those who liked his news. "That must be a lie." A commoner disbelieved his words. "It's true, you can see for yourself with the nobles," the speaker insisted, as he always infiltrated camps to gather information and make some money from the common folk, who loved to hear gossip about knights, ladies, and great houses, like gossip among themselves. "I don't believe a savage can defeat a knight of the realm," another exclaimed, the people having blind faith in their knights, so they didn't like what they were hearing. "You may find it absurd, but it's real, I saw it too," another commoner spoke up. "And I wouldn't be so quick to call him that. Have you seen his soldiers? It doesn't matter, they won't be able to do anything," the first commoner insisted mockingly. "Did you forget they killed a knight, you idiot?" A woman mocked her fellow. As they argued this and other matters, the bards were also present, trying to gather every piece of news to incorporate into their songs. Meanwhile, in the castle itself, the sound of metal rang out in the small courtyard as Jon and Garland continued their duel, their swords clashing constantly, creating a deep metallic resonance that to many present was a beautiful symphony. Servants and nobles alike were enthralled. Jon, despite his unique swordsmanship style and physical advantage, held back against his opponent so as not to swiftly emerge victorious, not wanting to offend or humiliate the man before him, who so far had given Jon no reason for enmity. So, he kept pace with the fight. "Go, Garland!" Mace appeared at one of the windows beside his wife, watching the fight and hoping his son would emerge victorious. "It seems my grandson has found an opponent he cannot defeat." The tales of the fight against the Red Viper seemed to be true. Olenna appeared beside him, walking slowly and observing the fight with interest. Though not an expert in swordplay or any martial art, she was still a political master and that also meant reading people, so it was clear to her who was exerting effort and who was struggling. "Do you think Garland will lose, mother?" Mace seemed shocked by this. He had great confidence in his son after he won the melee. "Yes," she simply said, while Aelry Tyrell looked concerned and her husband still stunned by his mother's conclusion. Garland was well aware of this too but stood firm against Jon, trying to make Jon use everything he had against him. "Your fighting style is truly admirable, King Artican," remarked Sir Garland, as Jon felt his footing, maintaining balance in the fight. The swords exchanged blows for the next 6 minutes, still working with precision as they circled each other, until Jon decided to end it, starting to advance against Garland with more speed and force. The knight struggled to keep up, feeling the pressure. He tried to regain his balance, but Jon was already advancing into one of the openings he created, hitting him with such force on his sword that it went backward. He moved his sword and stopped, putting Dark Sister against his neck, leaving Garland staring at it, stunned. Jon withdrew the sword and simply smiled at him. "It was a good fight, Sir Garland. You are certainly one of the best I've fought in Westeros," he said, which was no lie. Above him was only the Red Viper of Dorne since he fought below the wall. His father was a great fighter, but Jon wasn't as strong back then when he fought him in the Winterfell Godswood, so he didn't consider him until he had a rematch. That, Mace, from a distance, looked stunned at his son losing the fight, while Olenna just maintained a calm gaze at it, and silence fell over the whole place. But this silence was soon broken by the first applause, and none other than Willis Tyrell himself, despite his younger brother's defeat, supported by leaning on his cane, followed by the heir of the Citadel Lord next to him. While they were clapping, the whole area followed suit, satisfied after witnessing a small confrontation. "I was lucky you didn't join the melee, King Artican. Otherwise, victory wouldn't have been mine," Garland spoke, even with a friendly and playful tone. "It was a good fight, Lord Garland. I'm sure we would have had a good bout on the occasion if that were the case." Jon praised him as well. "As expected." Olenna spoke, snapping her son out of his daze. "That was because of the sword. We should have it in our possession," he concluded. "You fool, as much as Valyrian steel may be superior, there was still Jon Arctic's great skill, and I've already told you we're not going to do that and try to seize the sword. Don't be a fool with our guests," she said in a dissatisfied tone. "But mother." "No more," she said sharply as both her son and daughter-in-law shrank back. "Anyway, I'm leaving," she announced, starting to make her way out. "Where are you going, mother?" Mace asked curiously. "I'm going to see our guests who are with your daughter and her friends. It's time to get to know them better," Olenna commented with a slight smile and left the premises. Back in the courtyard, Lord Hightower approached. "You fought very well. Now, I might borrow King Artican for a little spar." He also wanted to fight the Artican. Garland nodded, exiting the scene, and the young Hightower approached Jon. "I hope you're not tired, King Artican, for another bout now. Otherwise, I can wait," he said. "No problem, we can have our fight here." Jon nodded. He knew this man held disdain for him, but at least he was polite outwardly. So, there was no need to show hostility to him either. They initiated a new spar as they got into position, just like Garland's fight. "Unfortunately, I don't have vigilance with me, as it's in my father's possession. Would love to fight you some other time using it," he said. After all, the Hightowers owned their own Valyrian steel sword too. "That sword is certainly famous in your house's history, would love to see it in action when you can wield it." Jon spoke sincerely. Yes, then let's begin, he announced, and they advanced towards each other in the next moment. Jon didn't want to humiliate this man either, feeling his sword clash against his and seeing he would easily win, he wouldn't act against people who hadn't done anything to deserve it. So, he fought on equal terms with a high tower, while holding back in the fight too. The clash between common steel and Valyrian steel lasted until, at one point, Jon finally decided to act and immobilized him, putting his Valyrian steel sword back to the Citadel heir's neck after creating an opening. That was really good. I bet there are still many nobles who would like to have a bout with King Artican, Garland approached, while the crowd had grown there. That's odd, where are the young ladies? My sister and her friends. The high tower sheathed his sword and asked, after all, his sister would love to watch the morning fights in the training yard with her companions. They're with my sister and our special guests, Willis commented, approaching with his cane. I see, Hightower nodded. Well, they've been chatting for a while, and we won't be seeing her around here today, as I'm sure Queen Serena and Lady Arya will have their hands full answering the women's questions. Willis commented with a slight smile, looking at Jon, who nodded. It's all right, as long as they can enjoy themselves, Jon shrugged. I would like to see more fights, but I'm sure our guest would prefer to have other matters to attend to. I also would like to give you a better tour of the castle, Willis spoke, reading Jon's expression a bit. That's true, Jon admitted. In fact, I'm here in the Reach for a special reason, Jon spoke. A special reason? Garland asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, as you know, my kingdom lies north of the wall, and I lack many of the resources I need for my people, and one of them is a specific animal, Jon said, with a slight smile. He considered the Reach the most crucial point in his journey since leaving Artica because this kingdom had a higher concentration of things he needed in Artica. And what would that be? I heard you bought many animals in Dorne, filling dozens of ships with them, Lord Hightower asked curiously, to pass on this information to his father. Jon looked at Willis and nodded. Yes, that's true, I bought some. Many of the animals for breeding and meat distribution. However, Dorne cannot offer a specific animal, after all, we have no use for desert horses and camels, he said. Horses? Do you wish to buy our horses? Willis asked, a little surprised. Jon hadn't mentioned any of this yet, although a trade meeting would be expected soon since Jon bought so many animals, books and metals from Dorne as he traded his products and went with a fair price. Yes, I would like to see your breeds. After all, as a horse breeder, you must have many specific breeds, and I intend to spend a lot of money. Maybe 500,000 gold coins, he commented, with a slight smile, leaving the three lords gaping at that. 500,000 gold dragons? Do you intend to spend that buying horses? Garland commented, quite shocked. Maybe more, depending on how I like your breeds and what you have to offer, Jon said with a slight smile. If you'll permit me, my lord, he turned back to Willis, we could look at some of your stables right now. He wanted to take a look, explore the stables he had seen before more thoroughly. Yes, of course. Let's leave our soldiers to train again, and let's head there to show you around. We'll have plenty of time to see you fight in the coming days, Garland suggested, and Willis agreed with his brother, nodding as they returned to the stables next to the kennel, where they had left Jon's wolf before. Meanwhile, in the Tyrell's personal garden, the girls seemed quite excited as they sat around that table after some servants brought teas for them. The women quickly turned back to Queen Serena. How beautiful you are! I've never seen a woman with such bright and clear eyes. Is it a characteristic of women from your land? King Artican is really lucky to find someone so beautiful to be his wife, Lady Meredith Oakhart commented, looking at Serena with admiration. But Lady Oakhart, King Artican is also so handsome, have you ever seen someone so beautiful? She said, placing her hand on her chin, fantasizing something, how can he have those unique and beautiful eyes? Have you seen his eyes? Dismira Redwine said with a rather unique tone. How can they be so forward about Jon? Arya murmured quietly, listening to those ladies talking about Jon as if they wanted a piece of him. Another young lady spoke with a smile to Serena. Certainly, your son will be very handsome, she said, but not specifying the gender. It's a boy, Serena decided to comment. Despite the barrage of comments about her and her life with her husband, it seemed she understood that these southerners liked to gossip a lot. Really? If it's a boy, then he's the heir, Lady Alice Hightower suggested. Perhaps, we haven't decided that yet, Serena spoke honestly. Jon had a different idea of an heir for Artica than the Southerners did with their children, but they would discuss that at another time. And what will his name be? Margaery asked curiously, looking at Sereno's belly. It will be Jon, she said with a slight smile, touching her belly at that moment. Jon. It was Arya herself who exclaimed, surprised by that. After all, she didn't know and found it quite funny with the name of Jon's first child, being Jon too. The same name as the father? Well, that's not very unusual. Lady Leonette Fossoway also found this fact curious. Many kings named their own sons after them, although they weren't always the heirs. Lady Alice Hightower commented again, thinking of the historical data she had read. As a scholar in her town, she had an interest in historical subjects. But that's so cool. You're a queen, you have a rich kingdom from what I'm seeing, clothes, and many products, even giant commands. We've never seen anything like it. One of the other young ladies, Lady Delena Florent, spoke animatedly as she drank her cup of tea, looking at Serena with some admiration and a hint of jealousy. You have such a gallant husband, and you're expecting his child. I'm so envious of you, Queen Serena, she innocently commented, while the other young ladies seemed to agree. Serena didn't know there was some disdain for her in some eyes there. After all, she didn't come from a noble family, no background that seems like a good reference base, but she was still being well treated, most likely by a demand from Margaery or Olenna, probably from Olenna to Margaery and from Margaery to the present women. But Serena didn't care about these issues, and more importantly, Jon never cared about these things either. He said he loved her regardless of her family background or even her being originally a giant. Jon always said that what mattered to them was the future they would build together with Artica and their children. Perhaps they would have to break noses here and there, kill another, destroy one kingdom to another in the future to establish their position, which was still too early to be solid in foreign lands, but this was not the time. Jon always wanted to seek friendship above hostility. Of course, he had limits, but he hadn't done anything with them that provoked his wrath to destroy cities of any kingdom. Although Dorne had created an enmity that Jon would not visit the kingdom despite its negotiations being a success, they would always have a complicated relationship and could never be called allies beyond being trading partners. Anyway, Lady Arya is also very beautiful. I didn't know the North could produce such beauty, as expected of one of the great houses, Lady Eleanor Beesbury commented with a polite tone, as if she were used to praising people to achieve things. She put her hand on her chin, looking at Arya, who was a bit silent the whole time. Arya, although she didn't find that environment the most pleasant of all, she still knew how to behave like a true lady, after Jon made her learn all these things from Artica. Thank you, Lady Eleanor Beesbury, she commented. She had memorized the name of all the women there with just one introduction and spoke with a respectful and feminine tone. I've been fortunate, she said politely. I heard that Lady Sansa Stark, your older sister, is also a unique beauty. Margaery's cousin, Lady Mina Tyrell, commented curiously. There was even some interest from us to have her as the Lady of Highgarden, she said. Of Highgarden? Lady Eleanor Beesbury asked, surprised by that. But I heard she has a great chance of marrying Joffrey Baratheon himself, the heir of King Robert, she said. Serena noticed how Margaery seemed a bit uncomfortable with that, despite the girl subtly shrinking, but she could see the signs, which made her understand a bit of the situation there. Well, the future is hard to prove. Although we all know that King Robert is a great friend of Lord Stark's and that it's clear his desire to unite the two families. Another young woman suggested. Anyway, we're in the presence of a lady who is not only the younger sister of the future Queen of the Seven Kingdoms but also sister of a king of another kingdom. I'm sure many of our nobles will be sending letters to Winterfell with gallant marriages. Lady Talatarly said with a dreamy tone and a slight smile. I hope not. Arya grimaced hearing that until she received a touch from Serena asking her to behave a little. Some women noticed that Arya didn't seem very excited about this fact, unlike them who would love to be in a situation where they had many handsome, strong, rich, and powerful suitors to marry. I'm sure if your sister is as beautiful as you, the prince will certainly not deny your beauty, Lady Delena Florent spoke, and Margaery seemed a bit more uncomfortable with that, so much so that she became quite silent after this subject came up. So she wants to be queen, Serena murmured internally, looking at Margaery's behavior. Despite this, she also saw her looking at her husband in a rather peculiar way. Perhaps she projected the image of the prince onto Jon, but Artica was not a kingdom she intended to have. She had come to this conclusion by seeing the woman known as the Flower of Highgarden in silence in her corner. Perhaps she had not yet been trained for it. After all, she was still young. Anyway, I wonder where your husband is and if he's in the courtyard. We should be watching the boys fighting in the yard right now. However, let's continue talking. I would like to know more about this Artika, Lady Highgarden suggested. Yes, we can do that tomorrow. I heard that Jon Artika is an excellent swordsman. I would like to see him in a fight against Lord Garland, something that should be happening now in the courtyard, but we'll leave it for tomorrow, another lady commented, unaware that Jon had already fought and won against Garland at this moment. The girls resumed their conversation, and Serena was bombarded with questions, along with Arya, as they wanted to understand more about her mysterious kingdom in those lands, with Serena trying to keep things as discreet as possible. Meanwhile, in a nearby estate, someone opened a door. "My lady," a servant looked at the older woman and greeted her. "Do you need help?" he asked. "No, I may have reached a very old age, but I can still join those young ladies in the garden. They say you get younger when you are surrounded by beautiful ladies," Olenna commented with a smile as she began to walk to the location. She would join the group. Chapter 106, Artican Trade in Westeros 33, Reach 13. Chapter Size, 3,400 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. As Olenna approached the group of young women chatting, Willis was presenting his stud to Jon, starting with a dun-colored, rather large warhorse. "Look at this breed, King of Artika, it's native to the northern reaches of the Reach, in more mountainous areas. It's an excellent horse for rough terrains. It may not be the fastest, but its stamina is unparalleled. It's even used for transporting goods at times, though I wouldn't recommend wasting such a unique breed on that sort of thing," he explained. Jon nodded in agreement, examining the horse with keen eyes as he approached. He touched the animal, even forming a small connection with it, seeing its memories and how it was treated. Its life, in just a few seconds, appeared well cared for, and it seemed that even though Willis wasn't its main caretaker after all, he had many duties as the heir to Highgarden. He still made time to visit his horses over many years. This one in particular, since it was just a foal when it was brought here. He appreciated how the crippled man treated his animals, earning some respect from Jon. "It's a fine breed and well cared for," Jon admitted, stroking the animal. "We have many breeds, King Jon," Garland commented from beside him. "Our horses are better than those any other kingdom can offer, I assure you," he said. Jon nodded as he looked around the stable filled with horses of different breeds, with strong, shiny coats, maintaining good height and muscle mass. "I'm very interested in taking a large batch from you," Jon said. It wasn't yet the negotiation phase, but it would be soon. He had only hinted at the initial amount, but he wouldn't mind spending much more to acquire thousands of them, and his money wouldn't be wasted investing in horses. "That's great, I'll be reaching out to many of our suppliers, to advance our negotiations then," Willis commented, as he began to present more horse breeds to the foreign king. Meanwhile, in the garden, the women were conversing among themselves, especially the local nobles who were questioning the foreign woman in as many ways as possible. "May I join you, young ladies?" A voice emerged as Olenna Tyrell appeared before them with a slight smile. "Grandmother." Margaery immediately stood up, as did everyone else, except for Serena and Arya, who didn't quite understand the reason for this. Not that Olenna took offense, she ignored it and turned back to the young women of the Reach. "Come now, no need to greet me in such a manner, just fetch me a chair so I can join you and have the opportunity to get to know our guests better. I'm very excited to learn more about them." She spoke in a playful tone. "Yes, right here, Grandma." Margaery's cousin, Mina Tyrell, pulled a chair to the table from another one that was unoccupied. "Thank you, my dear," she said, sitting down as all the other ladies did the same. "You're here, it's good to see our future family member with us." Olenna turned to Lady Leonette Fossoway, Garland's fiancée. "Yes, my lady. I will always be here, and Lady Margaery honors me with her invitation," Lady Leonette Fossoway replied in an enchanted tone, while Serena and Arya remained silent. "That's good, I'm sure Garland would like to see his bride today," she said, looking towards her future granddaughter, then continuing, turning her face to the guests the next moment. Since he had a defeat in the courtyard to Jon of Artika, she smiled. "What?" Lady Leonette Fossoway raised her voice in surprise. After all, her fiancé had won the tournament, he couldn't just lose, could he? As many noble women were shocked by this. "I regret not being at the courtyard at that moment," Lady Talatarli said as she put her hand over her mouth. You all look foolish like that. Olenna turned her attention back to them, mocking. You didn't hear how Jon of Artica defeated the Red Viper at Dorne and how he killed a man as if he were slaughtering a pig before coming here? Olenna asked. I thought they were just exaggerated rumors. Lady Mina Tyrell murmured. Rumors always come from some source, usually a true one. Margaery commented, though she was surprised by her brother's defeat despite winning the tournament. You're right, my flower. Olenna smiled at her granddaughter. I myself saw the fight, and it truly was a spectacle. Garland was lucky that your husband did not participate in the tournament. Olenna spoke directly to Serena. Jon has always been very skilled with the sword, in Artica, there's no comparison. Serena finally spoke up, responding to the comment. Ah, Artica, what kind of place must that be to have so many incredible things? The king of that land even acquired that legendary sword. Olenna commented. Did you know that our guests said they have an entire grove made up of sacred trees, grandmother? Doesn't that sound incredible? Margaery brought up from her conversation before the meeting at the site, and the other noble women were quite surprised by this, as Serena had not mentioned such a thing in their talks. Oh, that is really something else, but I wouldn't doubt that it exists there. After all, they follow the old gods and not the seven. Olenna spoke, albeit a bit surprised. It seemed a plausible piece of information. That is blasphemy. Delena Florent murmured, as she was a fervent follower of the Reach's religion. What did you say, you fool? Arya's voice came out with a tone of disdain, catching everyone off guard as Arya glared at the lady with fierce eyes. The place fell silent at that moment, with all the ladies, except a few, looking at Arya with wide eyes due to her hostility. The noblewoman targeted by these words did not expect this and did not know what to say until Olenna herself burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, she laughed, surprising everyone as she turned back to Arya at that moment. That certainly was unexpected, but amusing for a woman of my age, she said, maintaining a smile that even Arya seemed somewhat cautious of. Our wolf is finally showing her teeth, she stated. But the noblewoman who had been the target of hostility, not having appreciated it, tried to speak but was interrupted by Olenna herself. Ow, my dear, could you please shut up, do not offend our guests, Olenna said in a tone so friendly it didn't seem like the words could come from her mouth, while all the ladies shrunk back at that moment. Anyway, tell me about your upbringing, my girl. Olenna turned back to Arya, interested in the Stark girl. What do you mean, my lady? Arya asked in return. I would like to know how you were raised all these years in Artica. You certainly know how to behave like a lady, even though you show your fangs, like a wolf protecting her pack when needed, and I like that in you, Olenna said, as she had always raised Margaery to be a flower whose fragrant scent and beauty everyone could appreciate, but also to develop her own thorns to be used when necessary. I learned a lot, mainly from Jon, she spoke while Serena could see no issue with this or even prevent anything of the sort. With the king? What could he teach you? Do you have a maester there? Would that be Iman who was taken to the wall years ago? She asked, trying to imagine what this boy could do and see if they have any source at the place. After all, it was very mysterious how they acquired wealth, resources and even knowledge from that place. Well, there are many things I was able to learn, Arya murmured, observed by everyone. Come on, you could clear up this lady's doubts, couldn't you? Olenna spoke to Arya again, insisting. Serena might have intervened, but she let Arya handle it herself, as she had to represent Artica as a resident and the king's sister. Arya then decided to speak firmly. There are many subjects I learned in recent years. At least Jon and Maester Iman himself helped me. Today I have a good understanding of mathematics, arithmetic, economics, geography, history of the Seven Kingdoms, and the area beyond the wall, she spoke, surprising all the ladies at the table, even Olenna. That's the education of a maester from the citadel. Why learn such things? Olenna asked, curious and fascinated at the same time. Jon always said that, even though I had to learn how to be the perfect lady, how to deal with nobility and people of status, he said that even though I should be a good wife to a good husband, I should not depend entirely on him and also that I should help him as much as possible, she said. That's really curious. Do you really think you've mastered these subjects? Olenna asked once more, as the table fell silent. I've mastered them a bit, I admit, Arya spoke. There are other subjects too, like agriculture, astronomy, alchemy, anatomy, and basic medicine that I learned during my years. Arya finished amidst the silence. This could not leave Olenna any more surprised by what she was hearing. She had never heard of a lady learning all this. Although she couldn't really believe it immediately, there were ways to verify this, and she would have a conversation with her maester later, to have him ask some peculiar questions to the girl. After all, she really wanted to know about this unique education. "Excuse me, Lady Stark, but it's hard to believe that." Lady Alice Hightower interjected with a slight question after hearing all that. "Why learn such things? These are things for men." Lady Delena Florent murmured. "I have a great responsibility with Artica, not just as Jon's sister. I intend to serve my house as I can," Arya stated firmly. "Your house? Don't you consider Winterfell your home?" Margaery raised the question upon hearing Arya, while Olenna looked approvingly at her granddaughter. "I like Winterfell, but I don't plan to reside there anymore," Arya said, leaving Margaery with a raised eyebrow. "I can't imagine what Artica is like, but it's certainly making me more and more curious about it." Olenna mentioned and continued speaking. "I've heard that you also know how to use weapons and even defeated one of Oberyn's daughters in Dorne, who are known by everyone as Arya the Remarkable, something impressive for someone your age," she commented. "Is that really true?" Lady Meredith Oakheart asked about the rumor she had heard, clearly not believing the words she had heard before and finding it quite inappropriate to ask that. "Yes, we learn all that. I know how to handle a sword with a shield, a bow, ride a horse, and even command a small group of soldiers." As soon as she finished, it seemed horrific to all of us at the table, looking at Arya with wide eyes. "You even know how to lead a group, quite surprisingly." Olenna appeared quite surprised by this too. She was skeptical of a woman commanding men, even more so a young girl. This made her raise another question, which would be the most basic of knowing if the girl was telling the truth or not, as she glanced at Serena, who did not seem surprised at all, she certainly having an education equal to or even greater, since this woman was the queen of the kingdom. "How many languages do you speak?" Olenna asked. The women looked at Arya while she thought a bit about it. "Not many, I've mastered speaking, but am lacking in writing in some of them. However, I intend to learn them in the coming years, so much so that I'm studying in my free time on this trip, but I am literate in the common tongue, High Valyrian, the old tongue of the north, Uti and Dothraki," she said, causing all the women to be shocked again, while Serena cracked a small smile. "You're telling me you know all these languages?" Alice immediately exclaimed, not believing what she was hearing. "I am," Arya replied in Uti, which sounded strange to anyone there, as she opened a smile with their reactions, proving her effort in learning this language worthwhile. "You shouldn't speak like this in front of them all." Serena's voice was heard right after, speaking in Uti. "Look at their stupid faces, we should have spoken like this from the start." Arya spoke, trying to keep a face that did not show the intentions of her words. The group of women fell silent. Even Olenna, with all her experience, was taken aback by this. After all, she had never been in such a situation, and it was provoked by a child. "Arya, we shouldn't treat people like this. Even though I don't like some of them, we are here to boost our business." Serena gave her a little lecture. "Look at them, especially that old woman, she's dangerous and has a sharp tongue. It's so satisfying to see her like this, looking foolish as she tries to understand us." Arya continued speaking. "Let's switch back to the common tongue before they accuse us of anything, even though I'm also enjoying this situation," Serena admitted. "Sorry about that." Serena then spoke up, leaving an uncomfortable silence among the group. All the women just stared at them, not knowing what to say, but Olenna quickly recovered. "Well, this is really unexpected. You know how to surprise an old woman, as I'm seeing," she said at the end, while trying to understand what had been spoken in that language by their facial expressions alone. She knew Arya was mocking them in some way. "That, what language is that? Is it Dothraki, from those savages from Essos?" Mina Tyrell asked curiously and with some disgust as she spoke of the desert people. "Uti," Arya responded. "That's amazing. I've never heard anyone speak that way before. It seems like your tongue was twisted, but surely you spoke with confidence." Lady Talatarli murmured excitedly. "Did you learn that from the Artican king?" Lady Eleanor Beesbury asked in admiration. "Yes, Jon taught me many things. He even has much more knowledge than I do." Serena can confirm all of this as well. Arya spoke. "I never imagined that you would certainly have so much knowledge." Alice Hightower spoke. "Your husband is not only gallant, but also so intelligent," Dismira Redwine exclaimed. Can you hold your fire about the woman's husband right in front of you? Olenna suddenly spoke, leaving Dismira speechless and embarrassed at the same time. The older woman turned her attention back to the two in front. Olenna seemed a bit pensive about this. After all, this information was surprising to her. Despite wanting to verify these things later, hearing them communicate in another language was something that her spies in Dorne hadn't caught. A piece of information she would have to keep in mind from now on, as they could have conversations she could not be aware of. Anyway, let's continue having our tea and talking a bit, she said in the end, before picking up her cup with hot water and herbs. The women were a bit hesitant about this, but returned to normality after a while, letting the conversation among them flow while they discussed many subjects, but more focused on the reach to talk about the place. Olenna didn't talk much, just throwing in an irony here and there with some comments, but remained looking at her guests analyzing them, especially Serena, who kept a smile as if she was aware of the old woman's eyes on her the entire time. Of course, they weren't just there alone, as their guards maintained a distance from the place. After all, there were some birds perched on the roof of the structure, listening to the conversation, while Jon just smiled coming out of the stable after meeting the breed horses the Tyrells could offer and petting his wolf still lying in front of the kennel. It was after a while that Jon, Willis, and Garland, along with the Hightower heir, approached the garden. Olenna looked up with a smile. It seems the Artican king has finally decided to show up, she said with a calculating look, as the other women stood up to greet the men approaching, passing by the guards. Willis, Garland. Margaery greeted her brothers, while Lady Alice Hightower greeted her brother. As Jon walked directly to his wife, Arya, "How are you all?" he asked, while the other women watched with curiosity and admiration directed at him after all the stories. "We're fine, we had a good conversation," Serena responded. Olenna decided to intervene at that moment while still remaining seated. "I must say, King of Artica, that the women of your kingdom are astounding, and they can even shock an old woman like me." Olenna replied with an intense look at Jon. "I hope so, they are my pride," Jon said, giving a kiss on Serena's forehead and touching Arya's head. "We've heard about what happened in the courtyard, how did it go?" Margaery asked Willis, curious about what she had heard from her grandmother. "It was curious, you would have been surprised to see our guest fighting. It seems that Garland the Gallant has lost the title of the best current swordsman in Highgarden," he said with a small smile, while Garland nodded and searched for his bride among the nobles but without success. "Our guest is also interested in our horses, said he's interested in spending some money on that, so I can say he certainly liked them, right?" Garland turned to Jon after greeting Leonette Fossoway. "Yes, I'd love to bring that up in our negotiations. After all, I also intend to buy many things that these lands can offer." Jon spoke to Olenna. "That's interesting, so why don't we expedite this process? I was just waiting for this moment to start negotiating," she said, as Jon nodded, already prepared for a negotiation today. "Perfect, well, my ladies." Olenna turned to the women. "It seems that now we have some important matters to discuss, and I'm sure that, from what I've heard, even our guests will participate," she said, since Arya and Serena sometimes took part in trade meetings in Dorne. Since Jon did not seem to deny this fact, they would surely be involved. "All right," Margaery commented. "You two, my dear, let your cousin take care of our guests and let's go inside the castle." Margaery seemed surprised by her grandmother's invitation, since she never participated in these negotiations, but for Olenna, it was time for her to learn this too. After all, there was a child there who was smart enough for it. The future queen of the Seven Kingdoms could not be left behind. "Great, let's go then," Olenna said after her granddaughter nodded. She stood up with support and looked at Jon. "Could you help this lady walk?" she said with a small bold smile and turned to Serena. "Is it all right if I steal your husband for a while? Not that this old woman could satisfy such a handsome man, but it makes me feel young and beautiful," she said with a wink to the tall woman, while Jon smiled apologetically to his wife, knowing that all this was just a facade of that acting woman. Serena didn't mind too much. She knew that Olenna was dangerous, but not in a way that would charm Jon and make her queen of Artica, so she took Arya by the arm and followed her husband with the lady. Thus, they began to leave the place, leaving only the ladies of the Reach still in the garden, as they entered the castle. "Raccoon here, I had to review some points. First, I didn't know who Garland's bride was, so I wrote first that she wasn't present, then I fixed it. I hope I have made that clear. I know it's a lot of dialogue in a short time. I promise I won't spend too much time on the negotiation," something that has already been seen in Dorne, just going over unique points like the sale of horses and other things from the Reach. Chapter 107, Artican Trade in Westeros 34, Reach 14. Chapter Size, 3,200 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. Note, I noticed that I sometimes confuse the name Arctic, you may consider Arctic, Ardikanos and Ardika to be the same. They returned to the room of their first meeting as they settled in. Take me to my chair, my boy, Olenna requested, settling into her place, while the rest aligned in their groups. Well, let's begin. Olenna spoke, and Jon nodded next to his wife and cousin. Although he was not with his ministers, he would pass on a report to them later in a meeting. Jon began talking about his products. It was an initial meeting and would still take many days to reach an agreement, but even so, as he did with Dorne, he made it very clear that his prices were fixed and would not be changed. Jon knew that even if they tried to sell their items at a higher price, there would be competitors in other kingdoms like Dorne, having to use more competitive prices, and the market would self-adjust without him needing to keep monitoring it. All right, we'll keep that in mind. Olenna said after hearing Jon's demands about the prices of his products. I heard that you negotiated a port with Dorne, which seems quite surprising. She said, wanting more information. A foreign kingdom creating a port on the southern coast on the other side of the continent is quite surprising. Yes, that is true, it will be a means to supply both Dorne and any other part of the region, Jon said. So you plan to trade with the free cities? She asked, and Jon shrugged, knowing this was quite obvious information. Yes, after we visit Westeros, I plan to go to Essos in a year. Jon said. Interesting. Olenna murmured while Margaery next to her was silent for a while. I'm sure you will succeed in this venture, after all, ice is a revolutionary producer in the free cities. Willis decided to give some praise and Jon nodded. Now let's get down to business. You told my grandson you would like to buy many horses, but are horses from the Reach suitable for you in the north? Olenna asked curiously. We have all the plants and trees the Reach can offer, so the answer is yes. Jon smiled at the old lady, who nodded with a smile. That's good, let's start a list of your demand, she commented. They continued negotiating all of Jon's demands while he tried to get the best price for his demands. The meeting finally ended as it was noon. Would you like to have a meal with our family? Olenna asked. Sorry, but I have some things to do at my camp, can we leave it for the next time we meet? Jon suggested, and Olenna nodded. All right, I'll be waiting for that, she said. I will accompany the Artican king to the exit. Margaery, can you accompany our ladies? Willis suggested. Yes, of course, she said and accompanied the two Artican women. I would like to see you in the courtyard again tomorrow, I need a rematch, Artican king, Garland said as Jon nodded, seeing no problem with that. They began to follow the group while Olenna calmly waited, with her grandsons returning a while later. Did everything go well? She asked. Yes, Granny. Willis said. What did you think of the meeting? She asked Willis directly. It's unprecedented. He admitted. Yes, we will have difficulty meeting his demands, but it will put a lot of money in our pockets. We should talk to our suppliers later. Olenna commented. I've never seen so much money being negotiated like this. Is this how a business meeting is done? Margaery commented. My dear granddaughter, no, usually the amount is much lower. Olenna commented, analyzing her granddaughter with a smile. Jon Arctic is really a wealthy man, who in Westeros would want to spend so much money on horses. She said, after all, Jon demanded a huge amount. They were talking about more than 5,000 breed horses and 10,000 animals for slaughter and meat reproduction, perhaps even that number could double. Does he plan to put his entire army on horses? Garland couldn't help but wonder. After all, only people with some money could have horses, even in a war being called by their lords. Only a select number of people owned horses, while a large part of the plebeians had to fight tilling the land. Your idea of an army is really scary, and he already has all those giants. Willis commented, as the heir to Highgarden, he always had to think about what he would do if someone became his enemy. They are big, but a large enough army can take them down, Olenna mocked, believing they could be destroyed if they were in a war. After all, the Reach could gather 100,000 soldiers to fight, and within that number, at least 30,000 mounted. Shall we have our meal, then? Margaery commented. Yes, you can go ahead, I want to talk a bit with my granddaughter, Olenna requested, and Willis and Garland obeyed, leaving the room. Olenna was left alone with her granddaughter, while she waited for her grandmother to speak. "Tell me, my granddaughter, what bothers you so much?" She spoke with a small smile. Margaery seemed a bit hesitant at first, but eventually spoke. "Queen Serena. Is this how a woman of her status behaves?" she asked, and Olenna smiled. "She certainly knows how to behave like someone of her status, although she does not speak out. She knows how to behave like a queen in a foreign land." Olenna spoke with a tone of admiration, having known a bit about Renly Targaryen for many years. "Could I learn from her?" Margaery asked. "Yes, I believe so. Her education is something I've never seen before. They can even speak in other languages while we just look baffled," Olenna commented, and Margaery remarked. "Your face also tells me you're thinking about something else," Olenna continued after analyzing her granddaughter's face more closely. Clearly, she was pondering something. Margaery was a bit hesitant to speak. "Is it about the Artican king, isn't it?" she asked, and Margaery seemed surprised by that, even wanting to deny it. "Come on, my granddaughter. I know you, I saw how you look at him," she said, and Margaery looked embarrassed, her face turning a bit red. "I wanted to know if Prince Joffrey is like him," she said timidly. "My granddaughter has been charmed by the Northerner." Olenna spoke sarcastically. "It's not that, Granny." Margaery tried to deny. "It's all right. My dear, your father also made many maidens fall in love with him. I'm not surprised, and he is indeed a handsome and strong man. It's natural," Olenna commented. "Lord Stark? I had never heard such things about him." Margaery asked, surprised. After all, Lord Stark is known for his honor, not for being a gallant man. "Haha. Forget that detail. We'll talk about it one day," Olenna said, and looked into her granddaughter's eyes with a more serious gaze. "Jon Artican is a handsome and strong man, and more importantly, he is a king despite his bastard origin. However, you wouldn't want to become queen of a kingdom we hardly know anything about, besides you wouldn't be the only queen. Tell me, my granddaughter, is this passion you are developing for him worth it? Do you want to be queen of a frozen land or of the 7 kingdoms?" she asked seriously. "Queen of the 7 kingdoms," Margaery responded. "Great, you were raised for this, so leave this love for your future husband and do not nurture anything that could harm you in the future," she said, still speaking in the same tone. "Yes, Granny," Margaery commented. "Great, now let's go to our meal. Your father must be waiting for us with your brothers," she said, and they began to leave the room. Meanwhile, Jon arrived at his camp with his guards and went to the largest tent where everyone was having their meals and joined them. He held a later meeting with his ministers, updating them on the negotiations. In the afternoon, while Arya was going to train, Jon was busy attending to many nobles who approached asking for audiences for him and his businesses. On the same day, many kilometers from Highgarden, as some puddles shone reflecting the sun after some days of rain in that area. A puddle was soon stepped in as horses continued riding along the road. A group made up of 15 men continued their journey. "We're arriving in a few days, my prince," a man dressed in white metal plates approached the main member of that group. "That's good, sire. We're finally arriving," the Prince of the 7 Kingdoms spoke, and he was none other than Renly Baratheon, the younger brother of King Robert, the first of his name. Renly smiled at his royal guard and turned to the man mounted next to him, who was his former squire and now a knight. "What do you think, sire? Are you missing your family?" Renly asked with a small smile. "Yes, my prince. I'm eager to see them again." Loras Tyrell, a knight who was recently appointed by the prince himself after demonstrating great skill and bravery at a tournament on the Isle of Faces. "That's good, we're almost there." Renly spoke with a small smile. "My prince, are you still sure about this? Going to see a savage, it doesn't suit your status," the royal guard said with a tone showing disdain. "We left the capital as soon as we knew they were coming here nearly a moon ago, so we wouldn't miss the opportunity to meet this unique group. Did you know they have giants, sire?" Renly spoke to his man as they continued their way on the road. There were the prince himself, Renly, Loras, the royal knight, and a guard taking care of security and supplies while traveling on the King's Road. "Surely a lie told by the Dornish." The man spat. "Don't be so skeptical, sire. There are too many witnesses to say they don't exist, so be careful. I don't want to bring news of a man stomped by a giant to my brother," Renly spoke with grace. "Moreover, I am on a diplomatic mission given by my own brother, so I will meet them and ask them to come to King's Port. Their products have caught the king's attention." Renly commented. At this time the news about the Artican fleet destroying ships at sea in front of the capital had not yet reached his ears, so he was unaware of the chaos that had begun to happen at the council table. "Don't worry, my prince, I will protect you from anything," Loras commented, and Renly laughed. "That's great, my knight. You will certainly prove your worth, besides there is a tournament and I hope to see you winning, if we still arrive in time for the joust," Renly spoke and everyone nodded. They continued their journey, passing through the fields that the Reach could offer while startling all the commoners on the road, as the group followed with the king's banner while everyone stepped aside, until night fell and they camped after finding a good terrain. The next day, in Highgarden, Jon had another audience with some nobles, asking for some negotiations, although he always said that he was handling this with the Tyrells and could not do it personally with them, after all they are the suppliers, he could not sell such products individually. Garland appeared again. In addition to the invitation to go to the castle again, Jon handed over the men who tried to rob him these days, as they had talked about the day before. Jon then set off again for Hightower Castle, along with his wife and Arya. Upon arriving at the place, they were greeted by Willis along with his sister again. While Jon went out with Willis and Garland, the women accompanied his sister to meet with other noble women. Jon ended up again on the training ground after leaving his wolf in the kennel. The young Hightower was there along with the Redwyne twins and some other young nobles. After all, the news of the previous fight had spread through the noble camps and everyone wanted to see the man who defeated the tournament champion. This could be inferred from the place having a large concentration of older nobles at the site watching from a distance. He trained with the youths while continuing, one after another, to achieve victory after victory. No one could defeat him in that courtyard. Garland finally asked for his rematch, but it also did not change the result from the previous day, after feeling the Valyrian steel sword pressing against his neck again. After all the attendees clapped for the boy's performance, Jon decided to step out of the ring and stand as a spectator next to Willis and his royal guard. "Look, it seems we had many spectators today," Willis spoke pointing at the distance. While there were many nobles there, one group stood out as Jon saw his sister, wife accompanied by other wives, although Arya had a face that she preferred to be in the ring rather than there. "You certainly left my brother's fiancé quite horrified with you defeating him in the fight," Willis couldn't stop commenting after seeing that woman several times, having a face of concern in the middle of the fight and horrified when Garland lost, even from that distance. Jon shrugged it off. He shouldn't care much about what his opponent's wife thought, even if it was a joke from Willis. After all, in war, life and death are not decided by what might please or displease a lady. You just have to fight for your life, and the training field is the best way to prepare for such a thing. Jon would be a fool to lose to anyone there just to please one person and thought the same of anyone else doing that. They continued training until it was finally lunchtime, and Jon decided to accept the invitation once more, joining the Tyrell family's table. Willis, Garland, Margaery, and even Olenna were there. He had no problems with them and found them quite receptive. The same could be said for Lady Tyrell. But Mace seemed quite uncomfortable. However, he kept his mouth shut as if he was being oppressed by Olenna. Jon found the dynamics of this family amusing. Jon said his goodbyes later and with his wife and Arya, returned to the camp, while they received yet another invitation for the banquet that night, but Jon again declined, preferring to stay with his men, not wanting to be with a bunch of nobles. This dynamic continued over the following days, as they returned to negotiate several times, with Olenna always trying to gain something on her prices, but Jon always stood firm, to the point of saying he would cancel any contract if the agreement was not fulfilled. It was just 2 days later, continuing this dynamic, that something happened. While each noble continued to party in their tents, celebrating the tournament and creating connections among nobles from all over the kingdom and even some beyond the Reach, a scout approached Hightower Castle urgently in the afternoon, as he came with shocking news that alarmed the entire castle. Olenna, on her balcony, quietly taking tea with her granddaughter, received the news and smiled at it. "It seems your brother has arrived along with the prince," she commented, and Margaery's eyes sparkled. "Should we receive him, Grandma?" she asked. "Of course, we're going to receive him. We're talking about our family and the royalty of the Seven Kingdoms," Olenna said as she began to rise. The place became all bustling right after that, with the Baratheon banner approaching while the Tyrell soldiers already made their escort as soon as they met them on the road. They quickly trotted to the gate, entering while everyone organized themselves. There weren't many nobles at the moment, as their arrival was somewhat unexpected, but Renly, despite liking to show off, didn't mind this and approached the Tyrell family who were lined up. "My prince," Renly dismounted his horse as he approached and was greeted with almost everyone bowing to him, and not kneeling. After all, he was the prince, not the king. Renly smiled at everyone and looked at Olenna, who stood still unlike the others. "You're not going to make me do the same, are you? You don't expect an old woman like me to do this, you know how it can be harmful to my health and my spine," she complained immediately, and Renly laughed at that. "Ha ha ha ha. That's fine, I'm used to dealing with you, Miss Olenna," he commented with a smile. He asked everyone to rise at that moment and his gaze quickly looked around searching for someone among those present, but without finding him. "Our special guest isn't here?" he asked, curious, surprising some with his question, since the prince himself was interested in the artisans. "No, my prince, he is at his camp. Usually, he comes here in the morning, stays with us while we make some negotiations, and then returns to the camp to take care of his things," Willis explained. "I see. You are holding banquets at night, may I meet him then?" he immediately asked. "We hold banquets every night, my prince, but Jon Artican never comes. He has accepted none of our invitations," Willis explained again. "I understand, all right, let's leave it at that. Tomorrow I would like to meet him," Renly spoke. "My prince, should we really make an invitation or just give an order?" the royal guard beside him suggested, but Renly shook his head. "He may not be the king of this land, but he is certainly a king recognized by his people, and we cannot contest that, no matter how much we do not want to accept this fact," Renly spoke. After all, he did not want to create hostility with Jon Artican, as he saw a lot of potential in a relationship between the two. For him, it is better to have a friend than an enemy, and when you have many friends, many things can happen in your favor. He had this thought with a greedy sparkle in his eyes and continued to speak. "We should respect his decisions and be respectful," Renly advised and returned to the Tyrell family. "Now I'm sure you all want to see Loras, let's get a room to stay," he said in the end before Loras approached the family and Renly began to settle into the castle. Chapter 108, Artican Trade in Westeros 35, Reach 15. Chapter Size, 3000 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. "So the Prince of Westeros is present?" Jon commented while seated in his chair dealing with nobles when the news came with one of his men, informing him of the large crowd at the castle's entrance. "Understood. Let's wait to speak with him," Jon commented. The man from the north nodded and withdrew shortly thereafter. Jon continued speaking with some nobles and spent some time with his family as it grew dark and watched his sister practicing with a bow at the shooting range of the camp. "You are getting good. I'm sure Ygritte would be proud," Jon commented as he approached. "Jon." She greeted him, "You see, I didn't miss a single shot," she exclaimed, pointing to the target board while having 4 arrows buried in the center point. "Good job, as expected of my little wolf," Jon said. "I'm not a child anymore for you to call me that," Arya immediately complained to Jon while he raised an eyebrow at her. "I didn't know my little sister had grown to the point of no longer liking my comments," Jon said with a smile while pretending to be offended. "It's not that," she murmured. "And what would it be?" Jon raised an eyebrow. Arya didn't know what to say. "She means to say that childish nicknames do not make her a woman, Jon." Serenia's voice appeared beside them as she approached with a wolf beside her. Our noble women from the Reach touched on the subject that they heard her brother, the Arctic King, had a sweet nickname and laughed a bit about her. Serenia commented and Jon was surprised by this while looking at his sister appearing more embarrassed. "Wait, you care about the opinions of these southern women?" Jon was surprised by this. "Of course not," Arya protested. "Jon, you have to stop calling your sister like that, anywhere she can be a subject of laughter," Serenia warned severely. "I don't see anything bad, she's 11 years old," Jon murmured. "Jon, she's almost becoming a woman, don't forget that in our world, a woman marries at 15. You should know this," Serenia warned and Jon ended up scratching his head at this. "I guess you're right." Jon scratched his head, though it would be sad to stop calling his little sister by that affectionate nickname he even used in Winterfell, but he understood very well that this could embarrass his sister later. "Thank you," Arya said. It seemed that his sister was growing up and he had to respect that. "Anyway, let's eat. After all, I want to go to bed early to meet the Prince of Westeros tomorrow. Jon said. The archery tournament starts in 2 days, you can put me in it, right? Arya suddenly asked. I'll see. Jon said. Then they headed to the main tent, had their meal as usual, and went to rest after a bath. Jon couldn't sleep as he planned that night while his wife rode him wanting him to please her, but being careful with her pregnancy. The next day he got up in a robe as one of his guards called him from the entrance and he had already seen Garland waiting at the entrance to escort him to the castle. So early? Jon asked. Sorry about that, it's just that Prince Renly Baratheon is eager to see you, Arctic King. Garland commented and Jon nodded, but shrugged. That's fine, but I will first eat with my family. Jon said without worrying about Garland frowning or the opinion of the prince of this kingdom, as long as he first had his meal with his family and men, one of the few moments they were together. Jon took half an hour to be satisfied after going to the tent with his wife and coming back with Arya riding her wolf for them to depart for the castle. Let's go, Garland. Don't look at me like that, you know you can never interfere with a man's first meal. Jon spoke with a smile while Garland was embarrassed, not wanting to disagree. Hey, Jon. Are you going to see the flowers again? Tormund approached Jon yelling as scandalous as always. Tormund. Jon looked at him for a moment and thought of something that would be quite interesting to have by his side. After all, he had already seen the prince through his eyes in the sky. There was a royal guard beside Renly who seemed not to like him much, and he knew someone who could very well handle this man. Jon had also easily discovered that Renly and Loras Tyrell were lovers and did not need to see them in a room to find this out, just how they looked at each other, not that it mattered, but he had this interesting information. Hey, why don't you come with us? Jon suddenly asked. To go to the Castle of Flowers. Tormund was surprised by this. Sure, why not, I want to see what these flowers are made of. Tormund shouted. He quickly grabbed a horse and mounted, while Garland frowned, knowing how rude this man was after his steward had commented about him. Then they headed straight to the castle, and it did not take long to arrive after passing through a crowd. Passing through the gate, they met the usual members, Willis and Margaery to greet them, but there was also Renly Baratheon himself next to a white cloak and Loras Tyrell, while there was a large public to watch the presentation with interest. Jon looked frightened along with Arya as they rode their wolves, while the other Tyrells were already accustomed to it. Jon dismounted from his wolf and waited for his wife and sister to be on the ground before approaching with Garland. You made the prince wait half an hour. A voice emerged there before Jon could greet his hosts and it was none other than the white cloak. The place fell silent for a while as Renly seemed to disapprove of his words with a look he gave his guard. Jon was going to respond to him, just like his royal guards with a tone of respect, but then a new voice came from one of the men next to the Arctic royal guards. Look, the white flower knows how to speak. Tormund exclaimed mockingly, leaving everyone stunned. After all, a white cloak was a respected knight everywhere in Westeros, and Tormund had even confused him with a Tyrell. What did you say? The white cloak immediately was taken aback and demanded that. I'm saying the white flower knows how to speak, are you deaf? Tormund demanded again, while Jon's royal guards began to laugh, even those who thought Tormund talked too much. How dare you speak to me like that, wildling? The knight shouted, and before he could react, Jon had his sword pointed at his neck. Dare to speak of my men like that again, and I will cut your throat. Whether you're a royal guard or a white flower as my own man called you. Jon said with a threatening tone while the whole place fell into a stunning silence. Jon had no reason to act like this with the Tyrells, despite the pranks of Olenna, he could not have done anything with her, however, that changes when someone is openly provoking him, then he will act as such. Threatening a royal guard was like threatening the king of Westeros. This made everyone immediately break the silence as all the swords of the Tyrell soldiers began to be drawn from their sheaths while his royal guards did the same, drawing their Elden metal swords and dismounting from their horse to protect the queen and Arya, while the wolves began to growl. The situation is getting out of control. Olenna on her balcony, frowned at this, surprised by the hostility Jon might act while her wargs were already aware of the whole situation. If the first drop of blood were to run there, both the soldiers of the camp and the entire fleet would act. Renly was eager to meet the Arctic Lord, and with the advice of his royal guard and Loras, he decided to demand his presence so early, but, however, he was only informed of his departure from the camp half an hour later. What he did not expect was the start of a conflict at this place, while the very sword of Valyrian steel was just a few dozen centimeters from his neck. Even swallowing dryly, he could not help but be enchanted by the weapon that gracefully reflected the morning sun. If he said he was not fascinated by that magical weapon, he would be lying. However, he had to resolve the situation quickly before his entire diplomatic mission turned into a bloody bath in this place. Meanwhile, Loras also drew his sword and tried to push the prince back, to stand between him and Jon, who was clearly a threat. Even outnumbered, the soldiers still stood firm, waiting for any movement from the enemy or the order from their king. This is what I'm talking about. The only one more excited among all was Tormund, who shouted while pointing his axe upwards. Meanwhile, the very royal guard of Westeros was stunned with the blade pressed against his neck, touching his skin and slowly tearing it, showing that any movement would have Jon pierce his neck. I see that threatening a royal guard seems a great insult to everyone here. Jon began. However, you insulted me and my men with no respect. Do you think I care if you are a royal guard? Doubt that I could slit your throat? Just say the word and I will stain this ground with your blood. Jon threatened him, looking into the eyes of the man who seemed to have a glint of fear between them for Jon. Since this man did not imagine his situation would end like this. Wait. Renly Baratheon broke that silence, not letting Loras push while he approached Jon. I ask for forgiveness for this man, it was not his intention to offend you. King of Articana, we may have started on the wrong foot, but I ask that you forget this and let us talk. I am sure that a conversation between us will be better than a shedding of blood. Renly quickly pleaded with Jon. Jon stopped looking at the royal guard to look at the Prince of Westeros. He seemed to be someone communicative, but Jon noticed that his speech was so gentle. But still, he decided to greet him. Hello, Royal Prince, Renly Baratheon. Jon greeted him, still keeping the sword on his royal guard, while everyone still remained tense, wondering what would happen. We can talk peacefully as long as this man is not present, otherwise, I will turn my back and we will no longer talk, even if this insults your house. Jon said, leaving the prince stunned by this. The royal guard tried to exclaim, but felt pressure on his neck again as a thread of blood emerged. You don't understand, sire. I don't care if you are a royal guard, as long as you have no respect for my men. You will not have my respect and, believe me, people who don't have my respect, tend to die or come very close to it. Jon spoke calmly. Wait, King of Articana. I apologize for your situation. I will comply with your demand, Renly spoke. It was not my intention for things to get to this point. I will ask him to withdraw. He really did not want to lose the opportunity to meet Jon because of the arrogance of his royal guard. Meanwhile, Sir Boros looked stunned at his prince, not imagining that he could simply be dismissed by the order of a wildling from the north. My prince, you cannot be serious. He said with some difficulty while his neck was being pressed. Enough, you've caused enough trouble. Your dislike for our foreign guests is causing us problems, so please, retire, Sir Boros, Renly spoke sternly, as the man basically had to obey, moving out of the blade's reach and starting to walk the opposite way. Jon let him go and did not insist on it. The man himself spat on the ground, looked at the other Articans with disdain, and began to leave. What? The white flower is already leaving. Tormund exclaimed, mocking. That was the last straw for Sir Boros, as he drew his sword and looked towards that redhead. You dare mock me, wildling, come here and fight then, he exclaimed challenging Tormund. The place fell silent as Jon had already sheathed Dark Sister, but what left everyone even more stunned was Tormund's cry of joy at the challenge. Ha ha ha! Finally some action after all this boredom! He exclaimed holding his axe and began walking towards the soldier beside the group. Nobles began to gossip, while the soldiers were tense with a potential conflict, and the ladies looked shocked and screamed in fear. Sir Boros, although a bit surprised at first, quickly narrowed his eyes. At least, I'll kill one of these wildlings and show that one should not mock the royal guard. He murmured. Tormund simply approached the man and raised his axe to strike without wasting any more time. As it came down, the blade of the Elden metal axe quickly clashed against the polished metal of the royal guard. An explosive sound occurred, with everyone surprised, but no one making any move to stop them. After all, it seemed like a fair fight. Everyone around watched intently. People quickly gathered around, hoping the royal guard could defeat this man from the north, as the reputation of the royal guards made everyone believe they could overcome all their adversaries, even Jon Artica, who had already earned his reputation in this castle for being undefeated. No one could say he would be better than the 7 white cloaks. The blades exchanged, and everyone was surprised when a man from those lands managed to fend off the royal guard with his strikes. After all, he did not open any gaps against the wild man, and the fight continued, axe against sword for a while, until Tormund seemed to laugh at him, mocking while the man grew more enraged. "Come on, white flower, is that all you can do? You southerners are so weak," he said while parrying the sword. "This is boring." The man, already infuriated, began to attack irrationally. This created an opening for Tormund to strike so hard that the man's sword flew backwards, slipping from his hand. "You lost your stick!" Tormund exclaimed with a smile. "Go Tormund!" Arya shouted to the man. Ser Boros seemed out of options, and while Tormund simply dropped his axe and punched the man in the face before he could react. Everyone was shocked by this. Tormund immediately fell on him, punching his face several times non-stop, while the man was smeared with blood. "Stop, Tormund!" Jon demanded, as everyone was ready to advance and stop his man from beating the royal guard. The northern man stood up, with a smile, while the royal guard had his white cloak stained with blood and his face was just a bloody mess. It's very likely that his teeth had been broken along with his nose while one of his eyes was swollen. "It seems your royal guards are not as good as the rumors suggest." Jon broke the silence while everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, and he continued looking at a speechless Renly. "Anyway, it seems your guard won't be able to accompany us for a while," Jon said, with a small smile at him. "So, do you think this giant can't beat a white flower?" Tormund shouted to the Artican royal guards, shaking his head with scandal, but with a satisfied smile on their faces. "How do you still want to negotiate today, Prince Renly?" Jon spoke, breaking the silence as the Tyrell men went to examine the fallen guard. Renly swallowed hard. He tried to maintain composure. After all, he never thought he would be going through such a thing. "No, King Artikano, we can still have our conversation. I apologize for everything that happened," he spoke gallantly, though still stunned, but tried to maintain composure. "Great," Jon said, raising his hand while the man began to do the same. "Now, let me introduce my wife and my sister." Jon introduced while the group watched cautiously at the side, while several members still looked stunned by the scene of the royal guard being carried away. Willis finally came out of his daze as well. He tried to control the situation. "Well, I guess we can put all weapons down, right?" he spoke as all his men began to sheath their weapons. The same could be done by the Artican royal guards. He was forced to sigh and saw that his sister was still frightened, but the same could not be said of Serena and Arya. "Well, I will let my sister take care of your wife and sister again, while I will accompany you along with the prince and my younger brothers," Willis spoke, and Jon nodded as they began to move, with his Artican royal guards keeping watch, attentive to every royal member's movements. Jon accompanied Willis, Loras, Garland and Prince Renly to a suitable place for them to talk, while in the background, Tormund continued boasting behind them, as the Tyrell soldiers didn't know what to do about that rude man. Meanwhile, Jon had the impression that he could very well deal with this prince. He seemed quite receptive and was curious about what the capital and the king thought of him, even though he had some spies in King's Landing. Chapter 109, Artican Trade in Westeros 36, Reach 16. Chapter Size, 3,200 words. Pesoa 3 POV. Westeros, 295 AC. Jon followed Renly to the Tyrell garden to have a conversation, while the family members remained cautious and Renly did not seem very well equipped to handle it. Jon walked calmly as they approached an open tent set up exclusively for them. Renly seemed to break the silence finally after regaining some of his composure from what had happened. "Arctic King, please sit," he said, while Jon nodded. Jon, Renly, Willis and Garland sat, while Loras stood beside Renly like a faithful squire. The Arctic men and Tyrell stood at a distance. "Do we have to stand here watching them talk?" Tormund complained beside the other royal guards. "Yes, Tormund, that's our job, remember?" one of them mocked. Despite finding it a poor task, he remained silent, accepting it. Returning to the table with the Westerosi nobles and the king of the Arctic, Renly continued speaking with a friendly smile to Jon. "So, Lord Jon, your men are very well trained. I didn't expect to see Ser Boros lose like that," Renly commented. "It's true, that's a great advantage of the Arctic. We have powerful warriors. My guard is trained to withstand all kinds of possible conflicts," Jon said. "That's admirable. I've heard you handle a sword very well too, even achieving great victories against Ser Garland. That's admirable," he said with an expression suggesting it was something grand. I thought I was the best until I met the Arctic King's blade, it's no wonder he even defeated the Red Viper and, according to rumors, cut his face. Garland decided to add some praise to his words. Although Jon found that kind of talk nauseating, as if they were courting a maiden, he still nodded. You are exaggerating, Sir Garland, you are also a great warrior and would do well in the Arctic arenas, Jon said. Arenas? Renly raised an eyebrow as Willis and Garland looked at Jon. Not as you think, we don't have slaves to throw into pits like the nobles of Essos do in the slave cities of the southeast continent, Jon said and continued. We have spaces where our warriors can prove their skills against the best in front of all the Arctic people, Jon said. That sounds like a great show. Do you have championships like our tournaments? Renly asked, excited to see the conversation flowing after all the initial confusion. We don't have justs, but hand-to-hand combat and archery are among our many games, Jon said. What other kinds of games do you have? Willis was interested, hearing this for the first time. We have games that test the command of our men, we can rank many promising leaders and tacticians with them, Jon said, describing events where two teams face off with non-lethal weapons while devising the best strategy to confront each other. We also have chariot races where we race around the arena structure, commanding horses. It's a sport where we have two horses pulling a cart while they race to reach the finish line first, Jon said. Like carriages? Garland asked, a bit confused by this sport he'd never heard of before. You could say that, but much faster. Unfortunately, despite being a popular sport, we still don't have many horses for the competition, Jon said. That sounds amazing, although hard to imagine, still, for a people like you to enjoy it, it must be incredible, Renly praised, continuing while Loras remained silent. I heard about your negotiation with the Tyrells, not everyone in Westeros could spend the amount you are spending on horses, you certainly want to fill your land, he said. Yes, it's one of the resources we need for the kingdom. Jon commented. Is your kingdom open to visitors? Renly asked. As I already told Willis and Garland, we are not opening the kingdom yet. I need to first secure my business abroad and open the economy in the Arctic before starting to open the kingdom, Jon informed. Economy with that people? Loras's voice emerged for the first time, creating a tense silence. Loras, can you not speak that way to our guests? Renly commented, frowning while even his brothers, Willis and Garland, looked disapprovingly at him. Loras was about to respond, but Jon intervened. Tell me, Sir, he began, already losing some patience with these southern people, besides handling your sword, what kind of skills do you have? Jon asked, looking directly into his eyes. Loras was a bit lost with that question. What did Jon mean by asking if he knew something besides wielding a sword? He only knew how to be a warrior. Even Garland thought so. I know how to command, Loras thought for a moment and replied to Jon with a direct tone. Commanding is very good, Jon began. Have you ever commanded 500 men, maybe 1,000, 2,000? He asked, leaving Loras a bit speechless. He had commanded at most 30 or 50 Tyrell men in his years. You see that man beside the chatterbox? Jon pointed to a royal guard beside Tormund, who was complaining. He is called Ben of House Viscote. He was a simple man, his father was the chief of a nomadic tribe that roamed the region in the early years, Jon said, still remembering when he met his tribe as one of the first. His tribe was dying, and I found them in the eastern region fleeing from the west, where their native land was. He was only 14 years old when I met him, and I was 9 at the time. I was just a child, but his father believed in me and accepted to join my group when Artica didn't even exist yet. As Jon spoke, none of the present interrupted him. Later, I met his son, the one standing there. He was a 14-year-old boy who agreed to become my subordinate, just a child. When we started building Artica, we began training. Do you know what a boy ready to become a man, who couldn't read, write, fought like a wildling without discipline, and had a rude vocabulary, could learn in the last 6 years? Jon asked Loras, while the boy had no answer. You may not know, but let me tell you, Sir. This boy grew up and learned many things. He can command 5,000 men in a battle, I assure you. But besides his blade being able to defeat any man in Highgarden who isn't Arctic and having command skills, he is an excellent scribe, producing many reports I enjoy reading due to his skill with poetry. From an illiterate wildling, as many would say, he has complete knowledge of the common and ancient languages. Additionally, he is a specialist in astronomy, easily recognizing any constellation in the sky, Jon said, not taking his eyes off Loras, who still did not understand what he was trying to say, but Willis and Renly had already grasped it, feeling a bit embarrassed by Loras's imprudence. What I mean by this is that even if they are savages to you, the Arctic people can learn easily. I doubt you have more knowledge than any royal guard who, unlike you, was not born in a castle surrounded by servants, a maester to teach him from a young age, or had to endure hardships. These men come from the frozen desert, living their lives in constant danger. Say what you will, but don't be surprised when these people prove they can learn anything they want. Economics is just common sense, we Arctic people delve into even more complex subjects, Jon finished, while Loras did not know what to respond after hearing this whole speech. In fact, he was confused by it. That is commendable, Arctic King. Is this the plan for your nation, to educate them after I heard about your hiring of lecturers? Renly asked. Yes, I intend to create a literate nation. That is why I am recruiting teachers and lecturers while buying lots of books wherever I go, Jon looked at everyone. My dream is to form a nation not only powerful but with the most intelligent people in the world, without having to raise our blades against any kingdom, Jon said. He would make Arctica so powerful that if they entered into conflict with Westeros or Essos, it wouldn't change the outcome of his dream. That is very admirable. King of Arctica, Willis commented with a certain admiration in his tone. Indeed, I didn't expect such wisdom from the Arctic King, Renly applauded this. Jon nodded while Loras still did not know how to respond to that. Renly felt more at ease and clapped his hands in the air, while servants approached with wine and food for them, as they began to discuss more mundane matters. Meanwhile, Olenna and Arya continued being accompanied by Margaery, who met her cousin on the way, and they all started walking while talking about feminine matters. They were heading to a balcony inside the castle. Olenna would join them later, but first, she had to exchange a few words with the castle's maester, who was to meet with them in a few days. Maester, she approached the library. Lady Olenna. He greeted her with respect. Were you here the whole time, or did you see our commotion at the castle entrance? She asked with a calculating look. I certainly saw it, my lady, and I must say I was very surprised by that commotion. Striking a royal guard is also an affront to the sovereignty of Westeros. I don't understand why Prince Renly accepted it so lightly, he said. Do not speak like that, Maester, she replied calmly, knowing that the Maester had a certain hostility towards the Arctic people from the first day. She didn't know exactly what it was but didn't care. Let's leave that for our representative from King's Landing to resolve, she said, although she thought Renly was a rather weak man to be able to do anything, even if he wanted to. So, my lady, how can I be of service? He asked. Well, I want to know about some very peculiar things. I spoke with an 11-year-old girl, Arya Stark. She told me she knows several languages and has knowledge in many areas, which is very hard to believe, I admit, Olenna said while the maester raised an eyebrow at that. What do you mean by that, my lady? A child should not learn more than one language. The maester was skeptical about Olenna's words. That's exactly what I'm saying, Maester. The girl claims this, and even the Arctic Queen did not disagree. Moreover, they were speaking in a strange language, and it wasn't merely words thrown to the wind. I hate dealing with a person I don't know, besides seeing their expressions, and they hide them very well, so it's torture when they start speaking in that language without any of us being able to understand. Olenna told the maester. My lady, this is hard to believe. He replied cautiously, clearly not believing in such a fantasy. Yes, it's hard, I know. That's why I'd like you to investigate, question the girls. Prince Harry will try to invite Jon Arctic to the banquet this time, and I'm sure he will succeed. So, as soon as the opportunity arises, try to talk to them. I want to know exactly what knowledge they have acquired in that land and if it is really all that they say, she requested, still maintaining her calculating look. Yes, my lady, I will do exactly that, the maester replied. For the maester, this was a perfect opportunity. Even though he didn't believe it, he would do exactly what his lady wanted. After all, his mission from the Order in recent weeks in this place was to observe and try to get close to the Arctic people. However, their absence from banquets and the only ones maintaining contact with them being the nobles of this house and other great houses made it difficult for this maester to get close to one for a conversation. Not to mention that the Arctic King himself seemed to have some hostility towards him. Every time he tried to approach, he was stopped by a fierce look from him. Or he could say his women, but now, asking a few questions, as his lady suggested, there was no reason for them to refuse. Perhaps this was the opportunity to get in touch with them. Olenna then began to leave the place, walking to meet her granddaughter Margaery and her cousin with their companions. As she finally climbed some stairs, she saw them on one of the balconies looking at the castle grounds, having tea with a few guards beside the room. She passed by them and approached with a small smile, looking at her guests. "It was quite a show your husband put on. I never imagined seeing a royal guard choking on his own blood," Olenna said to Serena, while she sat at the table with Margaery, who became a bit shy at her grandmother's words. Jon put him in his place. The same could be said for Tormund. The response did not come from Serena, but from Arya, speaking with a tone of pride. "You certainly know how to act when needed. I never liked that royal guard, he always seemed arrogant, and you gave him a good lesson," Olenna praised. "Grandmother, this doesn't seem appropriate for a conversation among ladies," Margaery commented, while Olenna smiled. "Haha, it's all right, my dear granddaughter. I'm still surprised by what happened. You will understand later that this is a very rare event in your life. But it certainly showed that Jon Arctic has his fangs and doesn't seem to care about the status of those who offend him. I just hope Loras doesn't say anything foolish, that fool sometimes acts foolishly," Olenna commented. "Grandmother." Margaery spoke a bit louder than usual. "Haha, don't be like that. You know your brother. Anyway, let's have a good tea with our lovely guests," she said as a servant began to serve them. Back at the Tyrell garden, with a few more hours passing with casual conversations, Renly started to approach Jon with more serious matters. "I insist, Arctic King," Renly said to Jon. "Come to my arrival banquet. I even asked them to delay it until today after I talked to you. I guarantee you won't regret it and will be treated according to your status, as you will be my special guest," he argued, maintaining a friendly expression. Jon sighed. The man was quite persistent, even though he had already declined the invitation because he didn't like those groups of nobles in the camp. Some had even tried to rob him or take advantage. But it would also be a bit rude to refuse the prince's invitation. He had also proven he could not be provoked so easily, having already killed a knight and beaten a royal guard. "All right, I will attend with my wife, my sister and my ministers," Jon finally said. "But there is one condition." Jon did not fail to mention. Renly, who was smiling and celebrating, looked at Jon and his last words with curiosity. "What would that be, Arctic King?" he asked. "I want my sister to participate in the archery tournament in a few days," Jon said, while all three Tyrells choked at this. After all, there were no women participating. There had been one in hand-to-hand combat, but none in archery, let alone a child. It seemed it would offend all the nobles. "That seems inappropriate, Arctic King, not just for the participants but for a lady of Lady Stark's status." Willis spoke. "That is my condition, and it is inappropriate only for those who lose to my sister," Jon said with a smile. "But..." Willis was about to speak. "Lord Willis, is that possible?" Renly suddenly asked, causing Willis to frown at the question. "We can make it happen, my prince," Willis said. "Then it's decided," Renly quickly declared. "Then I will be at the banquet tonight," Jon declared calmly. Renly clapped his hands, happy. "That's great. I look forward to seeing you later." "I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about," said the prince in good humor. "Anyway, I must be going. After all, I have a few more things to do," said Jon, wanting to leave to have lunch with his men. Renly nodded. Despite it seeming a bit rude for Jon to leave like this, he was not offended by the Arctic King's departure. After all, they had been talking for hours. "All right, as long as you show up at the banquet, that's fine," Renly said with his usual smile. Jon nodded as everyone began to rise from the table. He touched the prince's hand in a farewell gesture and said goodbye to all the other members, leaving the garden with his men. As he began to leave, his wife and Arya, seemingly having already guessed, appeared on the way. They then met to leave, mounting their horses with their guards and passing through the gates. Renly returned to the castle. "My prince, do you want to have lunch or visit the tournament area later?" Willis asked as they entered the castle. He calmly declined. "No, I will be going to my room." Bring my lunch there, I want to reflect on some things. He said, and Willis respected that. Loras took him to his current quarters and they entered, closing the door, leaving only the two of them in the room. Do you think I spoke too much? Loras asked, as he had been embarrassed by Jon with his speech, although he still didn't fully understand his words. Yes, you did, Renly admitted. But that doesn't matter now. That man really is impressive. He remembered Jon's speech. He is a better king than my brother, and we only talked for a few hours. The prince admitted. You will be a better king than him, Loras said suddenly. Renly looked at him with a smile. Did you see his sword? Yes, and it should belong to you, Loras immediately responded. Yes, I have the Targaryen lineage, so the sword should belong to my house. However, I can't just ask for it. After all, it would be confiscated and go directly to my nephew, if he has my blood. Renly said as he lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. What are you planning, my prince? Loras already suspected Renly was planning something. Well, I have an opportunity to get that sword without offending our guest. Did you hear when he said there were no justs in Artica, only strange horse races? Renly commented, and Loras nodded. Renly continued, I will invite him to the tournament joust. But he has never been a knight, my prince. He doesn't belong to this realm, Loras said. That's true, but it's nothing that the Prince of Westeros can't achieve with a word or two, Renly said with a smile and looked at Loras. I will need a knight to fight for me. Would you show your lance in my name? He asked, wanting to challenge Jon to the joust to win the Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister. Of course, my king. I will easily defeat him for you, Loras said with determination. Meanwhile, there was a little bird on the window watching everything, while Jon smiled, returning to his camp. It seemed that tonight would be more interesting than he had imagined. Chapter 110, Artican Trade in Westeros 37, Reach 17. Chapter Size, 3100 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. How do I look? Serena approached wearing an Artican dress in the darkest color the kingdom's tailors could produce. Beautiful as always, Jon said while putting on his tuxedo. You made your ministers wear this same type of clothing. She said. Of course, I prefer this fashion over the traditional noble attire of this kingdom. It gives us personality, Jon spoke with a smile. It is indeed striking, but anyway. Arya is waiting for us outside, shall we? Serena said, and Jon nodded. He raised his arm while she intertwined hers with his like a couple and they walked outside. You finally arrived. Arya commented while waiting in her favorite dress, colored in shades of grey. Not only Arya was there, but also their ministers and royal guards wearing more festive clothes than their Elden metal armor. Let's go then, Jon said, ignoring his sister's complaint as there were some carriages for them, which took them to the castle. The party had already started when they arrived a few hours later, so there was not much flow of other nobles with almost everyone inside the Tyrell's hall. Willis, as soon as he heard of the arrival of the Artican group, left the party at his grandmother's command to receive his guests while approaching the courtyard as the carriages arrived. Servants brought a tray and placed it beside Willis. The carriages stopped in front of them and began to open the doors, with Jon emerging with his family, while the ministers and guards disembarked from the carriage behind. Jon approached with Serena by his side. Good evening, Lord Tyrell, Jon greeted him. Good evening, King of Artica. I hope you are having a pleasant evening, he greeted back. I hope so, Jon replied. Anyway, welcome to our banquet. I am sure it will be enjoyable, and we have bread and salt as a commitment to uphold all guest laws, he said, while Jon took from the tray as a tradition of Westeros. He took a bite, and Willis continued his escort as they began to head to the castle. Please, follow me, he started to guide them inside while the Artican carriages parked beside the others in the courtyard with some guards protecting them. Jon's camp continued with their usual festivities, lighting a huge fig tree while dwarves, giants, and men celebrated among themselves. The fire was so large that Jon could see it from there, standing out among the other nobles' tents over the castle wall before Jon followed Willis inside. He would be there as usual, but today was different. He followed Willis inside the castle until they reached the grand hall closed with many guards at the door and a herald waiting for them. Lord Willis, should I announce them? The herald asked respectfully to Willis, who nodded. The man began to enter the door with a small opening and closed it. We will be called in soon, Willis said, while Jon took his sister's arm on his free side and stood behind Willis as the door began to open at that moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome the group coming directly from Artica as special guests of Prince Renly Baratheon and the Tyrell family. The Reach is honored to receive the Artican delegation, he announced as the door fully opened, revealing the grand hall to them. The place was immense, with tables spread out everywhere, where all the houses were seated, with the smallest nobles near that door and the most inside the place near the main table, being the most important houses of the Reach, with the main table itself being the most significant. The main table faced the entire hall, filled with the Tyrells, with Prince Renly beside Loras and Mace Tyrell representing their status. The hall paused at that moment, even the group of bards playing the hall's music stopped as the group approached and entered the hall after the herald's announcement. Jon saw at least 70 to 100 people looking at him at that moment, as they walked through the central area of the hall while Willis continued leading them to the main table. The nobles continued to gossip among themselves as the group passed, with some comments in a surprised tone, others seeming to have admiration and jealousy, while some had disdain and envy, something common but kept among themselves. My guests! It is great to see you. Renly Baratheon stood up, surprising many, with the prince himself being there to greet them. Prince Renly, Jon greeted him with a small nod as he reached the front of the table, guided by Willis, who walked with his cane. Loras stood beside Renly as the prince's personal knight, while Mace, the Lord of Highgarden, had a somewhat complicated expression. After all, he was not as favorable to the king of Artica as the rest of his family, sharing the opinion of many present nobles that they were northern savages who should not be there, given their belief in other gods, not the seven. But even Mace couldn't deny how elegant they were. The ladies in the hall, whether those Serena and Arya had shared many moments with in recent days or the women married to noble heads of their houses and other young noble women, all looked at the Artican dresses with a certain sparkle in their eyes. Meanwhile, the men tried to understand what kind of clothing Jon wore, the same he had arrived in Highgarden with, not quite grasping the style but recognizing its elegance and power. At the main table, Mace's wife sat beside him, Olenna Tyrell, followed by an empty chair belonging to Willis. Margaery came next with Garland, and at the head of the table was Loras. Beside Loras, there were many empty chairs, which Jon imagined were placed especially for them and not for the principal nobles, as both Lord Hightower and Lord Redwyne were at the two tables closest to the main table, with the third table holding the secondary part of the Tyrell family, such as Margaery's cousin and her parents. I did not expect him to place us at the main table. Jon was a little surprised at the effort the prince was making, as even Olenna would not do such a thing. This could be an offense to all their vassals, whether Jon was a king or not. But that couldn't be said of Prince Renly, who classified them as special guests. Please, King of Artica, join us at the table. I am sure we will have much to discuss and continue the conversation we had this afternoon. I am sure it will be very pleasant, he announced in a tone loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear. Jon nodded. While leading his wife and Arya to the table, his guards stood while his ministers also shared the table. It is very good to see you. What kind of clothing is this? I have never seen anything like it, Renly commented as Loras stood up to make room for Jon, since Sir Boros was still being treated in the Maester's ward. Thank you, Prince Renly. This is an Artican fashion. I named it a tuxedo after learning from some peoples of the world. I developed this style, Jon said, as he had seen many fashions with Brynden to arrive at this style. It is truly very good. May I dare to ask if you could create one for me? He said with some hope. I have an Artican tailor with me. I can ask him to make a copy, but he needs to take your measurements, Jon replied. Perfect, if you are willing to give me the honor of visiting your camp, I will be very grateful, he said, maintaining a diplomatic smile. Dozens of minutes began to pass as they continued talking calmly among themselves. Arya noticed how the Prince of Westeros was quite strange with almost all his words, forcing grandeur and being strangely friendly. He speaks so exaggeratedly. Arya complained to Serena while whispering to the Queen. It's like Jon said, this man wants to seem excessively friendly, but at least he is not like Jon said most nobles of King's Landing would be, Serena said. I understand, another thing. That girl is looking at Jon much more than normal, Arya warned. Margaery is not a danger. Serena responded with a shrug. The girl saw Jon as a model of a future husband, but that was the limit, as her ambitions and her family's were in Westeros, not in Artica. And it's not just her, it's the other noble women I have to be careful of, Serena continued, noting that many single ladies were looking at Jon. Some nobles might try something with their daughters to tie Jon to them because of his wealth and power, even if they considered him of low birth. Don't worry, I won't let anyone get close to him, Arya said as if she were some kind of protector of Jon, and Serena smiled at that. I can take care of my husband. You should take care of yourself, Serena said, knowing that Arya Stark's name was being mentioned in noble circles. I won't have any fiancé from here. Arya murmured. After all, she had been courted many times in this castle, but being with other noble women and Serena allowed her to escape the advances of the noble sons. I know, but that won't stop them from trying to pull you to dance or their parents sending letters to Winterfell asking for your hand in marriage with your father. Serena said. Ugh. Arya made a face but sighed, knowing how things really worked here. Meanwhile, the music started playing again. Nobles resumed their conversations, occasionally glancing at the main table where Jon was talking with Prince Renly. Do you know how happy my brother will be with this? Renly said, shaking his glass after the servants put ice cubes in it while he drank Dornish wine, which he personally preferred over the Artican drinks. I hope so. Once we settle things, we will negotiate with King's Landing, Jon said calmly. He had no intention of stepping foot in that city for business, but he would send a merchant once he returned to Artica. That's good. I am counting on you coming to the capital as soon as you return to the north, Renly said. I could see that, but personally, I believe it will be very difficult due to dealing with my pregnant wives. I will be present at the birth of my first children, and nothing will stop me from that, Jon said sincerely. Mace beside him just listened to the conversation but didn't know how to interact. He thought it absurd for Jon to refuse a king's order. I understand, even so, I would like you to still think about it. You know the friendship my brother has with your father, Renly commented. Yes, my father always told us in Winterfell when I was just a child that the king of Westeros and he were raised under Jon Arryn's tutelage in the Vale. My name is even in his honor, Jon commented. Yes, my brother fought many wars with your father. There is no man alive he considers better to be by his side, Renly said with a smile. It was no surprise that Robert considered Ned as his brother, even more than those who shared his own blood. Yes, I've heard many stories about the wars, both the Greyjoy Rebellion and the rebellion against the Targaryens, Jon said and looked at Mace. I heard that you were enemies, Lord Tyrell, that you laid siege to Storm's End at that time and blocked all the exits of the castle. Jon said with a smile to provoke the man who seated as they conversed. That. Renly looked at him while Mace seemed to stammer. After all, he had memories of standing in front of Storm's End, letting the people inside starve. It was thanks to Davos Seaworth, known today as the Onion Knight, who sent supplies through a secret entrance beneath the cliff in the sea, replenishing the castle. Renly was just a child at that time. That was in the past, Renly interjected to avoid embarrassing Lord Tyrell. We might have been enemies once, but now we are allies. I even have your son as my best friend, Renly commented, saving Mace from his stammering while Olenna shook her head at her son. It was a bit difficult for Mace to explain that he almost starved Prince Renly to death at that time, so he sighed in relief beside his wife. I still don't understand. I might not have seen that time through the green vision, but something doesn't smell right about that period. If the Tyrells had joined forces with the Reach army and Prince Rhaegar's army, they would have defeated the North Valyrian Riverlands alliance. Instead, they placed over 60,000 men in front of a castle garrisoned by at most 500 people for months. Jon couldn't help but think as his gaze returned to Olenna, 3 people away from him. Olenna exchanged a glance with Jon and smiled at him, despite not knowing what he was thinking. Well, the dance is starting, Renly said, changing the subject as the bard's music picked up a more frenetic pace while the dance floor was filled with young couples, probably betrothed. Garland stood with his fiancée, and Renly did the same. I hope to see you on the floor with your wife, he said while walking from the table to find Margaery, asking her for a dance. She gracefully agreed and went to the dance floor with Prince Renly. After all, she was the perfect match for him, being the flower of the garden. Shall we? Serena said, wanting to dance with Jon. Of course, let's go, Jon said, standing up as Serena rose gracefully like a queen. I need an excuse. Arya muttered, feeling the gazes of several young nobles. Sorry, Arya. But I will be with Jon for a while, you'll have to survive until then. Serena commented as Jon led her down from the main table and walked to the dance floor filled with nobles. Jon took her and began to dance to the rhythm of the music, moving their feet in sync, with his wife looking directly at him with her bright blue eyes meeting his characteristic grey-green ones. They continued dancing, staying focused only on each other, dancing gracefully. Jon finally looked away, worried about his sister, seeing some lords trying to ask her for a dance in front of the table, but she seemed to refuse them all with some excuse. Even one of the Redwine twins seemed to try his luck but returned with a frustrated face. "You certainly know how to give a good excuse," Olenna suddenly said to Arya, as there was no one between them, with Serena, Jon, Renly, Mace, and Aelry on the dance floor, leaving an empty space between them. Arya felt a bit embarrassed by that, as she had been excusing herself by saying the food wasn't agreeing with her, but she knew she couldn't fool that woman. "I don't want to dance with anyone," Arya said sincerely. "Haha. A beautiful woman like you, you're a copy of your aunt," Olenna said, which caught Arya's attention. "Can you tell me about Aunt Lyanna?" "My father never spoke much about her," Arya asked with an eager tone. "I never paid much attention to her before the Prince Targaryen crowned her as the Queen of Beauty at the tournament, but I can tell you a few things about her if you want," Olenna said with a smile as her gaze returned to Jon dancing with Serena to their third song. Jon raised an eyebrow at the peculiar look from Lady Olenna and Arya sitting beside her before they started talking. She must have something that interests Arya, Serena also noticed. "You still haven't told her that Arya would participate in the archery event," she added. "Maybe. But I'll keep my ears in the right places," Jon said, sensing a few small animals in the hall. They continued dancing through the next songs as time passed, Jon staying with his wife. "I'm afraid to leave here, Jon," Serena joked, as many noble ladies were looking at them, mostly trying to see when they would stop dancing to invite Jon for a dance. Jon was about to respond when Prince Renly approached them. "King of Artica, I see your worried face, and I have the same problem," Renly admitted, being the target of many women as a single prince of the kingdom, even more than Jon. "Why don't you accompany me to the balcony as if we were having a private conversation," he suggested, appearing with Margaery by his side, and Jon nodded. "All right," Jon agreed, releasing his wife, who would return with Serena to the main table and could offer an excuse to any young noble who wished to be with the Queen of Artica at that moment. Jon and Renly walked away while Serena and Margaery returned to the main table. Jon continued following until they reached the balcony when Renly looked aside and saw Loras calling him with a look to speak privately. "Sorry, King of Artica, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. We'll talk later." "I hope I'm not offending you with this," Renly said. "It's all right," Jon said, not minding as he ended up going to the balcony, thinking it was empty. But as soon as he stepped in, he found a young man looking at the starry, moonless sky. The young man seemed to notice him approaching while he was looking at the castle from that position. "You are Jon Artica?" he exclaimed, a bit startled. "Sorry about that, I'm leaving," he said immediately. "Wait, don't leave because of me," Jon said, a bit surprised by his fear. "I shouldn't be here," he said cautiously, and Jon looked at him strangely. He didn't seem like the other nobles Jon had been in contact with. "May I know your name, Lord?" Jon asked, curious. "Samwell Tarly," the boy replied, with a look expecting Jon to judge him. Chapter 111, Artican Trade in Westeros 38, Reach 18. Chapter Size, 3,800 words. Pessoa 3 POV. Westeros, 295 AC. Samwell Tarly. The chubby boy spoke without being able to meet Jon's eyes. "Tarly. One of the great houses of this realm, known for producing great generals in the history of Westeros." Jon commented calmly. He had seen one or two Tarlys in green visions, organizing their strategies on the battlefield along with their armies, drawing great lessons from them. "Thank you for the compliment, but I don't consider myself a great Tarly," the chubby boy commented with slumped shoulders. "Are you the youngest son?" Jon asked. He didn't know all the details of every house, only the main ones from what he studied before coming here, but he knew that Lord Randall Tarly had 2 sons, and his first thought, seeing the behavior of this boy his age, was that Samwell wasn't his heir. "No." The boy seemed to have a defeated tone with that, while Jon raised an eyebrow at him. "No? I understand." Jon noticed something very wrong there but decided not to get involved in the internal affairs of these families and looked at the sky. "When I arrived, I saw you alone looking at the stars. Do you like it?" Jon didn't know why, but he ended up making conversation with that boy. "I like to look at them. I read a book by an archmaester from 100 years ago who studied astrology. The boy seemed to open up with that. Jon looked at him with more favorable eyes. So you read a lot? He asked. Yes, Your Grace. He said a bit more timidly, expecting Jon to judge him for it. After all, he had the name Tarly behind his first name. I am not Your Grace, I belong to another realm, call me King of Artica. Jon said while the man nodded. Jon then continued speaking. The constellation of Sagittarius is beautiful, isn't it? He continued the conversation while Samwell looked at him confused. Your Grace, I mean, King of Artica, you said the constellation of Sagittarius. You know the stars. He stammered, and Jon smiled at him. Yes, we study astrology in Artica. And relax, young Tarly, I don't know why you're so nervous, I'm just a visitor taking a bit of air on the balcony. He said. With all due respect, King Jon, but you are one of the most enigmatic men Westeros has ever seen. Everyone only talks about you, the boy of 8 and 9 name days who became a hero of the North, who went beyond the wall and created a kingdom and is as rich as any great house, has shown to be as intelligent as a maester, and isn't even afraid of King Robert Baratheon, where many years ago the news that you told him to shove a royal decree up his ass reached all the great houses in Westeros. He exploded as if imitating someone who talked about Jon. Samwell had finished and looked at Jon, staring at him with piercing eyes. I'm sorry, Your Grace, it slipped out. He said hastily after realizing his outburst and Jon's expression. Ha 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 ha. Jon couldn't hold it and started laughing at that more than he normally would at something. That was hilarious, Lord Samwell, I think I needed that. Jon spoke with a humorous tone while the young chubby boy didn't know what to say. I don't know what to say. King Jon. He said, and Jon sighed before smiling at him. This boy could be a source of information too. So, young Tarly, you spoke about me, but can you tell what they say about my sister? Jon wanted to know since he noticed his sister standing out a lot, wanting to anticipate the thoughts of the nobles of this realm. Lady Arya Stark? Well, they're saying your sister is the most beautiful lady of her generation. Many nobles are discussing sending letters to Winterfell. Besides being the daughter of a great noble, she also has kinship with you, someone extremely wealthy and militarily powerful. Most nobles want her friendship to become their ally. He said. Friendship? I thought people here mostly didn't like me because of my bastardy. Jon questioned. Yes, at first everyone treated you with disdain in their circles, but your skill in the training field, the favor the Tyrell family places in you, as well as Prince Renly Baratheon's great interest in you. He spoke to Jon, who was thoughtful about this. He didn't have time to watch all the nobles all the time, so he didn't care much about them. It seems my father will receive messages from all over the realm if things continue like this. I wonder what will happen when they see my sister in the archery tournament the day after tomorrow. Jon couldn't help but laugh. Archery tournament? King Jon? Samwell asked, surprised. Yes, she will participate. Imagine the faces of all the competitors when they start losing to an 11-year-old girl. Jon said. Samwell didn't know how to respond. Anyway, thank you for your honesty, Lord Samwell. Jon said, seeming to have taken a liking to the boy, better than the faces of the people he had met in this realm so far. It was nothing, King Jon. He spoke with respect. About what you said about the constellation of Sagittarius, can you tell me more about it? I don't remember reading anything like it. He said, and Jon nodded. Of course, as a reward, I'll share a bit of my knowledge. Jon began, pointing his finger at the stars in the sky. The sky was extremely bright due to the lack of light in this era, although it would be much better seen in forests and deserts. Jon then started explaining, taking out a piece of paper he always kept with him and a quill, drawing all the stars and their positions in the sky. If you connect all the stars in a drawing, they form the image of a Sagittarius, a mythical beast with the lower body of a horse and the upper body of a man. It is said to be a beast that represents freedom. Jon drew and showed it to the young man. Does that thing exist? Samwell was impressed with the drawing, immediately asking if that thing existed since Jon had giants, dwarves and all kinds of fantasy with him. No. Jon smiled. That's why I said it's mythical. Eastern culture can explain it better. They say people born under this constellation tend to be more free-spirited and love their freedom. Though I don't believe a person is defined by the stars above them at their birth. Jon clarified in the end. Yes. Samwell, despite being surprised, spoke. Anyway, I'm going to the hall. Do you want to come back? Jon asked, and he shrank back. No, it's not a place for someone like me, he said, shoulders slumped again. Jon didn't respond, seeming to understand that this young man was heavily judged, and there were many people at the entrance of the balcony looking at them, with some jokes directed at the boy. All right. I'm going. I hope to see you again, Lord Samwell Tarly, Jon said and began to return to the hall. At the main table, Olenna spoke all she could about Lyanna Stark to Arya, while she seemed quite excited. In the end, the prince stole her away. Everyone knew something was wrong as soon as he handed her the flowers, but no one imagined what would happen next. Olenna said. The Mad King burned my grandfather and my uncle Brandon alive too. Arya spoke. Yes, it's true. But your uncle went to Red Keep demanding your sister after she was kidnapped, despite having threatened the prince and being imprisoned for it, she said. Arya fell silent after that. You know, you remind me a lot of her, Olenna admitted. Everyone says that, Arya commented. Yes, but you possess not only the beauty, your claws are equally sharp. Since you will participate in the archery tournament, I hope you don't disappoint, she said, leaving Arya shocked, not knowing this information yet. What do you mean I'm going to participate in the archery tournament? She had no idea about such a thing. Your brother hasn't told you yet. He made an agreement with Prince Renly to be at this banquet, but it's better if you talk to him, she said. All right. Although Arya wanted answers, looking towards the track while Jon left with Renly, she would have to wait until he returned. It is a great pleasure to speak with you, young one. But may I exchange a few words with my granddaughter? Olenna asked as she saw Serena and Margaery approaching the table as well. All right. Arya nodded, leaving Olenna's side, as she wanted to talk with Serena a bit too. How was dancing with the prince? Olenna asked Margaery. It was an honor, grandmother. The prince is very charming, Margaery spoke after sitting beside her grandmother. But I saw your glances going elsewhere, she commented while watching her granddaughter dance. Margaery felt embarrassed. I can understand you, my granddaughter. He is a man who manages to be more handsome than Renly and his brother, who already make all the maidens fall madly in love. A bonus is that Jon of Artica seems to like women a lot, unlike the last two. Olenna laughed at that, while Margaery felt embarrassed, thinking that her brother and the prince were lovers and must be meeting somewhere at this party alone. After all, Jon of Artica was coming back from the castle balcony alone. Do you want to dance with him? Olenna asked suddenly. I couldn't, Margaery commented, looking at Serena talking to Arya a few chairs away from them. Don't be silly, just one dance, it won't hurt anyone, Olenna said, and Margaery seemed a bit hesitant. Willis, Olenna called from her table. Willis, who was talking to some nobles near the table, looked at his grandmother. Take your sister to see our guests, she requested, and Margaery, with no way out, got up from the table and went to her brother before whispering her reason in his ear. He nodded and started walking with Margaery towards Jon, who was talking to some nobles who approached him to discuss some business matters and seek friendship with the Arctic King. I sense that Lady Margaery wants something with Jon, Arya said next to Serena as they talked about her possible participation in the archery tournament. I know, she couldn't stop looking at him during the dance, Serena commented. Isn't that bad? Arya looked at Serena, expecting some jealousy. Jon will always be looked at. I can't do anything about that, and Jon doesn't seem interested in this woman. Serena spoke calmly. It wasn't like Jon was looking at Margaery the way he looked at Nyra in Dorne. King of Artica. Jon was talking to some nobles who were even sycophants while he heard Willis approaching, using the cane to walk with one hand and his sister on his arm with the other as they approached. Lord Willis, Lady Margaery, Jon said while the other nobles also greeted them. My lords. How are you? Willis asked the other nobles while Margaery looked directly at Jon. Is the banquet pleasing you, King of Artica? She asked. Jon looked at her and nodded. Yes, I like your food, it's fresh, and mixed with our drinks, I can't complain, Jon said. I hope so. Can our luxuries be compared to your kingdoms? She asked curiously. In large part, yes. But if I'm honest, my lady, Artica can surpass you. Jon was sincere while Margaery was surprised at Jon's preference despite not really knowing his kingdom. That is quite surprising. Would you take me to dance? She asked while only the two of them were talking, as Willis had grabbed the attention of the nobles there. Jon had a choice, to talk with those sycophants who wouldn't let him go to the table, or to have a dance with this woman. He didn't think much and then raised his hand for the lady to give her hand to him. Margaery gave a sweet smile as she raised her hand and Jon took her to the dance floor. Serena. Arya seemed shocked by that. Let them be. Serena shrugged, not caring about it. Jon moved to the dance floor while many watched him at that moment. He prepared in the middle of the floor, placed his hand on the waist of the flower of this realm, and began to dance with her. I've never danced with a king, so I am honored by this. She said, looking into his eyes with sincere admiration. That dance seemed to surprise everyone around them, as many heirs were hoping to dance with Margaery after she initially danced with the prince, but she ended up dancing with the Arctic king. Margaery continued talking during the dance. I saw you dancing, but now seeing you leading, it is so charming. Did you learn in Artica too? She asked, letting Jon lead her in the dance. Yes, Lady Margaery. Jon said. The woman in front of him was one of the most beautiful he could find in Westeros, but he wasn't surprised by her beauty. He had his wives whom he considered even more beautiful. Is there anything you don't know? She questioned with a smile. Jon gave a small smile. We are constantly learning, my lady. To say that you know everything, no matter how good you are at something, is foolishness. There is always something we can be learning. He smiled charmingly. You speak with such wisdom. She couldn't help but murmur as she looked into those eyes that could lead any lady to bed. Margaery had no experience, but she couldn't deny that if this man wanted to deflower her tonight, she wouldn't resist. They continued dancing for several songs without anyone interfering. They continued like this for 20 minutes until Margaery felt herself sweating. As much as she enjoyed continuing the dance, she didn't want to ruin her perfect image. Can you take me to the main table, King of Artica? She asked in a submissive tone while Jon nodded. As they began to move, one of the Redwyne twins quickly approached, interrupting their path. It was the twin who hadn't asked to dance with Arya. Lady Margaery, may we dance? He asked. Sorry, my lord. But I am tired and need to rest a bit. She said with the charm expected of a woman of her status. The noble only nodded, looking displeased and even giving Jon an angry look for taking so much of Lady Margaery's time on the dance floor. Jon didn't care about him. It seems the prince has returned. Margaery commented as she held Jon's arm, returning to the table. Lord of Artica, I was waiting for you. Prince Renly greeted as Jon sat between him and his wife. I am back. Jon said, though he had hoped to return earlier but was approached so many times that he ended up dancing. Did you have a good dance? Serena looked at him while asking. Well, I can't complain. Jon said, and she nodded without jealousy. Serena wasn't as jealous as Ygritte. Even when Jon slept with Nyra, she didn't mind, even expecting her husband to find more wives in the future, as he had always made clear. So, Lord Jon. Lady Arya is very excited about the tournament. Renly said while Jon looked at Arya beside Serena. Lady Olenna told her. Serena commented, though Jon had already heard it from a small hidden rat. He was also surprised to hear about his aunt in that tournament many years ago, which ignited the flames of war that later brought down House Targaryen. Yes, thank you, Jon. Arya exclaimed excitedly. Jon nodded and turned back to Prince Renly. I'm sure you seem to want to discuss something more with me. Jon said. Yes, King of Artica. I want to make a proposal. He began as Jon raised an eyebrow, though he already knew. What would it be? Jon asked. I am very interested in your sword. Dark sister. As a descendant of House Targaryen, I believe it to be a perfect sword for me. He began with a friendly smile while practically demanding the sword. Well, you may have Targaryen blood through your grandmother, and even be the prince of the realm, but that doesn't give you the right to something found in another realm many years ago. Jon spoke calmly as everyone at the table heard this, making the atmosphere quite dangerous. Are you saying the prince has no right to the sword? Loras suddenly spoke while the royal guards behind Jon remained alert to any possible conflict. I am. Jon said calmly. I respect you, King of Artica, but I am sure the nobles here present would agree with me. Renly continued. You think they have any power over my belongings? I have a fleet at sea at this moment, and I'm not lying when I say I could conquer the entire realm right now. I doubt all these nobles could organize themselves when we launch an attack here. Jon spoke with a dangerous tone, shocking everyone at the table. He was talking about attacking this realm. You are? Renly couldn't believe what he was hearing. He expected anything but a possible war. I am saying, Prince Renly, that I came to this realm to negotiate, but if you want a bloodbath, we can propose that as well from the moment someone tries to steal from me or raises a sword to threaten me. So, I hope you don't doubt I will do something. The same can be said for you, Lady Olenna. Jon spoke with a tone he hadn't used with the old lady yet, implying that he expected her to doubt his words so he could launch an attack with his fleet. He could devastate Highgarden and return without the realm being able to launch a counterattack or Westeros being able to stop them, because at sea they were invincible with Arctic technology. The table was in a very dangerous situation while no one could say a word after Jon's little speech. Loras placed his hand on his sword, while the royal guards did the same. At the boy's first move, he would lose his head. Loras, drop that sword. Olenna finally spoke, more serious than usual. She turned back to Jon, feeling that this might not end well for either side. For her, even if she harmed Jon, it would be a catastrophe to deal with thousands of soldiers landing on her coast and marching here. They didn't have an army ready to face them. Mother. Mace tried to speak. Shut up and let me talk. She growled at him before turning back to Jon. I think our tempers are a bit high, King of Artica. I'm sure Prince Renly didn't mean it that way, did you? She raised an eyebrow at Renly, who was sweating a bit. Yes, Lady Olenna is right. Perhaps my words were a bit heated. He commented, still frowning. After all, he didn't want a fight to happen while trying to intimidate Jon. Let me rephrase my proposal, King Jon. He began, regaining some composure. I want to bet on your sword. I am willing to give a large piece of my lands in Stormlands for you to build a port, as you did with Dorne. He spoke, trying not to sound threatening anymore. You want to give me lands for my sword in a contest, but what do you want to bet on? Jon asked, but without a threatening tone, seeming almost friendly again. How about you participate in the joust? If you win, I am willing to give you these lands. If my personal knight wins, I get your Valyrian steel sword. He proposed. Jon thought about it in silence. The entire table waited for his response while other tables in the distance seemed to notice something was quite wrong there. All right, it doesn't seem bad. Jon said. He seemed just surprised, but he had already heard Renly and Loras's conversation before they came to the main table. And he could easily win some lands, so he was willing to accept. That's great. Renly clapped his hands happily, while the rest of the table seemed to sigh in relief. Renly then stood up from the table and clinked his utensils to get the entire hall's attention. The bard stopped playing at that moment with the prince's announcement. Attention, nobles of the Reach. Renly began. I, Prince Renly Baratheon, am pleased to make an exciting announcement at this banquet. I am honored to reveal that our illustrious guest, Lady Arya Stark, will participate in the archery tournament. Witness the impressive skill of this young lady from Winterfell, who promises to surprise all the competitors. He said, while everyone looked at Arya in surprise. A girl participating in archery, what absurdity is this? Many exclaimed in low voices, but no one dared to disagree with the Prince of Westeros and his decision. Arya felt hundreds of eyes on her, but she didn't care as she smiled, ignoring the disdain. She would prove to be one of the best archers in the tournament. Furthermore, Renly had not finished. There is a special challenge I want to share. Our valiant foreign king, Jon of Artica, known for his conquests and skills, has decided to participate in the joust at my invitation. However, Jon is not a traditional knight and, instead, brings an exciting proposal for all of us. He wagers the legendary sword Dark Sister against the lands of Stormlands with me. Jon and I have agreed to participate in this joust as a friendly contest. If Jon wins, he will receive a portion of the Stormlands to build a port, similar to what he did in Dorne. If my personal knight triumphs, the legendary sword Dark Sister will return to the hands of one who has Targaryen blood by descent. Everyone was so surprised by this that they forgot about the child participating in archery, looking at Jon with interest. Despite not being a knight, wagering his Valyrian steel sword was exciting for everyone there. Let this banquet continue to celebrate courage, skill, and friendship between the realms. May the gods bless the competitors and may the winds of fortune be in your favor. Please continue with the celebration. The archery competition will begin the day after tomorrow and the joust next week. Renly announced while the entire hall stood up to clap at the proposal, looking at the main table. The tournament had become much more interesting than before for everyone. Chapter 112, Artican Trade in Westeros 39, Reach 19. Chapter Size, 4000 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. Jon returned to his camp after the banquet while the party continued a little later with the nobles getting more drunk. The next day he woke up and had the first meal with his group in the main tent. Jon. Arya approached him excitedly as she sat next to him. I'm going to participate in the archery tournament, she exclaimed, finally having the chance to celebrate with him. What, the little one is going to participate in the tournament? A dwarf stood up from his bench in the hall, asking loudly, which seemed to have caught everyone's attention. Yes, Jon got me into the tournament, she complained. Ha ha ha. That's very good. The dwarf raised his mead mug, something he used to drink all day long. Arya. A giant sitting nearby also said in a deep tone, cheering for Arya. People seemed excited in the tent about the chance of Arya participating in this tournament. They seem excited. Serena said beside Jon. Yes. Jon grumbled and picked up his cup in front of him while Arya looked quite happy with the attention she was receiving and raised her cup up. Everyone noticed this and started to calm down as their king asked for their attention. When things finally settled, Jon decided to speak. Now that you know we have Arya to participate, I can add one more archer from Artica to the tournament, since if they let us participate freely, we would fill the tournament with Articans and not give the Southerners any chance to win any placement in the tournament. Jon said as a wave of laughter sounded through the area. So let's be fair too, all those who want to participate in the tournament, let's have a small tournament among our best archers present and the one who wins will be the archer who will represent Artica. Jon said while everyone nodded. Can I participate? One of the giants spoke, and Jon looked at him, understanding why he asked. After all, this giant was a specialist in long-distance combat. It was this giant who shot the incendiary arrow at a group of thousands of wights many years ago while they were returning from Winterfell. Stone, giants cannot participate. But we will have a much bigger tournament in Artica as soon as we return. Jon spoke calmly while the giant looked a little sad but nodded as another patted him on the back to support him. Since giants could not participate and dwarves were not particularly fond of archery, despite having their own long-range weapons, only humans would participate while the group nodded to that, with some interested in participating. What a drag, archery seems boring, would they accept an axe thrower? Tormund raised his voice while some laughed at his question. Do you only serve to throw axes, Tormund? Maybe they will accept it if you can throw an axe as far as an arrow. The dwarf exclaimed, laughing loudly. Tormund looked at the dwarf with a mocking smile. Ah, and what do you know about throwing, little man? I bet you can barely throw a stone. A stone? I've thrown a mead jug off a man's head 20 meters away and hit a target smaller than your ego. The dwarf replied, banging his mug on the table while some laughed at that. 20 meters? Ha! I threw an axe from the top of the wall of Artica and hit a running wight. Tormund replied, crossing his arms. Well, that may be true, but I doubt you can hit the target after drinking as much as I do. The dwarf responded, raising his mug in challenge. Let's make a deal, little friend, Tormund said, leaning in. After the archery tournament, we'll have our own tournament. You with your jugs and me with my axes. The loser buys the drinks for the entire night, and it has to be ours. Southerners don't know how to make good alcohol. The dwarf smiled, accepting the challenge with a nod. Done, big guy. I hope you have a lot of gold because you'll need to buy many rounds. Let's settle down, everyone, Jon finally said, interrupting the discussion while everyone paused to listen to him. We will have our small tournament today since the official tournament will be tomorrow, so be prepared after the midday meal. He spoke while his group nodded. They continued breakfast after that, and Jon went for a walk around the camp with his wife. He did not go to Highgarden because he wanted to stay with his people. Arya continued training, more than ever, trying to prove her skills in the tournament, the first official one she would participate in her life. He ended up spending the rest of the morning with the two wolves while calling his birds to spend some time with them after being so busy for many days. Beautiful as always, Jon said to Phoenix and Bluefire, landing on his arm without hurting him. Jon did not respond while he petted their heads to avoid stating the obvious. Thinking about bonding your children with our child, Jon said, hoping they would also have their own bonds, expecting them to inherit a large part of their powers, although he believed they couldn't do that with everyone. After all, Jon received direct powers from the gods, but if they had just a little bit of them, they would do very well. Another one. Serena couldn't help but smile at this. You already intend to bond them with a pack of wolves as soon as they are born. What's next, a dragon? She joked. I haven't found any eggs to do that yet, but of course I will bond them with dragons. Aragon can't be lonely forever, can he? Jon said, still looking at his eagles. After that, they returned to the tent for their midday meal, and the camp set up the small tournament with some Ardicans participating, wanting to represent Ardica in the tournament. The competition was quite simple, while a soldier, who was not among the royals, ended up winning the contest. You managed to win, Eldrick, Jon praised him. Eldrick was a man who grew up in the northern forests, the son of a hunter and a healer from his tribe. From a young age, he learned the art of hunting and survival before joining Ardica at the age of 21, showing great talent and learning quickly. In a few years, he became an excellent archer. No one was very surprised that he was the champion among the entire camp. Thank you, my king. I will bring victory over the Southerners, he affirmed, raising his bow, and Jon nodded. That's good. It's getting dark, let's have a feast and prepare for tomorrow, Jon announced as they prepared everything for the party. While the camp held their festivities, drawing attention as the dwarves made noises that even their neighbors could hear, in the castle, Renly was sitting on the balcony drinking wine. You see, they know how to have fun, an elderly voice said beside him, and Renly looked at Olenna sipping tea in the evening breeze while many banquets were happening in various camps outside the castle walls. They even cancelled the castle's banquet to save it for tomorrow after the tournament. Yes, what strange people. My brother would surely love to be there, Renly admitted. Even though that boy offended him years ago with the royal decree story? She asked, raising an eyebrow. My brother doesn't stay angry at a Stark for long. You know he is soft with that family. Renly said. I highly doubt he would do that if he really knew. She murmured softly so Renly couldn't hear. She sighed and spoke loudly again, so, you put my grandson in for that sword? Olenna questioned. That sword will be mine. You will see, he said confidently. Have you seen him hold a blade? If he does half of what he's capable of with a sword in a joust, you'll have to give a large amount of land to that boy. Stannis will not be happy with that, she commented with a smile. I still have confidence in your grandson that he can win against Jon Ardica. Besides, my brother has nothing to do with the Stormlands, I have the lands by right that my brother, the king, granted me, Renly said. All right, just don't speak so loudly. Haven't you heard the rumors of Jon Ardica being able to enter animals and spy on us and control them? She said, waiting to hear what he thought about that. Another nonsense, no one does that, Olenna. He spoke, and she shook her head discreetly, quite disappointed. Do you think he will be an ally? You almost created a war for us. And he is right, if they indicated an attack, we could not gather the men of the realm before he could bring down Highgarden. She admitted. Perhaps I was wrong and thought I could play with him, but he proved more dangerous than I thought. Besides, he can be a future ally, after all, a friend with great friends has great power. Even if I lose my lands, I can still gain his friendship more easily. He said and looked at Olenna. Perhaps this will greatly facilitate the chances of your granddaughter becoming queen by my side. She did not respond immediately, sipping her tea calmly until she finished. I hope so. She replied, looking towards the noisier camp with a huge bonfire. The dawn light finally arrived as the camps began to wake up for the great day of the archery tournament. Everyone seemed to start their day like any other, but there was a great concentration of people gathering in the middle of the tents where the small tournament arena was, with Tyrell men organizing the place for the day's celebration. Jon spent the morning as he did the day before, eating with his family and people, talking with them and organizing who would stay as camp guards while part of the group went to the tournament. In the afternoon, people began to head to the location, which filled up every moment for the start, which was to begin shortly. The place was packed with nobles, commoners, and bards seeking inspiration for new songs. Let's go, Jon said as he rode a horse, not wanting to enter the crowd with the wolf, which would not end well. His group soon followed, with 4 giants accompanying them, making people not want to have problems with him. They passed through the tents of other nobles, who stepped back, seeing the giants who had put on their armor again, making the ground shake with their steps. Renly was excited for this event. Although archery is not the most popular event in Westeros, it would still be interesting. "Has my guest not arrived yet?" he asked the Renly family gathered in the main podium as he looked at the podium reserved for Jon. "We have sent some servants to inform them, my prince," Willis replied. "Don't worry, he has just arrived," Olenna responded calmly as a huge uproar began at the arena entrance, with people running away, fleeing from someone arriving. Soon all the nobles in the stands looked stunned at the giants arriving, standing out in the Artican group led by Jon. Entering the tournament grounds and heading to where the Tyrell servant had indicated before leaving the camp. "They know how to draw attention." Garland couldn't help but comment, looking at those giants as he always did, wondering how he could defeat such a thing alone. They continued as Arya returned to Jon. The nobles stay in the stands, the main nobles in exclusive podiums with roofs to protect them from the sun, and the commoners stay in the middle of the field. Arya observed. "Yes, that's how southern nobility works," Jon said as she nodded. "King Artican, you can enter, but I don't think those giants can join you." A servant organizing the seats returned to Jon. "That's fine. They will stay beside the podium," Jon said, as there was a space between the podium and the stands where his group could stay. "Good thing we brought drinks," a dwarf exclaimed as the nobles looked strangely at them, carrying drinks, and with the giants, no one would try to approach the group. Jon went to the podium and sat next to the Prince of Westeros. "It's good to see you, Prince Renly," Jon said as Renly smiled. "Likewise, I hope to see your two representatives making history," he said. "They will," Jon said confidently as Serena sat next to him, and Arya remained standing, not joining them due to her participation in the tournament. "Are you that confident? How about a bet, 1,000 gold coins if your sister and your champion lose?" he said, not really believing that Arya could stand out, so he focused on the man Jon had chosen to represent him. 1,000 gold coins caught the attention of many people there, who looked at the conversation with interest, waiting to see Jon Artika's response. 1,000 coins. How about 10,000 coins? Jon raised his bet tenfold, while Renly was a little disconcerted by this. 10,000 coins. People seemed to gasp at this, it was a very large amount. Jon saw that Renly was still a bit stunned and decided to increase his chances even more. "How about this, Prince Renly, if my man wins the tournament, you will give me 10,000 coins, and if he loses, I will give you 100,000 gold dragons, how about that?" Jon spoke loudly enough for everyone in the nearby podiums to hear, while some people in the stands also seemed stunned by that. The Hightower and Redwine families looked at Jon with wide eyes at such an unfair bet. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Someone started laughing amidst the brief silence, and Olenna couldn't help but find it amusing. "This is really interesting, so you have that much confidence in your man. The Tyrell family will give you 10,000 gold coins if your champion wins the tournament." Olenna spoke while Mace stood there with his mouth open, seeing his mother make such a bet. "All right, I am so confident that I will give 100,000 gold coins to each of you two if I lose." Jon responded while Serena didn't seem to care much, but her husband seemed to be enjoying this. "Quick, quick, write this down," a bard shouted to another with a paper, as this bet would make a good song to entertain all those nobles who looked at Jon, wondering if he crapped gold or something. "Well, this is really unexpected." Olenna, who had her confidence, had to lose her composure a bit with Jon offering 200,000 gold coins in a bet while her family looked at Jon as if he had grown a new head. 1,000 gold coins. Renly, who had remained silent, looked at Jon. "All right, if you are so confident, I will give 10,000 gold coins," he exclaimed. Participants of the tournament. A herald began to call in the stands for the people who would play. Everyone had their own bow. Jon asked them not to use weirwood bows as it could be claimed they had superior weapons, so they took their regular bows. "I will win!" Arya exclaimed and pointed at Renly. "You better get the money ready," she declared, and although many expected the prince to be offended by this, he laughed. "Ha ha ha ha! I look forward to seeing that, Lady Stark, let's see your performance then," he said as Arya began to descend from the podium and joined the other competitors, with Eldrick keeping her safe from anyone who might bother her. Not that anyone would mess with a legitimate daughter of a high noble of Westeros, but there was still mockery, having a child competing among them. The tournament was open to anyone who could pay the entry fee, although the Articans could only have 2 participants because they didn't belong to this kingdom, not that Jon was worried about that, as he could still showcase the glory of his realm. The space was huge, with targets that could be moved at various distances, starting the tournament with the closest and increasing the distance as more and more people were eliminated until only the last one remained. People were getting excited while Renly asked for wine and talked to Loras. The nobles, dressed in their fine clothes, conversed among themselves in the reserved areas, watching the preparations and placing bets on who would win the tournament, wondering if Jon would leave 200,000 coins poorer. Among the commoners, the atmosphere was one of pure celebration. They crowded in the open areas, eating caramel apples and drinking whatever they had in their hands, cheering and shouting in anticipation of the event. The Articans were not left behind, as the dwarves distributed all kinds of expensive drinks among them. The bards were scattered throughout the arena, trying to earn some coins, especially from the nobles. A bard approached Jon's podium. "King of Artica, it is a pleasure to meet you. Could you listen to a song?" he asked, catching Jon's attention while the judges were examining the competitors' bows. "Yes." Jon nodded, curious to know what a bard from Westeros would sing for him. "You know, I met you a long time ago, and you caught my attention from that day. Every story about you, I always listened carefully, so it is an honor to meet you. Let me start my song, one that I learned many years ago," he said and began to play his lute. North of Torrens Square, where winter makes everyone endure, a small family lived. With their harvest, so pure, they still had hope in life. An unexpected situation, one day. A lost child, with mastery. His appearance enchanted, magical eyes. Green charm, imploring God's blessing, mesmerized. The boy negotiated for a map. With eyes turned north, in a trade that shook. A pact made between the families. With hands in the earth, a harvest would start. Green and vast, larger than rumored. Ow! Little Jon. With a hand in the earth, wealth would come. Ow! Little Jon. Even before the situation, Eagle Eyes saw him as a flame in the dark. Ow! Little Jon. With his small stature, nothing stopped him. Ow! Little Jon. With courage and effort, he protected those he loved. Ow! Little Jon. With a bow, wrongdoers wept. Ow! Little Jon. Blessed with horse, eagle, and giant wolves, his claws haunted. His legend made any bandit tremble in their pants. Ow! Little Jon. With great surprise, the farm celebrated. But faced with abundance, danger appeared, a disaster. When the boy showed his swordsmanship, his eagle screamed, threats approached. Jon was frightened by something so horrible. Thus was born the battle of 12 bandits, 5 farmers and a boy. The boy was scared, while farmers asked him to flee. But Jon refused to depart. With a horse to the east, he moved. Farmers hoped that, in the future, it would be said that the boy survived. 12 bandits in ecstasy. With the farm in sight, they ran, facing fatally trembling farmers. The leader of the bandits smiled wickedly. 12 horses trotted toward the farm in a singular manner. The ground feared as farmers sweated, fearing for their home. But not all was lost. In the face of danger, something happened. The euphoria of the bandits ceased. Their horses fell to the ground, surprised. In the situation, all stunned, without reaction. A horse's laugh echoed. And a boy at the feet, revealed himself. With eyes near death, they announced. Strength and magic finally unveiled. Ow! Little Jon. With a hand in the earth, wealth would come. Ow! Little Jon. Even before the situation, Eagle Eyes saw him as a flame in the dark. Ow! Little Jon. With his small stature, nothing stopped him. Ow! Little Jon. With courage and effort, he protected those he loved. Ow! Little Jon. With a bow, wrongdoers wept. Ow! Little Jon. Blessed with horse, eagle, and giant wolves, his claws haunted. His legend made any bandit tremble in their pants. Ow! Little Jon. With 3 bandits out of the fight, now 9 remained. They showed themselves enraged. With Jon, determination and mind they strained. Grabbing his bow, he would show with mastery that he could handle. The bandits attacked in fury. But an arrow interrupted them with bravery. At 80 meters away, an 8-named-day-old boy would cause nausea. For, even a boy, he hit the first one who deserved. Scared, the anger continued. But the boy did not stop. With arrows he launched 2 more, he hit precisely. Attacking another one, his arrows ran out. In danger, his animals helped him. His eagle saved him from death. And his horse led the bandit to fate. Without energy, the boy stood. But seeing his friends in danger, he did not stop. With his horse, he mounted. Seeing distracted enemies, he trotted. In a leap, with his little sword, another, he killed. Without energy, his end was certain. But the magnitude of the giant wolf, from the ancient legends of the north, revived, clever. Ow! Little Jon! With a hand in the earth, wealth would come. Ow! Little Jon! Even before the situation, Eagle Eyes saw him as a flame in the dark. Ow! Little Jon! With his small stature, nothing stopped him. Ow! Little Jon! With courage and effort, he protected those he loved. Ow! Little Jon! With a bow, wrongdoers wept. Ow! Little Jon! Blessed with horse, eagle, and giant wolves, his claws haunted. His legend made any bandit tremble in their pants. Ow! Little Jon! The place became quite silent as Jon looked at him surprised, the song he hadn't heard since the Frost Roar Square more than 6 years ago. Margaery, who loved this song when she was little, looked at Jon with admiration in her eyes. Even Loras admitted that he loved this song when he was younger with his sister. This is unexpected, Jon said. Give him 1,000 gold coins for doing this. Jon requested while the nobles were shocked at Jon giving so much money for a song. Thank you very much. The bard was extremely shocked by this, while accepting the money. Jon nodded and turned to a royal guard, don't let anyone else get close, I don't want a bunch of bards here asking for more money. Jon warned and watched the man leaving with all that money after an Artican tossed the sack of coins. Also, keep an eye on him, I feel something is wrong with him, and I don't want him to die from people trying to rob him. When that happens, bring him to the camp. Jon warned, and his royal guard spoke to someone else who called for another guard, and the two followed the man. Ladies and gentlemen. The herald called again, while everyone paid attention to him, ending all their conversations. All the competitors are ready, so let's start the tournament. I hope you enjoy and are satisfied with our champions. He exclaimed while the group of archers began to step forward with their bows in hand and arrows in their quivers. The first targets appeared at 20 meters. Among them, Eldrick had a puffed chest and a confident look. The smallest person among them, looking like a dwarf, Arya was there in the middle with a fearless posture, ready to aim her bow and easily hit the target. Go Arya! Go little one! Arya! The Articans soon took over the sound of the stands as men, dwarves, and even giants cheered for the 11-year-old Arya Stark. Raccoon here! Chapter size without music, 3,300 words. Chapter 113, Artican trade in Westeros 40, reach 20. Chapter size, 4,100 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. The atmosphere in the arena quickly grew and was boiling with excitement. What was initially thought to be a rather boring competition by everyone, especially the nobility, took a turn when a child decided to participate. It was a girl from the high nobility, adding to the thrilling bet between Jon Artica and Renly with Olenna. People developed a new perspective on this contest, capturing their attention. Father, do you think the Articans will win this competition? Dismira Redwine asked, her gaze admiring Jon as she saw her knight on a white horse. I don't know, but it certainly has become interesting. But will that Artican archer truly prove the confidence the Artican king has in him? Pakester Redwine commented. Our brother is competing. But I don't think he will win, Dismira didn't hesitate to comment. You think our brother can't win? He is the best archer in all of Arbor. Horus, the heir, defended his twin. Don't be hasty, Horus. Your brother is certainly a great archer, the best in our family, but the field is full of skilled ones. Our knights are very skilled, whether with a lance, a sword, or a bow and arrow. Pakester Redwine said with a tone of lesson. Meanwhile, many conversations were happening around the stands. Arya Stark competing in a tournament made for men and commoners, that is certainly wild. She seems to have truly become one after traveling beyond the wall. A lady mocked, though they were no longer claiming Jon had kidnapped her. It seems that despite her blossoming beauty, she is not all that. Another lady from a social circle that Arya and Serena did not know mocked, seeing the little girl in the crowd. But this was not limited to unknown ladies, even those who had met Arya and talked to her in the past days looked at it with disapproval. However, if Arya knew their thoughts, she would drop the lady posture her brother always demanded of her and call them stupid, despite feeling embarrassed by Jon's nicknames and how the nobles found it ridiculous. But she would never give up her war skills, no matter what people said. Now, let's all get to your positions before shooting your first arrow. The judge shouted as the target was seen. It was a tree trunk set diagonally. This was the eliminatory test, as there were at least 300 competitors among them, and before 50 meters, those who missed would be disqualified until the real competition with center targets began. Arya walked alongside Eldrick the entire time, hearing the dwarves and even giants cheering for her with the Artican men and women. "I'm jealous, princess, you have an audience and I don't," Eldrick commented with a smile, pretending to be sad. "They all know you will win this competition," Arya commented in response. "Or will our princess surprise us today?" he retorted as Arya gave a small smile. "I hope so," Arya admitted, wanting to show her training and even win the competition to show off to Ygritte. "Lady Arya, you are stunning." A voice emerged next to Arya, and she looked at a young noble even older than Jon. "Who are you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow while the young man seemed disconcerted by this. "Lady Arya, I am Haba Redwine. I tried to invite you to dance at the banquet. But you were indisposed." He spoke. "Oh yes, what do you want, Lord Redwine?" Arya asked again with a formal tone, leaving no opening. "I just wanted to know how you were, if you needed any tips. After all, I am an experienced archer and will most likely win this competition," he said, trying to boast. "I am fine, Lord Redwine. Thank you for your concern," she spoke dryly as she resumed walking, leaving the noble unsure of how to respond. "Our princess is being courted even in a competition," Eldrick commented beside her, laughing at the child. "Tisk. Do you think my future husband will be a southerner?" Arya spoke with conviction. She preferred to remain single for the rest of her life rather than leave Artika or Jon. "I understand, anyway, good luck," Eldrick said, and they began to position themselves. There were at least 9 trunks where their goal was to land the arrow on them. To identify the arrows, all of them had a symbol on their rear ends so they could be recognized by the judges who would analyze them. The symbols represented nobles with the designs of their houses, while commoners who had the money to pay for the entry created their own. Arya and Eldrick had the Artican symbol at the end of their arrows, which were also dyed with white paint. "Everyone, prepare to shoot the first arrow," the judge shouted, and everyone placed the arrow on the bow and pulled it back while aiming at the target only 20 meters away. While almost all of the 300 people raised the target slightly upward and pulled the string with just enough force to hit the target, Arya and Eldrick, along with a few other southern archers, pulled the string with great strength and aimed straight, relying on their power to hit the target. "She can pull a bow? How strong is this girl?" Olenna on her podium couldn't be more shocked, seeing Arya pulling that bow without seeming to struggle. "This is certainly surprising," Margaery commented, knowing she could never do something that a child a few years younger than her was doing with some ease. "Do you think she will go far?" Serena asked. "She will, but she won't beat all the southerners," Jon said, watching the position that all 300 competitors were handling their bows from, having an aerial view from hundreds of meters away with his 2 eagles. Jon decided to share his thoughts. "There are at least 2 southerners who will be a challenge for Eldrick." Jon spoke, having seen and known many legendary archers in the world's history and recognizing when someone handled the bow like an excellent archer. "You're not going to lose 200 million, are you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Do you think I would bet to lose?" "We will be 20,000 gold coins richer by the end of this competition," Jon said with a small smile to his wife. "Let's begin, shoot!" the judge suddenly shouted. In the next moment, the sound of hundreds of arrows with the noise of the strings snapping was heard, but not very loud as they didn't put much force with a target so close. Arya shot her arrow, which flew at high speed along with Eldrick's, covering that small distance before hitting the wood and exploding out the other side, revealing its tip embedded in the wood while the arrow seemed to tremble from the impact. Another Artican arrow was embedded beside it, qualifying the two. But not all news was good, as 80 arrows fell outside the target, missing the wood, most of them from commoners and some inexperienced young nobles. This was much worse for the commoners, who had come here to try their luck and spent much of their small savings to enter the tournament, missing either from nervousness or sheer bad luck. She did it, King Artican. Renly clapped for Arya, seeing her hit a target. Even for a target so close, a little lady doing something like this was impressive to many people, even those who looked down on it. Don't be too surprised, she will pass the entire elimination phase, Jon replied to Renly with confidence. I'd like to see that, Renly said, displaying a smile while taking his bottle of wine. The competitors stood still while the judges checked the symbols on the arrows that fell off target, calling out names for them to withdraw, as they couldn't cheat this part due to the symbols pinned to their chests as identification. Fred, out! The judge began calling. I hit it. My arrow just bounced and didn't stick in the wood. A commoner protested. You're out, leave here, the judge demanded again with a severe tone. No, I refuse. I spent all my parents' savings to be here, I will win this competition. The commoner refused to leave. Guards, take him away. The judge ordered, and some Tyrell guards quickly approached the commoner, surprised by this and starting to drag him out while he tried to break free, until he disappeared as the crowd commented on the event. Mick, out! The judge ordered another commoner to leave. Julian Forresty, out, the judge said to a commoner representing his house. He was the same age as Arya and had to leave, looking at Arya with anger since he had lost to a girl. It was something to be ashamed of, after all, the nobles began mocking Julian's parents, saying that their son couldn't even beat a little girl. And it wasn't just him. As the nobles were eliminated, they became the butt of jokes from their peers, while Arya had hit her target, having 2 Artican arrows embedded in one of the trunks. The judge continued eliminating competitors, leading to some fights and arguments where the guards were called in by the sore losers. Then the competition resumed, and the trunks had the arrows removed. Some men organizing this had difficulty extracting the Artican arrows, wondering how they embedded so deeply into the wood. Now the target was 30 meters away. Prepare to shoot. The judge shouted again as all 220 people aimed their bows. Once again, the spectators watched with anticipation to see who would advance in what had become more than a common archery game. Shoot! The judge shouted as the sound seemed louder than before, with hundreds of arrows flying, most hitting the wood, but 50 arrows falling off target. Once again, 2 Artican arrows were embedded in the wood. She is really good. Aelry couldn't help but praise Arya, standing beside her husband Mace, with Arya's second success. That's it, Arya. She did it. I knew she would. The Articans shouted their support for Arya, who smiled at them with this encouragement. The judge again announced who had been eliminated, and once again, there was outrage before the guards had to be called, even taking one to prison after he punched a guard. The nobles who were eliminated again looked at Arya with anger, starting a reputation that they would lose to her. Stupid! Arya commented, looking at those idiots and shrugging. The targets were moved another 10 meters back, now 40 meters away. I don't think she will win this one, King Artican, Renly commented. 1,000 gold coins, how about it? Jon asked, and Renly nodded. All right. 1,000 gold coins, he said, wanting to bet. Prepare to shoot. The judge exclaimed, and everyone raised their bows, even Arya and Eldrick, as they didn't have weirwood bows, which were far superior to these in their hands. Shoot! The judge ordered, and a new volley, larger than the last, was launched, with most hitting the target and 70 arrows, more than before, missing and those competitors about to be eliminated. Looks like I won 1,000 gold dragons, Prince Renly, Jon said, while Renly, having no choice, tossed a sack of coins to Jon under the watchful eyes of the nearby nobles. Impressive, I never imagined seeing a girl with such archery skills. Maybe she will really pass the eliminations, Renly exclaimed cheerfully despite losing money, as the competition seemed increasingly interesting with the child showing her skills and remaining while 2/3 had been eliminated. After the judge eliminated the 70 competitors, the herald returned to the stands and podiums. As you can see, we now have 100 competitors for the final elimination round, among them many famous archers of the kingdom, our Artican guests, and among these 2 foreign guests, we have Arya of House Stark, only 11 years old, hitting a target at 40 meters. He exclaimed, knowing this would draw much attention. Many rounds of applause erupted from the nobles. Despite their disdain, they couldn't deny the skills this girl had shown, standing out among the majority of adults who had been eliminated. I knew the North had women who took up arms, but I never imagined they knew how to produce archers. A noble had to admit to his peers. Looks like the Honorable Eddard Stark knows how to raise a daughter, another said. You know she has been to this place called Artica, so I don't think she learned her skills at Winterfell. I heard that Catelyn of House Tully raises her daughter strictly to become a lady and even queen of the Seven Kingdoms. I don't think she would allow her youngest daughter with a bow when she follows the Seven to the point of building a September in the heart of the North. Another noble, a more sensible one, spoke calmly. The discussions continued about Arya while the commoners commented, and the Ardicans made noise for the girl who laughed. She had impressed many there, and Jon knew she could do much more than that. Now let's move on to the last competition of the eliminations. At 50 meters. The herald shouted while the judge prepared to command the next task. As soon as the targets were set at 50 meters, the wood full of holes, he turned back to the competitors. Prepare bows and aim. He said as 100 bows were raised in the air. Shoot. He demanded as everyone was ready, and an explosive sound emerged with 100 arrows flying, the sound of them hitting the wood being at least half of them. She hit it. Margaery was surprised to see 2 white arrows, which were the Artican ones. Yes, she hit it. Olenna couldn't help but comment, surprised by that. Arya was much more skilled than she had imagined. Let's see who is in the final round. The herald exclaimed once more as the judges checked the arrows that fell. 52 competitors are eliminated, leaving only 48. One of them being Lady Stark, remaining with her skills. He shouted again as the judge removed all those who lost. People clapped, some even cheering for Arya, while some nobles who lost continued to be mocked for the same reason as the previous ones. Now let's set up our targets. The man exclaimed as the servants went to fetch dozens of targets with circles. Here the competition was much more difficult, as it required hitting the center for better points or the second circle, missing it meant elimination. As the targets were set up, the judge asked everyone to get ready while they aimed their bows at the 60-meter targets. Arya aimed at her target and felt the wind with the pressure as she pulled the string, knowing the weight and shooting capacity of the common bow. Fire! She heard the judge and released the bow smoothly, watching her arrow shoot up, swaying in the air like a serpent, flying far along the imagined line. It kept rising until it started descending, heading towards the target and embedding in its center. The sound of arrows hitting the painted wood was heard, and now everyone was shocked not only by Eldric's precise target but also by Arya's. The 2 Ardicans remained strong in this contest. Arya Stark hit a 60-meter target with perfect precision. The herald shouted, leaving everyone astonished. Silence took over the place, while Jon started clapping first. Very well, as expected. Jon said firmly, making sure his voice was heard by everyone. The Ardicans started making noise again, cheering for Arya, and the nobles had to clap, though they were surprised by this. 6 competitors were eliminated. We have 42 left for a 70-meter target. The herald shouted to the audience. All the competitors who made it past the eliminations were excellent archers, so it was no surprise that most of them started hitting the target, but the challenges were just beginning. Father, how can she be so good with the bow? I want to do the same, I want to train too. Dismara demanded while Lord Redwyne didn't know what to think. His son was stunned in the middle of the competition, seeing it get harder with the girl still there. Prepare and aim, the judge demanded again. Shoot. The arrows flew towards the 70-meter target. The 2 Artican arrows embedded in the target again while 12 others fell outside the middle circle or even off the target. She hit it again. The man shouted to the audience, who seemed to absorb this better and started clapping for Arya Stark, with some even cheering for the girl. Damn, what do they do in Artica to make a child lethal with a bow? She could take down at least a dozen men before they reached her. Garland commented, stunned. Garland, you heard before about the Bard's song, playing the ballad of Little John, where an 8-year-old boy hits bandits from dozens of meters away. Willis said to his brother. Damn, I still thought that was a fantasy. Garland murmured. She is drawing a lot of attention. Serena commented as there were 30 competitors left. She likes to show off, so she must be enjoying the attention she's getting. Jon couldn't help but comment. 80 meters. Can anyone stop this girl, already one of the best archers in the kingdom present here? The herald urged the audience. Prepare and aim. The judge shouted, and Arya focused again, forgetting all the noise around her, while the only sound she could hear was her breathing as she tried to control it. Shoot! The 30 arrows flew again as the wind didn't seem to help, pushing some off target, while others already anticipated this to aim without being hindered by the wind, embedding 12 in the target while 18 arrows fell outside. She hit it again. Olenna murmured with closed lips. Mother, how is it possible, she hit an 80-meter target? Mace sought answers like a lost child. Even I don't know, Mace. Just be quiet and let's watch. That was the only thing Olenna said without calling her son an idiot. 12 competitors left, and among them a child. The herald shouted as the crowd went wild once again. Prepare bows and aim. The judge ordered, and everyone did so. Shoot! The arrows flew, and once again, 2 Artican arrows hit the target, although Arya almost missed the first circle. If people were surprised by Arya passing the eliminations, surpassing 250 people, seeing her among the last 5 competitors was extremely shocking for everyone. Even the judge looked at the child with a furrowed brow, but he had to continue the competition. Target at 100 meters. Prepare to shoot. He shouted, and everyone aimed their bows. Shoot! He exclaimed, and the 5 shot. 4 arrows hit the middle circle, while the last one missed by a bit. This middle-aged man looked disappointed and turned to the child, not knowing what to think, losing to someone almost 4 times younger, despite his fame. 4 competitors. We have only 4 left, and our competitor is still in. The herald shouted. Arya Stark. The people shouted for her, especially the commoners. The Lady of the Bow. Someone exclaimed, and this nickname seemed to stick, as everyone started shouting her name in the next moment. The Lady of the Bow. 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 Yes, the Lady of the Bow, hit 100 meters. Now the competition will be in increments of 5 meters, with the next being 105 meters away. The herald announced, and the judge waited for the servants to set the target 5 meters from the last position. Prepare bows and aim. The judge shouted, while Arya looked at her target at a very long distance, but she was still focused and confident that she would hit it. Shoot! The judge commanded, and the arrows flew, hitting all the targets in their circle. All hit the targets at the same time. The herald announced. Now let's move to 110 meters. The Lady of the Bow. 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 The people kept calling for Arya the entire time. Prepare to shoot and aim. Everyone heard the judge's voice, and he gave the next command. Shoot! The 4 arrows flew into the air until 3 hit the target, and 1 white arrow fell beside it, missing. Arya Stark was eliminated at 110 meters. The herald shouted as Arya looked disappointed at losing. Girl, I've never seen anyone like you. Don't be sad, you put all the other competitors behind you, remember that. One of the competitors looked at the girl and spoke to encourage her. Even he had to recognize that this girl was a prodigious talent, or something like that, for surviving and hitting targets up to 105 meters away. The Lady of the Bow. 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 The crowd seemed not to care much that she had lost, fervently applauding her for finishing in 4th place, which no one there had expected. Jon stood smiling proudly at his sister while Serena clapped. Many nobles who had looked down on her in this competition couldn't deny her skills at that moment, and everyone seemed excited that she had brought some lively competition to a generally tedious game. I think I'll go now, good luck. Arya said to Eldrick as she began to leave. Thank you, Princess, I will bring victory to Artika by the end of this competition, Eldrick smiled and spoke confidently. Let's see if you're as good as you say, Artican. One of the competitors said, with only 3 left now, aiming at a 115-meter target. Now we have in the field, Sir Gawain Florent, Lord Stervo Oakhart, and Eldrick of Artika. The herald announced as everyone applauded. I'm already surprised by your sister's skills. I'm starting to think your archer will win this competition, and I'll have lost 11,000 gold dragons today. Renly commented with a smile more forced than sincere. 11,000 gold coins was not a small amount, even for the Prince of Westeros. I promise to spend that money very well, Prince Renly, if that's what you fear. Jon joked, as defeat didn't seem like an option for him, making Renly's smile even more forced. Prepare bows and aim. The judge shouted as the place fell silent, with nobles and commoners holding their breath for the next move. Shoot! The 3 arrows flew into the distance and began to fall. The sound of wood being hit was heard twice, while 1 arrow fell outside, belonging to Sir Gawain Florent. "I lost, damn it!" Sir Gawain Florent shouted angrily, breaking his bow over his knee in a fit of rage. He left frustrated, stomping on the grass as he exited. "Now we have the best archer in the Reach, Lord Stervo Oakhart." This man was very famous for his skills, so no one was surprised by his reaching the final. And as his opponent, we have the greatest archer of Artica, Eldrick. The herald lied, as he said this without knowing who the greatest archer in Artica was, he just wanted to draw attention. Jon saw that Stone was about to disagree, shouting about the poor man, and almost saw the giant protesting with him, but Stone stayed in place despite his face wanting to tell the man who the best archer in Artica really was. "Now we have 120 meters, who will win the competition?" The herald announced again, leading the audience to mostly cheer for Lord Oakhart, while only the Articans were left to cheer for Eldrick. Arya was already next to Jon, a bit sweaty, shouting for Eldrick to win. "Prepare bows and aim." The judge announced again. "Shoot." The 2 arrows hit the target at 120 meters. "Incredible, both hit. Our field only goes up to 130 meters, will they surpass the limit? This looks incredible," the herald said as the target was now at 125 meters. Everyone stopped shouting as they watched the 2 archers position themselves. "Aim bows!" the judge shouted. No one could breathe now, as time seemed to stop with the 2 archers who had confidence on their faces. "Shoot!" The 2 arrows flew into the sky before starting to descend at a distance, with 1 white arrow embedding in the center of the target and the other falling outside its target. Chapter 114, Artican Trade in Westeros 41, Reach 21. Chapter Size, 3,200 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. The people were in complete silence as the white arrow embedded itself in the target's center from 125 meters away, with the archers standing so far apart they seemed like ants. The white arrow still wobbled from the impact and spun several times before finally coming to a stop, firmly fixed in place, while the opponent's arrow lay on the ground. "Haha! As expected, Eldrick. Beautiful shot." The place was silent as the herald was still processing what was happening. The one who broke this silence a moment later was Jon's own voice, laden with magic, resonating throughout the place as he spoke normally, startling many unsuspecting people with his deep tone. The herald himself gave a little jump as he realized his own silence and turned back to the completely mute audience to announce the victory. "As you can see, the victory belongs to the archer of Artica, Eldrick, who scored with a shot from 125 meters, a shot that few people in the history of this continent have managed to make, so let's give our congratulations to today's champion, Eldrick of Artica," he exclaimed, raising his arms in a theatrical manner, which snapped everyone out of their daze and prompted them to start clapping. "Very good, Eldrick!" Arya shouted excitedly, and all the Articans did the same. "Ha ha ha, very good man, you showed them what Artica is made of," a dwarf shouted. "Eldrick!" Stone spoke the name as his way of congratulating. "Ha ha ha, very good. But I would have done better with my axe," Tormund shouted while holding a bottle of mead. "You red-haired idiot, would you really have hit the first target in the preliminaries?" a dwarf mocked. "Don't doubt me, dwarf. I am the king of the axe." Tormund spoke drunkenly before a dwarf threw a jug of beer at him. "Do you see this, Prince Renly? It seems I've won a few thousand gold coins." Jon grinned as he turned his attention back to the man, who looked at him with a forced smile, realizing he was losing money at that moment. "It was a fantastic archer, King of Artica. I'm impressed, and our bet was worth it, but it's not just me you've won against, right Olenna?" He turned his attention to the Tyrell family beside him. "Well, this old woman can't win every time. It seems our guests proved why there was so much confidence in their archer," she commented while her family just listened in silence. It wasn't as if 10,000 gold coins made much difference, so Olenna just laughed softly. The nobles around the place clapped, recognizing the Artican archer's skills, who proved worthy of being champion with his arrow still embedded in the target. The commoners were even more excited as they seemed to celebrate, with the bards already preparing songs about this exciting tournament and the bet the King of Artica had made with Prince Renly and the Tyrell house. "Eldrick of Artica! Eldrick of Artica! Eldrick of Artica! Eldrick of Artica! Eldrick of Artica!" People began chanting, the crowd calling out only one name at that moment. You did it, boy, congratulations on the shot. The judge beside Eldrick praised him, and Eldrick nodded, satisfied. You really proved it. I had never hit a target at 120 meters, but I wasn't lucky with the farthest one. I still wonder if you could keep hitting the targets at this pace. Sir Oakheart spoke beside Eldrick, not failing to praise his splendid accurate shot. Thank you, Sir. As for whether I could continue. Maybe yes. He replied with a smile, not directly confirming it. Anyway, a good game. I hope to see you at the banquet tonight. He said, and Eldrick nodded, as he was practically the guest of honor, though he knew that in games like these, champions were quickly forgotten. The applause finally began to die down as Eldrick returned to his group, who seemed more excited than anyone else. Very well. You really showed them. They shouted excitedly. Yes. He said and returned to Jon, kneeling. My king, I dedicate this victory to the honor of Artica. As it should always be. He said. Your subject doesn't kneel to you. Renly looked at this curiously, and thinking about it now, he had never seen any of the soldiers kneeling to Jon. I do not demand that of them, Prince Renly. Jon smiled and continued. After all, I made a law that no one should kneel to anyone, not even their king. Jon spoke, drawing attention to his words from all the non-Artican nobles. The people of Artica are strong and hardy, they do not kneel to anyone, not even their king. For the king of Artica, respect is enough. Jon spoke in a serious tone. Artica. 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 Amidst the common people's shouts calling Eldrick, the Articans began to fervently shout, boosting their morale with the name of their kingdom. Well, you are certainly unique, King of Artica. Will we see you at the banquet? Renly asked. After all, it was still mid-afternoon, around 2 p.m., since the tournament lasted about 3 hours. Do you think my champion won't be there? Jon said with a small smile. That's great, I look forward to seeing you tonight then. Renly said, and Jon nodded. Renly began to rise with Loras following him. Then I'll be off, I'll be in my room until the banquet. He said as he left, after saying goodbye to the Tyrell family. Let's go as well, this tournament was much better than expected, but we better prepare for the banquet too. Olenna instructed her grandchildren. But mother. Mace said, not wanting to leave this place like that, after all, he was the honoree here, he should be the center of attention, but that was stolen with the presence of both Jon and Renly with their bets or even Eldrick himself who was on everyone's lips as the best archer many had ever seen. As the Tyrell family began to leave after Renly Baratheon, the great houses began to leave as well. I would like everyone's attention. Mace, being the only one present from his family, wanted to at least make a speech for the nobles and crowd. Even so, families like Hightower, Redwine and Tarly began to leave their podiums, seeing no more reason to stay there and went to prepare for the banquet, ignoring all of Mace Tyrell's words. Father, that archer is really good, could I be like that too? Dickon Tarly asked his father as the Tarly family began to leave the place. You will not be an archer, you will command the archers. Worry first about having competent men like that and having the capacity to lead them before trying to achieve such a shot. Randall Tarly, the Lord of Hornhill, spoke sternly. They were from a family of commanders, not skilled archers. He spoke this way to Dickon because he trusted and placed all his hopes that he would lead the family after him. But Dickon was about to speak, but was interrupted by his father with a raised hand to stop this subject. His gaze fell on his eldest son and current heir, Samwell, a chubby boy who noticed his father's gaze and shrank back, seeing Randall Tarly looking at him with a glimmer of disappointment, even disgust and repulsion. Samwell knew his father had such thoughts about him and didn't know what to do, or was too cowardly to face him firmly. Lady Melissa and Tala Tarly seemed oblivious to the small interaction between the men of the family and the real meanings behind Randall's words to Dickon. Let's go as well. We need to celebrate in the camp before going to the castle, as is the local etiquette. Jon said as he began to rise, his wife accompanying him along with his sister. The Artican group began to move as well, while the giants scared the nobles in the stands, after all, they even surpassed the height of some parts. They headed for the camp, passing through the crowd that still seemed not to have forgotten the Artican victory. Eldrick of Artica! 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 They shouted as Eldrick mounted a horse and waved to the crowd with his bow on his back. They headed to their tent with the people, even with the crowd now dispersed, with people and guards from other camps talking to each other, already knowing the tournament's outcome. Jon arrived at his camp with a group that stayed to guard it, and they welcomed him with excited smiles. "From what we're hearing even from here, Eldrick is our champion then, my king?" the Artican soldiers asked as soon as he arrived. "You didn't even need to ask that." Jon shrugged and looked seriously at them. "How many did you catch?" 8 people trying to rob us, recognized some from the camps of those nobles, also caught 2 of those tongueless children we found in Dorne." He spoke in a much more serious tone. "We'll deal with the nobles later, but those children are Varys's. It seems that guy thinks he can sneak past us after what happened in Dorne." Jon mocked. After that, they entered the camp, and Jon saw the 2 guards he had asked to keep an eye on the bard who delivered 1,000 gold dragons, along with the bard himself, who looked terrified. "What happened?" Jon asked, raising an eyebrow. "They tried to rob him 3 times, we had no choice but to bring him here where he was safer," the Artican guards said. "Sorry for that, King of Artica, I couldn't even see the splendid tournament, where I wanted to compose some songs in your honor," the bard said, ashamed and nervous. "I guess I shouldn't have given so much money," Jon murmured. "Find a place for him to stay for a few days, but he is forbidden from getting near any important information," Jon said, wanting to give him a chance to live. "Jon, there's something wrong with this bard, it's better to keep an eye on him." Serena approached Jon at that moment and nodded. Despite appearing at a disadvantage, the man always seemed to think carefully before saying anything, and he looked like a Dornishman. "Yes, I was happy to hear such music after so many years, but he seems like a Dornishman, a spy of Doran specifically, but let him be for now until we find some proof. I will keep an eye on him the whole time," Jon said, but didn't deny leaving him there. He knew the man would either lead him to his informant or to the Raven tonight, saying he infiltrated the camp. "Now let's get ready for a party," Jon said as everyone began to move at that moment, preparing for the banquet in celebration of Eldrick, the archery champion. But he wasn't the only one. No one forgot how a certain 11-year-old girl had taken first place in the tournament. "Arya, today many people will talk to you, be presentable, my champion." Jon turned to his sister, and she nodded, smiling. "Yes, Jon," she exclaimed and went to her tent to wear an Artican dress. The party then began at the banquet in the late afternoon as Jon sat in his chair, in the middle of the place, with everyone in the camp laughing and having fun, with the dwarves singing as usual. Even the bard was present, observing it all, then a moment later, he left. A moment later, Jon looked at his wife. "I'm going to do something important," he said, and she nodded, staying with Arya, who was boasting about getting a high position. Jon went to the larger tent and sat there, with no one else in the place besides his guards at the entrance. A moment later, a group entered, dragging the bard roughly. "What is this? Stop it!" the bard exclaimed as he was thrown to the ground, landing a few meters from Jon. He looked at Jon, smiling, and frowned. "King of Artica, that's not what your men were doing, I just had to go out to handle something," he began to explain as Jon kept a smile. "You know, I thought about leaving you unprotected. It would be easy to let you die while they try to rob you. 1,000 gold coins must be more than Doran or whoever from the Martell family has ever paid you, right? Unfortunately, if I let you die, I wouldn't be able to find out the things I wanted." Jon asked and spoke calmly. "Doran? I don't know what you're talking about, King of Artica, you're a person I've always admired," he said, almost pleading. "Really?" Jon raised an eyebrow before turning his gaze to his soldier. "Give me the letter then," he asked, and one of the guards took it out of his pocket, already aware of everything, seeing through his owl. "Look what we have here, dear serpent. I am infiltrated in the Artican camp, I will send precise information as soon as I discover more about the place." Jon read in a calm tone and then turned to mock the Dornishman. "You know, getting caught on the first day makes you a terrible spy. You could have waited a few days, you would have done better," Jon said, as it was quite obvious that the dear serpent was Doran or another Martell. "I swear I am not a spy, King of Artica," he exclaimed. "Come on, answer me, you called the serpent a she. Does that mean this is Arya, which I doubt, as she is not a serpent, which leaves me only with Princess Ariane Martell?" Jon said with a small smile. There was Nyra, but she wouldn't identify herself as a snake, she wouldn't spy on his camp, maybe on him, but not the camp. The man trembled, seeing he was increasingly without escape. I swear I had no intention of informing anything that would compromise your majesty, he said, almost crying from nerves. Take him to the cell, Jon ordered while the men nodded, Jon remaining there with the letter in his hand. Ariane, you want to spy on me? I thought we had nothing to do with each other after I refused to marry you. Jon murmured quietly. But you've proven to be bolder than I had imagined, he concluded. My king, and about the 2 children? The guard asked. There are them too. Jon sighed, having to deal with spies from all sides. Throw them in the cells too until we figure out what to do. Tomorrow, release one of the children and follow it to find its bird, Jon ordered, and the man nodded, leaving the tent and leaving Jon alone. He watched him leave and just closed his eyes, his mind going to a distant place, seeing himself in a city much less fragrant than Highgarden could be, King's Landing. He still kept 3 birds there to act as his spies. He heard the meeting when Renly was chosen to participate in the tournament and get in touch with Jon, or when Cersei tried to provoke the royal court that accompanied Renly and openly mock Jon, not expecting retaliation from Tormund who had won. His raven began to fly over the Red Keep, ignoring all other targets, focusing on one in particular. Varys was commanding the air on his balcony while writing a small letter. He felt a raven perch near his tree and stared at Varys in an unusual way, tilting its head from side to side without taking its eyes off the Master of Whispers. A raven, Varys murmured, taking his attention off his little parchment and raising an eyebrow at it the next moment. He said nothing, just put the parchment away and began to leave the window, opening a secret door in his room with a glance back at the raven sitting on his window, staring at him the whole time as if it had no fear. The door finished opening while he was frowning, and he immediately entered, pressing something from the inside, closing it behind him. He was even a little startled by the raven simply jumping and flying towards the last crack of the door above Varys, but in the end, it couldn't get through, hitting the door as it closed. Jon opened his eyes at that moment, staying calm. Varys, it seems you already know me, but you still send your spies. If you want to play, so be it, Jon said while Varys was walking through secret corridors, with the second raven in the dark, following him, trying not to alert the Master of Whispers as he walked through the castle's secret passages. This Westerosi people are very persistent. It seems I have to do something very big here, otherwise, I will have to deal with small mosquitoes all the time, and this will happen in Essos too, Jon murmured. He knew there was an appropriate way for him to act here, one that would make all of Westeros tremble. He then planned to do something very big as soon as he left Highgarden. This would send a good message to Westeros and its manipulators. Jon finally left the tent and went to where the party was still ongoing. He walked until he found one of the royal guards in the area. Are the wagons prepared? Jon asked. Yes, my king, everything is ready for the castle, he replied. That's good. Let's inform my queen, sister, ministers, and our champion to accompany us, Jon said and went to Serena. He quickly announced that he would be leaving and that they should enjoy themselves and take care of the camp. After that, his group headed for the wagons, which quickly started moving as they did for the previous banquet, to participate in another one at the castle. This was to mark the end of the archery tournament and as a preparation for the most important event of the entire tournament, the joust, in which Jon would participate, and Renly would have his champion with a rather unique, even millionaire, bet. Raccoon here. I wanted to cover the banquet in this chapter, but I want to make some good interactions with it, and it will take more than 1,000 words. So, I waited to have your interaction in the next chapter. I will skip a few days after this banquet to go straight to the joust, summarizing the days and some other events happening at sea in front of the Vale of Arryn. Chapter 115, Artican Trade in Westeros 42, Reach 22. Chapter size, 3,300 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. Jon and his group travelled by carriage to the Tyrell castle. The lights shone brightly in the windows, reminiscent of the last feast Jon attended. The carriages, just like the last feast, stopped at the main entrance, where Willis Tyrell awaited to receive them once again. Willis approached, leaning on his cane, with a cordial smile on his face. Good evening, King Jon. It is an honor to welcome you again, good to see you and your champion, he said, looking at Eldrick. Good evening, Lord Willis, Jon replied, extending his hand. It was a magnificent display this afternoon, Willis commented. I've never seen anyone hit a target at 125 meters with such precision. He smiled, and Eldrick nodded. Willis offered bread and salt to Jon once again. Jon accepted and took a bite, confirming his commitment to peace while at the castle. Please, follow me. The feast is just beginning, Willis requested, and Jon followed him with his group. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the group from Artica and their champion. The Reach is honored to receive them once again in our halls. The castle's herald, who was not the tournament's herald, introduced them to everyone present. The door to the hall opened, revealing once more a hall full of nobles dressed in fine attire, conversing animatedly and savoring the food and drink, many of which were Artican. In the middle of the hall, Renly smiled, regaining his composure after losing it due to the bet won by Jon. However, he quickly resumed his diplomatic posture. My guests. Come and bring your champion, he said, extending his hand to Jon and his group. Prince Renly, Jon greeted with a small nod before proceeding to the main table once again, with a place reserved for Eldrick himself. So here is our champion with 125 meters. He is truly an archer anyone would want in their army. He spoke, drawing the attention of all the nobles to Eldrick. Despite the archery tournament being the weakest, an archer with such skills was enviable. Thank you, Prince Renly. Eldrick is a talented archer, just like my sister Arya, Jon replied, casting a proud glance at Arya, who smiled shyly. Yes, how could I forget our little archer, or as she was called, the Lady of the Bow. He pointed to Arya once more, making everyone look at the girl, but without the previous disdain. After all, she secured 4th place at only 11 years old, defeating many experienced adults. I am sure my brother, the King of Westeros, will love this story in King's Landing, seeing that the daughter of his best friend has such talent. Let's have a round of applause for her. Lady Arya showed great courage and skill, worthy of being a Stark of Winterfell. He exclaimed as the entire hall applauded her. Arya felt quite shy about it but also proud, despite still aiming to win the tournament. Don't rush, you should be better than Ygritte when she was this age, so be proud of yourself. Serena spoke beside her, seeming to read her thoughts. After that, the hall began to return to normal as everyone started conversing with one another, either starting topics or flattering higher nobles. The music resumed, and the atmosphere relaxed with couples heading to the dance floor, and conversations flowed animatedly. Jon and Serena were invited to dance, while Arya remained at the table, just like the last time. Excuse me. Lady Arya. Arya heard a voice behind her, turning her attention to see 2 maesters approaching. She looked suspicious, and her royal guard was on alert, ready to act if any threat arose. Jon had been clear about the need for caution with the maesters. Yes. Arya said, eyeing them warily. I know it's inconvenient to ask this in the middle of the banquet, but we are very curious and never had the chance to speak with you. I am Maester Alaric and this is Maester Gerald, one of the maesters said, making a slight bow. Good evening, Lady Arya, Maester Gerald greeted, also nodding his head. Good evening, Arya replied, maintaining her caution. What do you want to know? We are extremely intrigued by the reports of your education in Artica, said Maester Alaric, with a genuinely interested expression. It is unusual for a young lady, especially a noble, to have knowledge in such diverse areas as we have heard. This intrigued us to the point of coming to ask a little about this knowledge that an 11-year-old girl has acquired. If you have as much skill with the mind as you do with drawing a bowstring, perhaps we are in the presence of the greatest genius of this generation. He admitted. Arya looked at them for a moment, her gaze falling on the royal guard who raised an eyebrow, waiting for her response. She didn't see that a conversation would be bad and her gaze fell to the front of the table, where numerous young nobles were looking at her with interest, waiting for the first opportunity to invite her to dance. But she had already refused about 4 of them so far and they kept coming, even saying she was indisposed. Even that Redwine twin seemed insistent on her, or it seemed like he wanted to regain his pride after being outdone by this girl. Her head turned back to the maesters, with a small smile. After all, they were the solution to her little problems with dancing. It was that or run to Lady Olenna, despite some good stories and her unique personality. Arya didn't like her pressure, as she wanted to find out everything about Jon and Artica with her questions. So, opening a bigger smile, she spoke to the 2 maesters. Of course, why not? Jon always said it's important to know more than just how to be a lady, Arya replied. That's true, Lady Arya, and that perspective is fascinating, said Maester Gerald. Could you tell us more about the teaching methods in Artica? How did you manage to learn so many different disciplines? He asked, wanting to know everything. Arya had to be careful not to say too much, but even so, it was a simple conversation. Jon and others were my main teachers, Arya began, observing the Maester's reactions. Jon believes that a broad education is essential. I studied mathematics, arithmetic, economics, geography, history, languages, agriculture, astronomy, alchemy, anatomy, and basic medicine. We learned from some books and also from practice. She said her wide area of knowledge with some pride. That is truly remarkable, said Maester Alaric, remembering what Olenna had reported to him, exchanging a glance with Gerald, wondering if they should believe it or not, but they decided to test the girl. And what about languages? How many do you speak? I speak and write in several languages, including the common tongue, High Valyrian, the Old Tongue of the North, Uti, and Dothraki, Arya replied firmly. They looked at each other once again before Maester Gerald turned back to the girl. Is it all right if I conduct a few tests? After all, I know Valyrian. He said, and Arya nodded. Can you understand me, Lady Arya? He spoke in High Valyrian. Perfectly well, Maester Gerald. If you wish, we can converse on any subject in this language. Can you keep up with me? Arya spoke, leaving the man somewhat stunned. Arya's pronunciation was even better than his. After coughing a little embarrassed, he went back to speaking in the common tongue. It would certainly be very pleasant, but my colleague does not understand much High Valyrian, and I fear he would not be able to keep up with us in this type of conversation. Maester Gerald said, not wanting to look foolish in front of the girl, and returned to speaking in a language he mastered better. That's all right, Maester. What else would you like to know? Arya said, not noticing how she had drawn the attention of the people at the table, or at least those who remained. Prince Renly had taken Margaery to dance, and Mace had taken his wife. Olenna once again had a direct gaze at Arya with Willis by her side, just observing how the girl dealt with the grey rats wearing a few links in their chains around their necks. As for the Maesters, they couldn't help but be impressed. Alaric leaned in a bit more. You mentioned astronomy and alchemy. Could you give us an example of what you've learned in those areas? Arya pondered for a moment, deciding how much she should reveal. In astronomy, I learned to map the stars and use them for navigation. In alchemy, I know how to create tinctures and simple potions, such as a healing balm and a solution to purify water, making it more alkaline. She responded. The nobles remained silent despite her using terms they didn't know. There were doubts about her words, and despite her confidence, it was hard to believe that a child could have as much or even more knowledge than they did in some areas. Alaric decided to pretend he believed Arya. Incredible, Lady Arya. The education in Artica seems to be very advanced. We would very much like to exchange more knowledge with you and, if possible, with King Jon. Arya kept her expression neutral. I will think about it. I need to discuss with Jon before making any decisions. She responded as if she were Jon's secretary. Of course, said Maester Gerald, nodding his head again. We appreciate your attention, Lady Arya. We hope to have the opportunity to talk more in the future. He said, seeing that the girl didn't seem to want to continue the conversation, until his friend touched his shoulder and looked at Arya, still not satisfied with some questions. Lady Arya, if it's not too much to ask, we would like to test a bit more of your knowledge. Just a few more simple questions from areas we also study. I specialize in mathematics, and my focus is on this kind of art. Can I test you in this area? Arya, who thought they were going to leave, nodded after reflecting a bit. All right, a few more questions. Thank you, Lady Arya. We will start with something simple. In mathematics, how would you solve the quadratic equation x superscript 2, 4x plus 4 equals 0? He posed a somewhat complicated exercise. You saying it like that makes it difficult. Arya began while the man started to think it was all a fraud. After all, aside from the High Valyrian language, she couldn't prove anything else. However, Arya spoke again. Do you have paper and a quill? I can answer it that way. She asked, and the man, a little surprised, looked at Gerald, who quickly took a paper, ink, and quill from his pocket in his cloak, something he always carried everywhere. After marking the equation on the paper, he handed it to Arya, who analyzed it and dipped the quill in the ink before starting to write, with a shadow passing behind her, looking curious. "What's happening here, Grandma?" Margaery asked curiously while the maesters watched Arya write on the paper after she had pushed her cutlery away and placed the paper on the table to write. "The maesters are testing the girl. Let's see if what she said so far is really true," Olenna commented, watching the girl with interest. Meanwhile, this movement was also noticed by Jon on the dance floor, who just looked. "Will she be okay with those maesters?" Serena asked while they danced. "Yes. I'm sure she will be just fine," Jon said, assuring that Arya wouldn't be bothered beyond a few questions, and he was willing to let her enjoy herself while leaving the maesters quite stunned. His gaze fell on Eldrick, who had been invited to dance by a young lady who apparently liked him. Meanwhile, Arya continued scribbling on the paper. After a while, she looked satisfied and showed the maesters her results. "It's a complete quadratic equation. The formula to solve it is x equals, b plus or minus, b superscript 2, 4ac/2a. In this case, a equals 1, b equals minus 4, c equals 4. So, x equals, 4 plus or minus, 16 to 16/2 equals, 4 plus or minus 0/2, so x equals 2. The solution is x equals 2. She explained, showing the calculation she had written on the paper to them. The maesters exchanged a stunned look. "Very well, Lady Arya," said Maester Alaric, his voice almost failing. He had never met a woman who could solve something like this, much less a girl. Regaining his composure, he continued. "And in history, could you tell us who was the king who unified the 7 kingdoms of Westeros?" "Aegon the Conqueror, of House Targaryen," Arya replied promptly. "He used his dragons to subdue 6 of the 7 kingdoms, with the exception of Dorne, which resisted for many years." "Excellent," commented Maester Gerald. "Now, one last question, about anatomy. What is the primary function of the heart in the human body?" "The heart is responsible for pumping blood throughout the body," Arya explained. "It sends oxygenated blood to tissues and organs and returns deoxygenated blood to the lungs to be reoxygenated." "Your knowledge is truly proven," said Maester Gerald, who began to believe in Arya's background, and the Citadel would love to hear about this. Alaric wanted to see one last thing from Arya. "You know, Lady Arya, before we came here, we were discussing some questions, and since you have knowledge of astrology as you mentioned, perhaps you could help us." He began. "What we were discussing was, what is the real color of sunlight? We concluded that it is yellow. What do you think?" he asked. "That is absolutely wrong." Arya held back from calling them stupid at that moment. The men, though a bit surprised by this reaction, waited for her to finish her reasoning. "There was an experiment conducted in Yeti 200 years ago, where a local physicist took sunlight and reflected it through a crystal, producing 7 colors at once upon exit," she commented, drawing the attention of the entire table. 7 colors, Lady Arya." Gerald was surprised, having never heard of such a thing before. "It's a bit hard to believe that sunlight has 7 colors, Lady Arya." Alaric was skeptical about this, almost finding it absurd. "Yes, 7 colors. But he didn't stop there. By painting all the colors on a circular wheel in equal parts, he spun it, which made the 7 colors form into one." She smiled while everyone raised their eyebrows, waiting for her final answer. "The color that formed in the end was white. Sunlight enhances all existing colors because it has white light," she answered confidently. "That." The maesters didn't know what to say after hearing this, trying to note down the entire experiment to reproduce and verify it later. "Lady Arya." Gerald was about to speak when the Artican Queen arrived at that moment. "Excuse me, gentlemen, but the King of Artica requires her presence for a dance. Do you mind?" she said, with Arya looking at her curiously, before turning back to Jon, who was waiting for her to dance below the table. "Of course, I'm going to dance with Jon," Arya said cheerfully, leaving the maesters aside, while not caring about offending some nobles after telling them she was indisposed and then going to dance with Jon. Jon calmly took his sister and led her to the dance floor. Despite their disproportionate sizes, they danced smoothly, with Arya smiling the whole time. She enjoyed dancing, but it had to be with the right person. Serena stayed at the table, just watching them without anyone else bothering her, giving them some time together. The maesters left the main table, having learned a lot but still wanting to know more. The feast continued, with Prince Renly mingling among the noble tables, being directly flattered. Jon kept dancing with Arya and returned to the table a while later, with no one managing to separate him on the dance floor, despite their attempts. After some time, Jon had gone out to get some air, leaving discreetly without anyone noticing, leaving Arya with Serena, while he found Samwell again on the balcony. Lord Tarly. Jon approached. King Jon. Samwell jumped at this. How have you been? Jon asked. I'm fine, King Jon. He seemed reluctant to face Jon. You're drunk, aren't you? Jon asked, raising an eyebrow. A little. Samwell lied, and Jon almost laughed. Rough night? Jon asked. Yes, my father. He said. Do you want to talk about it? Jon asked. How could I bother you with something like this? He murmured, thinking Jon wouldn't want to hear from someone like him. Well, it's not like I have the whole night, but I have a few minutes, so I don't mind. Jon said. Samwell looked at Jon a bit surprised and decided to open up. My father. He thinks I'm a disappointment. It seems he wants to get rid of me and try to make my brother take my place as heir. He said. That sounds bad. Jon, who thought it would be a simple problem, didn't imagine such a bad situation with Samwell Tarly's father. Are you jealous of your brother? He asked. I wouldn't say that. I don't think I would make a good lord like our ancestors. He admitted. Dickon can handle it better than I can. He said. Well, don't you like books? The Citadel would be a good opportunity. Of course, you would have to give up relationships like marriage and having children if that's not a problem. Jon said. I wanted to go to the Citadel, it's my dream, but my father doesn't want to see his son as a maester serving another lord. He doesn't think it's worthy of a Tarly, he said. That's even more complicated. So why don't you run away to Artica? Jon asked calmly, making the man widen his eyes at him. What? Samwell seemed shocked by Jon's words. I need scholars and teachers. If you flee to Artica on one of our ships, I can guarantee a place for you, and you will receive an education that you will never get at the Citadel. Jon said with a slight smile. I don't know. Samwell was surprised and felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, from everything he had heard and seen of these Articans, it seemed like a fantastic place, and he didn't know of anyone Jon had invited. If you want to come to my kingdom, you need to let me know before I leave. Anyway, I have to get back. Jon said in conclusion, and Samwell just nodded, watching the Artican king walk away at that moment. The feast continued as Jon returned to the table and exchanged many words with both Prince Renly and the Tyrell family. In the end, Jon announced that he was leaving, and they began to move. Eldrick seemed to bid farewell to the noble lady he had met and left with Jon and the others. At the exit, the Tyrell family, along with Renly, sent a chest with 20,000 gold coins for Jon to take to his camp. He accepted and started to move to rest. Meanwhile, the following day would be full of songs about the tournament by bards who wrote songs about what they witnessed and spoke of the Artican pride they had observed. Raccoon here. I will write another chapter summarizing a few more days with Jon negotiating while some things happen in the north. Starting the joust, I don't want to make this arc boring by dragging it out. Chapter 116, Artican Trade in Westeros 43, Reach 23. Chapter size, 3,300 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. While Jon was still enjoying his stay in the Reach since he first set foot in the kingdom, thousands of miles away, on the opposite side of the continent to the north, specifically in front of the Vale, the Arctic fleet with its 50 ships continued sailing north again, passing through waters filled with broken and burnt wood. While the people who managed to save themselves from the wildfire explosions by some miracle were screaming, trying to escape the tentacles of the people throwing them into the water. The ships continued heading north, unconcerned with the chaos happening around them, with the sea still burning with green fire on the waters. This was the result of a battle while a group seemed to want to attack them, but Jon knew their plan very well, which was to simulate an attack by the kingdom's fleet beyond the wall while the survivors returned to Gulltown, of course, burning their own ships in the process. But Jon, already anticipating Littlefinger's plan, thought that if they wanted to set them up, at least it had to be for real at least. So as soon as the ships approached to have some excuse that they encountered the fleet and were returning to the port to simulate the aggression, the Arctic ships themselves took the initiative and exterminated them all. It didn't take long for the Arctic fleet to disappear to the north in the following days and new ships to sail those waters while investigating the disappearance of Lord Gerald Grafton of Gulltown's ships. "This is just destruction, what the hell happened here?" said a sailor with some fear. There was no more wildfire, so he couldn't say how all the ships were destroyed without leaving a single man or body visible in the water, only burnt wreckage everywhere, which was very frightening for those men. "We have nothing more to do here. There are no bodies anywhere. Let's just take some of the wreckage. There's a burnt mast in the water, it will be our only proof." The captain of that ship asked them to at least take what was there. "No bodies, were they devoured?" "I've heard there are giant men on those ships, they say they devour men, so it's true," said a young man with some fear. "Better leave before we are next too," said another man, and although the captain didn't believe much in that, his heart was trembling, as like the others, the idea of not finding a single dead body made him freeze, for he had never seen anything like it on the sea, but knowing that those bodies were now being consumed by stomach acids inside a huge kraken following the fleet above him. "Finish taking the mast and let's go." He gave the order and the 3 ships that came to investigate soon turned around and went back to the port of Gulltown. "What are you saying?" It was after a day that they finally informed Gerald Grafton in his mansion of what they saw at sea, while the man who followed Littlefinger's plan thinking it would be a good venture didn't think his ships would actually be attacked. After all, there were no records of those ships attacking simple vessels. When he felt that something was wrong after days without answers, he sent the ships and received a response he didn't like at all. All the ships were destroyed without leaving any bodies in the water. The captain of one of the 3 ships reported. "Are you saying that I lost 12 ships, which is more than half of the ships my family has?" he exclaimed with fury. What seemed to be a promising venture turned into a great loss after all. Who would guarantee that he would get back what he lost? "Yes," the man murmured, not wanting to face his lord's wrath, knowing how vindictive he is and he would try to take out this anger on someone. "Get out!" the man simply shouted with all his anger at that moment while the sailor quickly left. The man looked for a moment before grabbing his wine glass on the desk and simply throwing it at the wall, shattering it the next moment. He couldn't measure his fury at that moment. "I need to talk to Littlefinger, that bastard assured me it was a good venture and I hope he keeps his word. I want my ships back," he exclaimed alone while the guards listened outside, remaining silent, not wanting to make their lord even more furious with them. "I will write to him now," the man said as he sat at his desk, taking a parchment with quill and ink, and began writing what happened in the letter with his dissatisfaction, asking Littlefinger to resolve his problems quickly. After all, having 12 fewer ships under his command would significantly reduce his profits in the coming weeks, preventing him from buying goods from Essos to resell here while also taking items from here to sell in the desert lands across the ocean. He finished writing 2 types of letters as he had planned, with each line not leaving anything out, and finally completed them. "Guards!" Gerald Grafton exclaimed as one of the guards entered his solar and looked at his lord, who was far from calm. "Take this to the Maester and send it to the Master of Coin in King's Landing, immediately," he demanded, and the man swallowed hard as he walked past the shards of glass and took the paper before leaving the place and heading to the part of the castle where the Maester was. After seeing the situation, the Maester nodded but did not miss the chance to look at the content. "So they attacked Lord Gerald Grafton's ships. I will inform the Citadel about this," he said, not caring if his lord and the Master of Coin were planning to place evidence against the Arctic ships. After all, this was good for them. He simply placed it on the Raven to King's Landing, and it departed. After seeing the Raven depart, the Maester wrote a new letter and sent it to the Citadel immediately. The Raven that went south travelled for a few days before arriving in King's Landing and landing in one of Littlefinger's brothels. A prostitute picked it up and saw the letters addressed to her master with the seal of Gulltown. "What interesting news!" Littlefinger, who was in bed with a red-haired woman, was called by this prostitute and took the 2 letters. He opened them and began reading, but at the same time, he frowned at Gerald Grafton's demands in the first letter. He smiled that things had turned out better than he imagined with the second letter that the Lord of Gulltown wrote. He turned his gaze to the prostitute who was with him at that moment. "It seems I have to go, I have something important to do," he said and put on some clothes before leaving and heading towards the Red Keep. Going to the castle, he headed to the Tower of the Hand while Jonaran was writing something in his book when a guard of Houserin opened the door. "I told you not to let anyone interrupt me," Jonaran growled immediately. "Sorry, Lord Hand, but the Master of Coin is here to see you and it seems important," he said, and Jon looked at him for a moment before sighing. Lord Baelish, what does he want now? Anyway, let him in. Jon requested, and Baelish entered shortly after with a face feigning concern. Lord Hand, he said, greeting the older man and maintaining the same concerned expression. Speak, Lord Baelish, what brings you here? Did something happen? Jon noticed Baelish without his usual smile. Yes, I would like you to read this letter. The man said, taking the piece of paper and beginning to read it. The man remained silent while he had the paper in front of him, his eyes beginning to tremble slightly. This is terrible, it's an attack against Westeros. Jon, who was already not very favorable to the Arctic people trading in Westeros, found a good excuse to turn the crown against this group coming from the wild north, especially when his kingdom was harmed by such a fleet. You see, Lord Hand, we have a threat sailing against our waters. Baelish said, appearing shaken but keeping a smile behind his mask, quite pleased with the course of events. Let's go. We must convene a meeting quickly. Jon exclaimed immediately as he began walking, leaving his tasks aside and starting to descend the tower, encountering Sir Jaime and Sir Meryn following the prince training in the garden. The Crown Prince, Joffrey Baratheon, was anything but a warrior, even at 13 years old, which left King Robert quite disappointed with the man who would succeed him later. He still didn't know how to properly wield a sword, but Jon Arryn didn't care about that now. He turned back to one of the guards managing the prince's training in the yard. Sir Jaime. Jon called as Jaime turned his attention to the hand of the king. Lord Hand. He looked. I want you to find someone to summon the entire council now, we have an urgent meeting. He said while Baelish simply followed him from behind. An urgent meeting? Are we at war or something? Jaime asked with a small smile, mocking the urgency. No, Sir Jaime. Not yet, because soon we might be. The Arctic fleet attacked a group of merchant ships in our waters and raided them. They were Gulltown ships. Jon Arryn spoke firmly as Jaime raised an eyebrow but nodded after a while, leaving his sons, nephews training to his fellow King's Guard. Sir Jaime. Jon called one last time, making the man turn to him. Call even His Majesty, say it's urgent and we might go to war. Jon warned, and Jaime nodded once more before leaving. Jaime went to speak with his sister while sending many messengers to find all the council members. Meanwhile, Cersei was quite frustrated lately. Ravens had been pooping on her head whenever she left her room, as if she were being punished by the seven or something. She lost count of how many times she had to return to her chamber after having her hair ruined by bird droppings. She even ordered the guards to use crossbows to eliminate any bird in the castle. She began walking the corridors of the Red Keep with 4 guards, all armed with crossbows, to shoot any bird they saw. This reduced the number of incidents, but some still managed to hit her occasionally, forcing her to skip parties and banquets at the castle because of this situation. It wasn't just this strange event where the servants were already whispering that she had angered some gods but also the fact that she was no longer receiving responses to her requests. She had instructed Sir Boros to send a message for an attack by some mercenaries at the port, but countless days had passed with no news. Even Sir Boros had left with Prince Renly to the Reach on a trade mission, making it seem like her plan to attack and try to kidnap the family of the Arctic bastard had failed in the end. She was in her room when her brother entered, bringing news. Despite being surprised, Cersei smiled broadly, now having an excuse to attack the Arctic people. Let's go, Jaime. This meeting will be important. She said and began to get ready and leave with her brother. But as soon as she reached the door, she stopped. Guards! She exclaimed, and some guards in the corridor quickly approached with crossbows. Kill any bird you see. She commanded, and the men nodded while Jaime just sighed as his sister walked towards the council chamber, looking up as if expecting enemy attacks from anywhere at any moment. The council chamber soon filled with all its members, except Robert, but it didn't take long for the door to open with him entering, looking like a man with a hangover, even though it was the afternoon. I heard about going to war. He exclaimed as Sir Barristan Selmy followed closely behind. We'll discuss this now, Your Majesty, Jon Arryn commented, waiting to start the meeting. Then start this meeting. Who is the enemy? Who is challenging me? Is it the Targaryens? He exclaimed, growling at the end, grabbing the wine bottle on the table and drinking straight from it without using a cup. No, Your Majesty. It's the Arctic people, Jon Arryn said, and Robert stopped drinking at that exact moment, looking at him in surprise. What do you mean by that, Jon? He demanded. Let me read this. Jonaran said as everyone except Renly watched him take the parchment and begin to read aloud. I am writing to inform you that I was attacked on the high seas. He continued reading to the end of the parchment while the entire room fell silent. No bodies. What the hell does that mean? Jaime looked surprised at the information, his brow furrowed. We don't know, only that our Lord of Gulltown didn't find a single body in the water, which is very strange. Baelish shared his thoughts. They are northern savages, I've heard there are many cannibals in those lands. Who would doubt that they would take the bodies to eat later? Pycelle said. Don't be so foolish, Maester, no one retrieves a body from the water to eat, Stannis commented, finding the disappearance of the bodies quite strange, though it seemed irrational to him. What should we do, Your Majesty? Varys asked, looking at King Robert with interest while the latter seemed thoughtful, no longer drinking his wine. His gaze left the king and looked upwards, searching for any raven he had. The paranoia might be watching him as if it were someone, knowing all his secrets, which made Varys quite scared despite not showing it outwardly. His fear was how this meeting could be observed by Jon Arctic, and if he said something about it, he would be labelled as mad by everyone. What choice do we have? We must attack them and declare them enemies. Cersei said. Despite seeming like a direct attack, I believe we should have some explanation for this. Sir Barristan commented from behind the king, while Sir Jaime remained silent behind his sister. Robert, I know you have a friendship with Ned, and that this Jon Arctic is his son, but you need to do something about it. He's with your brother right now in the Reach, this is the time to act before he returns to the sea. After all, it's quite alarming when we don't know how they deal with ships, which leave no bodies, only burnt wreckage. Jon warned with a tone of seriousness while Robert, with his rare serious look, nodded. All right, Jon. I won't send an army, but I will send an armed group to summon Ned's son to the Red Keep, demanding an explanation for why his ships attacked Westerosi merchants. Also, ask my brother to speak with Ned's son about the summons. Robert said and looked at each of the council members, stopping at Jaime. Sir Jaime, I summon you for this task, along with a group to go to the Reach as well. He said at the end. Wait, Robert. Cersei immediately protested, but Robert was nursing a strong hangover and didn't want to argue. I don't want to hear anything from you, woman. Just shut up and let your brother fulfill the king's order. I count on you, Kingslayer. He said with a tone both angry and serious. Jaime, despite trembling at the nickname that followed him like a curse, nodded to Robert. As you wish, my king, he said. Now I will return to my bed, I need to sleep. He said grumpily and began to leave while everyone stood up as protocol, allowing Robert to exit with Sir Barristan following closely behind. I will prepare the men and depart immediately, Sir Jaime commented as he began to leave as well. Cersei tried to protest, but there was nothing more she could do. I will send a letter to the Tyrells, demanding that they keep Jon Arctic in their castle until the King's Guard arrives. Also, send a letter to Prince Renly with an extra message, Jonaran directed to Pycelle, who nodded and left the room like the other council members. Each had their own opinion about today's discussion and what to do about Arctic, some felt fear, others joy and greed, hoping to gain much from this conflict. Meanwhile, a week had passed since the archery tournament and the main event was about to begin while Jon was in his tent with his wife, receiving a parchment from a raven he had anticipated. Another letter from those maesters. Serena asked beside Jon as he read it. Yes, they have noticed that something is wrong. After all, they haven't received any letters from the Citadel as responses and don't know that all their letters never reached their destination. Jon commented with a small smile. Did they include anything new this time? She couldn't help but ask. The same as always, how they are surprised by Arya's level of intellect even while living in a place they consider savage, how we are superior in military skills, since we have demonstrated many times how we can defeat anyone on any field, Jon said. Except in the joust. She remarked with a smile. Well, they will find out about that soon enough. Jon replied and continued. It's amusing how they are eager to find weaknesses in my leadership and the faith of my men in me, even stating that they are visibly shaken by the control I have over all the Arcticans, including giants and dwarves, despite me being only 15 name days, Jon commented. Are they trying something against us at this moment? Serena asked suddenly with a more serious tone, but Jon shook his head. Despite the hostility in their gaze and disdain, they are not planning anything, at least the Citadel hasn't sent any orders. Jon said. Unlike in Dorne, these maesters in the castle seemed to have only the mission of observing his every move and the characteristics of his group. Even so, it is very funny how they detail their shock after seeing the knowledge acquired through Arya in Arctic, even becoming greedy wanting our methods of study, but that's something they can only dream of. Jon commented. What are you planning to do, Jon? You know they are plotting something against us, after all, they have been following us since Dorne. Serena commented with some concern now. Don't worry. I have a good plan, it's time for Westeros to know the true power of Arctic and I am thinking of sacking our first city here. I know this will ruin our business, but that doesn't matter anymore. Jon said with a dangerous tone. Serena didn't know exactly what her husband was planning, but she just nodded, trusting his judgment. Well, my love. Jon said, kissing her forehead. Let's get up. After all, today we have a tournament with a joust to win. Jon said, as the bet with Prince Renly would be decided today, and Jon was ready to fight against the champion he had chosen and win some extra lands in Westeros. Chapter 117, Artican Trade in Westeros 44, Reach 24. Chapter Size, 3,200 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. Are we ready? Jon looked at his group, who were prepared to head out again for the tournament. Seeing them nod, Jon led them straight to the tournament, which unlike the last time, had its structure changed for the joust that would take place that day. The bleachers were much larger so that all the nobles could have a good view, with exclusive podiums for the great families and Prince Renly. The commoners and bards had to contend with a much more horizontal view, left to crowd on the ground while some climbed nearby trees if they weren't caught by the guards, due to the security for the nearby nobles. Jon. I want to see you knock everyone down from the start in all the matches. Arya exclaimed next to Jon. I could maybe do that, but I don't plan to make it that easy. After all, I want to give a bit of excitement to the audience. Jon said to his sister with a smile. Did you really bring that horse? She asked again. Yes, didn't you see? He raised an eyebrow. I didn't know, I was only told about it today. Arya admitted. Yes, I asked the fleet to bring him here, after all, I need one of him, and this is my most important horse of all. Jon said. That's pretty obvious, you wanted to participate with your wolf. Serena couldn't help but laugh at that. You know I'd even try, but I know it wouldn't be possible, so this past week I made sure to prepare another mount. Jon spoke. They might even create a song about you again. Arya suggested with a mischievous smile. Seems like the Lady of the Bow wants a song about Jon. Serena asked Arya while the others listening to that smiled. In the past week, not only did Eldrick have his own song, but the bards created a song about the 11-year-old girl winning 4th place, something that even surpassed Eldrick as everyone wanted more of the song about Arya Stark. The song wasn't the only thing that changed this week. While Jon continued visiting the Tyrell's castle and even attending a few more banquets, Willis seemed to start courting Arya. They seemed to see an impressive pair with Arya, but the girl remained quite distant from them, maintaining only respect but leaving no opening while staying oblivious to the courtship that wasn't limited to just the Tyrell heir. You know I'm famous among the Southerners. Arya spoke with some arrogance, smiling, happy to have a song earned by her own skills. Let our father hear that in the halls of Winterfell. Jon commented calmly. Bran will be jealous. She said immediately, and a silent atmosphere took over them the next moment. Jon and Arya couldn't help but think of their younger brother at that moment. Hoping they could meet again someday, but Jon more than Arya, as he didn't seem to be very well accepted in the north, not without getting into a conflict in those lands due to some petty nobles. Putting that aside, Jon continued the path with the group, and they finally began to hear the commotion of the tournament as they approached it, with the giants doing a good job of clearing the way through the crowd and entering the place, while Jon had an exclusive podium for his family. He continued to have a lot of contact with the Tyrell family, and this had improved their relations, despite Arya being discreetly courted by the family's heir. Jon and Willis had something in common, which was animals, and Jon negotiated many horses over the week with the nobles of the Reach along with the Tyrell family, hearing many recommendations from Willis. He could even see if an animal was good enough for him, but the problem was reaching those animals, and Willis served very well for that contact. Garland was his constant training partner in the yard. Despite not having as good a partnership as he had with Willis, they got along very well, training, and Jon even instructed Garland a few times after the latter had to admit that Jon was the strongest swordsman he had ever met in his life. Margaery was a bit strange for Jon. She treated him with respect, but sometimes she looked at him so intently that he wondered if she wanted to take him to bed a few times. His wife knew better, but Jon didn't insist on this and ignored it, maintaining only respect for her status. He thought she was one of the most beautiful women, he had to admit, but he didn't like her personality much. He believed she was greedier than he would like one of his wives to be. Maester Tyrell was a very distant man. Although he was often very surprised by many things Jon did, they rarely addressed each other in their few meetings. Jon felt some disdain from him for Jon's status, but at the same time, he saw him as quite confused. His wife, Aelry Tyrell, was a calmer person. She addressed Jon with respect like her children and liked and treated Serena very well, always wanting to see the perfumes from the north and talk about many things. Olenna, on the other hand, was a more difficult woman to deal with in this place, always keeping a sarcastic tone but, at the same time, always observing them like a hawk. Jon considered her a schemer. She hadn't talked to Jon alone yet, but that hadn't happened yet, not that it changed the fact that she would do so after the tournament. Jon was just waiting for the invitation from the woman who ran the Tyrell family to have tea in her gardens alone. In Westeros, there was a silent game, a game of power called the Game of Thrones. Jon classified the players into two types, the schemers, who were the people moving the pieces behind the curtain to gain or maintain their power, and Olenna was one of them. He saw many of them also in the King's Council. Jon personally had no love for such people and would eliminate them if it wouldn't cause a major diplomatic problem, so he had to wait until a war arose where he could have that excuse. Besides the schemers, there were the pieces, whom the schemers moved almost like puppets. Margaery was a piece of the Tyrell family, as an example, since with her becoming queen, which was the Tyrell's interest since her creation, she would place her blood in the royal lineage and increase the family's status. After all, even the great houses had problems in their realms, and people of a lower rank were always waiting for their guard to drop to overthrow them and take their status. Jon could say that families like the Tarleys would take power from the Tyrells if they could in a moment of weakness. One way the Tyrells prevented this was by forming the Tyrell, Redwyne, and Hightower alliance. After all, they had important relatives concentrated in Highgarden, with Olenna herself coming from the Redwynes and the mother of Willis, Garland, Margaery, and Loras being a Hightower. But this alliance didn't seem enough for them. Olenna was too ambitious to keep power only in her realm, she wanted more and even to take the power of the throne. Jon wouldn't doubt if she wanted to be like the Baratheons themselves, even changing the stag symbol in Red Keep to keep the flower symbol, and Olenna would certainly do everything in her power for that. Speaking of the Baratheons, Jon didn't have a bad experience with Renly. The man was often a bit stupid and annoying, always smiling, but he still treated Jon with respect. Even when talking nonsense, Jon still maintained patience and tolerated his exaggerations. Loras, who was his guard all the time, kept a certain distance from Jon. Despite hearing that he had once been an avid fan of the song and ballad, Little Jon, he seemed reserved and even disliked Jon's presence, almost as if he were jealous. Not that Jon could do anything about it, so he just ignored him the whole time. And the last man who stood out this week was Braavos again. The idiot hadn't learned from his last mistake and tried to provoke them again. Jon lost his patience when he heard him call Serena a wild prostitute. He returned to the Maester shortly after, seemingly showing that when Tormund beat him, it was just a slap on the face compared to what Jon did to him. Since Jon attacked him without anyone being able to stop him afterward, he broke the man's jaw, fractured the bones on the right side of his face, and knocked out half of his teeth. His nose, already broken by Tormund, worsened even more, and he was in critical condition, in a coma with the risk of permanently losing vision in one eye. Of course, this shocked everyone. Jon had only used his fists to destroy the man in less than a minute, unleashing his true superhuman strength after years of taking his potions. He didn't even let the royal guards act and did it on his own, giving the only order that prevented anyone from approaching. This was not taken lightly, and before anyone could protest, Jon challenged anyone to contest his aggression. No one said anything after Renly had seen everything and sided with Jon. After all, he had asked Braavos not to approach them anymore, and the man, being a royal guard or not, acted against his orders. In the end, Jon was seen as someone defending his wife's honor, and this matter ended up being favorable for Jon in the last few days. Some nobles even cheered for him in the end, and many ladies seemed to want Jon to ask for their favor in the joust, but that was out of negotiation. Returning to the present, Jon and his group were surprisingly applauded by other nobles as they entered the arena and headed to the place reserved for him. Besides the horses he wanted to buy, he negotiated his products through the Tyrells and ended up meeting many people. After all, they were a good way to gain information about the kingdom and Westeros, as Jon discovered the Tyrells' alliances and ambitions through these nobles, connecting all the dots. With his sister and wife sitting in the main seats with him on the covered podium, he greeted the other podiums and sat, waiting for the most anticipated tournament of all. The nobles tried to flaunt their wealth as much as they could to assert their status, and the ladies wore the best dresses and adorned themselves for an internal competition among the women. Even Arya seemed to compete in this while she spent more time fixing her hair than usual and wore her best dress. Unlike the archery contest where even commoners could enter by paying a fee, the joust was more elitist. Only knights could compete, with the vast majority being sons of nobles. There were exceptions, such as bastards and even commoners who managed to become squires of some lesser knight by some luck, but it was quite rare. Of course, Jon was not a knight, but even so, he would participate in the tournament as one of the most important candidates. After all, he wagered his Valyrian steel sword with Prince Renly, who wagered lands in the Stormlands. The northern men settled again next to the podium while the giants kept everyone away, with the dwarfs making loud noises and drinking. Some northern members went to the podium and brought drinks and food for Jon and his most important members. Of course, he didn't drink, so he waited for the tournament to start, which didn't take long. It was early in the morning, and it would be a tournament that would last 2 days, with Jon participating only when called. His clothes and horses were already waiting for him in the place where the knights and their squires took care of the preparations. With that, the herald emerged in the middle of the field, the same one who narrated the archery competition, and presented himself to the audience, filling the place with his voice while everything fell silent to hear the man. "Ladies and gentlemen, nobles and commoners, welcome to the grand justing tournament in honor of my lord, Maester Tyrell's birthday." The herald's voice echoed through the arena, capturing everyone's attention. "And with that, we will have the honor of witnessing the bravery and skill of the most fearless knights of Westeros," he exclaimed, glorifying the competition. The crowd applauded enthusiastically in the next moment, the commoners being the most excited about it, and the herald continued, "We have a total of 128 knights competing in this tournament. They have been divided into pairs, and each pair will compete in a series of elimination justs with judges marking points to decide the winner when neither falls. The more shields destroyed, the more points will be counted." He began announcing the rules. The herald paused to let the spectators absorb the information. "The rules are simple. Each joust consists of 3 rounds today, where the knights will try to knock their opponent off their horse with their lances. Whoever knocks their opponent down will win and advance to the next round immediately. Those who do not knock their opponents to the ground will be judged by the points I mentioned earlier," he said. "Jon, don't trust these judges, win all before the last round," Arya immediately requested, not trusting the Southerners, and Jon smiled at her. "I feel offended by this, Arya. Do you believe I will need judges?" Jon said, opening a smile. The herald looked around, ensuring everyone was paying attention. "The knights who win their battles will advance to the next rounds in this style. Out of the 128 knights, 64 will participate in the second round, and the winners will be placed in the last round of the day, with 32 champions," he said and continued. "After the last round ends, only 16 knights, champions, will be acclaimed tonight when the banquet is held for the nobility. As soon as the day starts tomorrow, which will be the second day when we will decide our true champion, they will compete among themselves. Out of the 16, only 8 will remain. From 8, 4 will go to the semi-finals, and after they compete, we will have only 2 knights vying for the title of champion." As he finished explaining how the competition would proceed, the crowd was ecstatic, murmuring and commenting excitedly about the first battles and who would be the true winner of this tournament. "Besides the honor and glory, we have an exciting contest between 2 people in this place. One of them is our glorious prince and the king's brother, Prince Renly Baratheon. On the other side, we have our special guest, king of a kingdom to the north of Westeros, King Jon Arya," he exclaimed, not letting the crowd of commoners clap yet, not knowing what the competition was about or even reminding the nobles who had heard about it over a week ago. "In this competition, we have a very valuable bet between the 2 monarchies. On one side, Prince Renly Baratheon will enter the competition with his champion, Loras Tyrell," he announced with people clapping immediately, as Loras was the favorite of many. "On the other side, the king of the north himself will fight in person. If he is as skilled in riding as his archer is in shooting, we may see a great competition between the 2. He spoke as more applause arose with excitement, although Jon had fewer people cheering for him compared to Loras. Now you must be wondering what is so important about this bet, so let me tell you. He said in a clearer and more animated tone. Prince Renly made a bet with the Northern Monarch. If Prince Renly loses to Jon Artica, he will give large amounts of land in the Stormlands for Jon to use as a trading post. He spoke while everyone who didn't know this was immensely shocked, but not as much as what was to come. But if Prince Renly's champion, Loras, wins, Renly will gain the legendary Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister. He announced, and everyone exclaimed even more. Westeros treated a Valyrian steel sword with more importance than lands in a kingdom across the continent. Renly stood up from his seat and waved to the crowd, which responded with enthusiastic applause. Jon did not stand up, he just nodded his head to everyone looking at him and clapping, as the competition had again reached a higher level for those unaware of the bet. Let all the knights prepare their lances and mounts. May courage, skill, and honor prevail in this grand jousting tournament. The herald concluded, leaving the center of the arena as the trumpets sounded again, signaling the start of the competitions. A group of servants approached the center with a large crate and placed it in the middle of the field. A judge approached the crowd. Now we will see the sequence of knights that our competitors will face. Please, bring your squires so they can pick their numbers. Bring the name of your knight, and we will get the registration list. He spoke and waited for a group of young men to come forward to see the numbers of their knights. Can I get the number for you, my king? A royal knight asked beside Jon, but Jon shook his head. Don't worry too much about it, after all, they have already chosen my number and Loras. Jon already knew that they had placed the two names on opposite sides on their own, as they seemed to believe Jon had a good chance of reaching the finals and competing with Loras, which was a surprise to him, but he just smiled. What is your number then? Arya asked beside him. Loras has number 1, and I have 128. He answered, not caring much, as his confidence in this model was unshakable, especially with that horse. After a while, everyone had picked a number, and Jon had an opponent among them, who was number 127. But he didn't know who it was yet. As soon as the crate was removed from the middle of the place and it was clean and empty again, the herald came out once more for everyone. Now we will begin today's joust. Our first competitor is none other than Prince Renly's champion, Sir Loras Tyrell. He exclaimed while the crowd filled with loud applause. His opponent is Sir Water from the south of the Reach. He announced, an unknown knight to Jon, while the applause was much weaker than for the first announcement. Loras left the podium and went to prepare the next moment. With these two competitors, we officially begin the tournament. The herald announced once more as he waited for the first two knights to prepare for the first joust. Raccoon here. I planned to cover the first day in this chapter, but I didn't realize when I had already surpassed 3k words and didn't want to leave the first day halfway. So forgive me if I'm dragging things out here. There will be 2 more chapters of this, and Jon is leaving the Reach. There will be no more negotiations in any other kingdom, so chaos will begin in Westeros. Chapter 118, Artican Trade in Westeros 45, Reach 25. Chapter size, 3,800 words. Pessoa 3 POV. Westeros, 295 AC. It didn't take long for the competitors to finally emerge from each side of the tournament, while Loras had already exchanged his noble clothes for a plate armor made by the best blacksmiths of Westeros. He entered, boasting with a firm posture as he rode out on his horse, displaying the Tyrell sigil on his chest and shield, appearing in front of the entire crowd that immediately cheered for him. The ladies seemed to go wild, as Loras was very gallant with good status, combined with not being betrothed yet, where single women saw a great opportunity. Let's start the first round. The herald exclaimed again, while the judges also prepared to start and evaluate. Jousting seems so boring compared to the horse racing games in Artica's arena. Arya murmured, not finding much fun in a game where people hit each other with lances. Each kingdom has its own games and culture, Arya, you should know that. Serena said. She will learn that over the next few years, after all, we will be traveling east. Jon said, revealing a bit of his plans. To the east? Like Mirian? She asked, surprised. Farther east, I'm talking about the Jade Sea and Yeti. Jon smiled. Really, we're going to travel that far? You told me that few have achieved that feat and one of them is Corlys Velaryon, known as the Sea Snake. She said excitedly. I see you still remember my history lessons, but we'll talk about that later. First let's pay attention to the tournament in front of us. Jon requested and Arya complied while the first joust was about to begin with the knights calmly walking through the stands. Loras stopped in front of the Tyrell stands and asked the favor of none other than his own sister, a smart move, as it would not give any opportunity to single ladies, which seemed that Loras did not like women very much. Besides, this would greatly enhance Margaery's status as well. After receiving the favor, which Margaery gave with pleasure and cheered for her brother, his opponent, Water, took the favor of another lady and they began to prepare, each standing at one end. Jon watched as Loras and Water positioned themselves on their horses, each holding their first lances above their shoulders, ready for the first joust of the tournament. Both horses moved, uncomfortable with the situation, but still obeying their riders. The trumpets sounded, signaling the start of the joust. Loras finally lowered his visor, adjusted his position in the saddle, and held the lance firmly. Water did the same, his eyes focused on his opponent. Let the first battle begin. The judge announced, and in the blink of an eye, both knights charged, their horses galloping with force and determination towards each other. They quickly ran towards each other as the sound echoed across the ground, meeting in the middle of the field. The sound of lances clashing against shields echoed through the arena. The crowd immediately screamed in excitement while the ladies sighed, with Loras losing a bit of balance in his saddle, seeming that Sir Water had taken some advantage over him. Loras was slightly suspended, but in the next moment, he firmly remounted and reached the end, before meeting a squire, who handed him a new lance, as his head cracked. They took their lances and once again ran towards the center in unison. The advance continued until they clashed against each other once more. But this time, Loras not only avoided the previous situation but managed to bypass Sir Water's shield, hitting his chest, while his plate dented, and he was forced to move against the advance with the lance, unable to even land a hit on Loras. Sir Water has fallen. The herald shouted as the crowd exploded into applause and cheers of enthusiasm, celebrating Loras' victory. Loras demonstrated why he was Renly's champion. His lance hit Water with such force that he fell heavily to the ground and stayed there for a while until he started to leave the field. Loras still flaunted a bit to the crowd before starting to leave, meeting a squire. The first fight is over. Now we'll be watching 62 more matches before seeing Jon. Serena commented. Watching men eat dirt all day, what more could I ask for? Jon said with an ironic tone. Why do you have to be the last? You can beat anyone there. Arya complained once again, not wanting to watch this all day. After all, she wasn't like those southern ladies who screamed desperately for attention from some knight. I think I might find someone very strong in my turn. Jon murmured with a slight smile. I highly doubt it. Arya said, and then the judge called. Number 3 and number 4. He exclaimed, and the knights, already knowing their numbers, began to leave the corners of the field while taking some favor from their lady as the previous knights did and began once again with the judge's shout. This joust lasted 4 rounds before number 4 knocked down the opposing knight. They even announced their names, but Jon was not very concerned about that. The fights continued as time began to pass shortly after. Jon still kept an eye on the matches, responding to some people who addressed him, while watching another knight fall to the ground. It didn't take long for another knight to fall to the ground in the next round. Arctic King, your boredom is visible from miles away, how about a bet like in the archery game? Renly decided to speak to Jon from the other podium. Another bet? What do you propose? Jon asked, a bit curious. What else? How about this, I bet that the Knight of House Ball will win this round. Renly challenged him with a smile, and Jon nodded. Very well, 500 gold dragons and I believe he will not defeat Sir Flowers. This round will be a draw, Jon said. He didn't know the man's name, but he knew he had the bastard name. I wouldn't say that, the opponent of the man I'm betting on seems pretty weak. Renly said, and many laughed at that. You are right, but there are other factors that may interfere with my judgment. Jon commented. He could see that the bastard knight was quite deficient in his skills, but Jon could see that his horse was better than the opponent's and compensated for that. It's not like Jon had a 100% chance of getting this right, but it was a bet, so he believed in the things that had the highest chance of happening. Both knights crossed each other, striking one another, with neither of them falling. Jon turned back to Renly, who did not seem affected by losing. It seems I've won, Prince of Westeros. Jon said. Yes, but I can still recover that by the end of the day. He said confidently. Jon could hear more challenges coming from the prince as he kept nodding, enjoying the tournament better while winning most of the time. Besides seeing the knight's skills, he could see the condition of the animal they were riding, but he still couldn't get them all right, as there were still many factors he had no control over. The hours continued to pass with Jon eating things his men brought. The Articans seemed bored watching unknown knights, with the dwarves complaining, in contrast with the rest of the common folk who seemed even more excited about this game than the archery championship. The fights continued until all the games had passed, and finally, it was Jon's turn with someone he still didn't know. "This game is before me, it's time for me to prepare," Jon warned as he got up for the next game. "Finally, we'll see a king enter a joust. I hope to see a great spectacle," Renly announced while everyone looked at Jon. "Good luck, Jon," Serena said. "Go on, Jon." Arya cheered as he left with a guard and went to the area where the horses were taken care of, where some Articans were taking care of his animal as he approached. "Hello, Pentos," Jon said calmly while some people nearby, especially other squires taking care of their animals, looked at him. Jon touched the horse. Pentos neighed. This animal had been with him for years. It was his first horse, the same one that saved him at the Ice Hill farm, the one that kicked the bandit Jon was about to die from when he was only 8 name days old and had accompanied him since then to Artica. Jon had considered him his main horse ever since. "My king, your armor is ready." The soldier came with the Elden metal armor. "That's good, help me put it on," Jon requested. The horse made another sound, but Jon smiled. "Sorry, my friend, we can't put armor on you, it's against the rules of this competition, but we will still win them all," Jon said and began to put on the armor quickly with his men. When he was finished, with Pentos now having a proper saddle, he mounted him, touching him calmly. "Let's go, buddy, let's prepare for the fight," Jon said, waiting for the last round of the current match until one of them fell. Jon's horse seemed quite excited, pawing the ground with one of its front hooves. "The fight seems to be over." Jon heard the herald shout a winner while he waited a bit longer. "Now we have our 2 final candidates in this first elimination round, and it's none other than the King of Artica himself, who bet against Prince Renly to win his lands or lose his sword. Now let's see a bit of the man who entered such a grand bet, Jon Artica," he shouted as some men asked Jon to enter. Not that he didn't already know this was the moment, but he then entered the field galloping while the crowd appeared in front of him. "What a beautiful armor! So that's the King of Artica. He certainly knows how to dress like one." People were immediately surprised by Jon's armor as he walked calmly through the place, his armor shining and reflecting the sunlight, a reflection that represented Artica and its king. His figure was even more mesmerizing than anyone who had ever entered here. His metal plates with Elden metal were white and blue, like the Artican flag, displaying his master blacksmith work, which he had forged himself. An idea came to everyone. After all, whoever knocked Jon off his horse could win the armor or demand a ransom as a tournament rule. No one thought he would use such an expensive item here, but many knights were eyeing it with greed. He continued walking through the field while the exclamations stopped just to look at him with admiration. He passed by the main podiums and went to the sky. "My lady, may I have the honor of using your favor in this fight?" Jon teased Serena, who patiently walked to the edge of the place, and when Jon pointed his lance at her, she placed a small garland of Artican flowers. "Win this fight for me, my knight." She decided to join in the game. He just nodded and continued to walk with her favor, but looked confused at the judge, who had not yet announced his opponent, until a servant ran to him and whispered something. Jon didn't notice how Lord Tarly in one of the stands was frowning at this. Jon went to the edge of the place where he had come from and waited, with only him in the field and people starting to murmur why his opponent had not yet participated. "Has the Arctic King already scared his opponent?" Renly commented, looking at the Articans. "Probably," they mocked. Then the judge, after hearing from the servant who had spoken earlier, announced again. "Now, the opponent of this man, the Knight of the Cartwheel," he announced, leaving everyone stunned, as a man mounted on a horse that could barely bear his weight approached. This unknown knight was a bit too fat, while people who were stunned by his name soon saw a funny scene and in the next moment began to burst into laughter. "What is this? Where did this guy come from? Someone get him off the horse, poor animal. Look, now I get the name, this was supposed to be an event between knights, who called the jester?" Exclamations from nobles and commoners alike were soon heard all over the place, while Lord Tarly's face grew darker in one of the stands. 1,000 gold coins that Jon Arya will knock him down in the first round. Renly shouted, but no one seemed to bet against it, as it was evident that the chances of winning the bet were very low. The knight in question seemed to shrug while everyone laughed at him, wondering what he was doing there. But Jon looked at it with a raised eyebrow. Samwell. What is he doing here? Jon murmured softly, seeing the fat man and recognizing him. It was evident that he didn't want to be there. Maybe his father forced him, he even left out the family name to avoid humiliation. Jon thought, but still didn't understand why he chose that name. But Sam hadn't chosen that name, after all, he had stuttered his name, and the servant who heard it mocked him and made up a name before going to the judge. Samwell looked terrified, and when he saw Jon on the other side, his fear increased even more, knowing he was facing a king. It was evident he would lose, but he was there because his father forced him, and he would at least have to run towards the knight, expecting to fall and get out of there, probably with a big sermon from his father later, saying he was a disgrace and it would have been better if someone like him had never been born a Tarly. Begin! The judge shouted, but Jon didn't move while Samwell still looked without knowing what to do. Jon looked at him and didn't know what to say. The boy was scared, and Jon liked him, at least he was one of the few sincere people here who didn't try to gain favors through friendship. Knowing his story, he could even put himself in his place. Let's help him a bit then. Jon murmured internally and prepared with his lance pointed forward. Come on. Start it. Make the fat one start. People shouted impatiently as they saw Samwell trembling with fear in his saddle, not knowing who he was with his visor down, as his father had ensured he wouldn't be recognized. What no one expected was that in the next moment, the cartwheel knight's horse looked at Jon, and its eyes seemed to change after blinking once. It simply exploded the ground below it with its hooves, advancing at full speed towards Jon, who did the same. Ah! Samwell was terrified, holding his shield on one side and his lance on the other, almost jumping off the horse as he couldn't keep steady. Even his shield was poorly positioned while his lance was still pointed upwards, trying to stop the horse, but it was impossible for him. Stop, stop, stop! Samwell shouted, looking clumsy in the saddle, eliciting numerous laughs from the audience. His eyes widened when he saw Jon charging at full speed with his horse, pointing his lance at Samwell in a hostile manner, striking his shield as soon as he hit him. Jon did this on purpose, and although Samwell nearly lost his balance, he quickly regained his composure as his horse calmed down. Jon continued forward until reaching the other side to grab another giant white lance. Samwell was dazed, not believing he had survived the first round, watching Jon prepare again on the other side. He really knows how to ride. Renly commented, a bit surprised by Jon's skills, but then came a disappointment. But he couldn't knock this man down in the first round, could the Arctic King have overestimated himself? He commented. Of course, he could never beat me, and I'll still take his armor. Laura said beside him, while Olenna looked at her grandson, shaking her head. He knows how to use the lance, but who is the other fat knight? I don't remember another knight in this condition. Garland commented. I don't know, but you know many knights appear in these tournaments with unknown names, some aren't even knights. Willis commented, but his gaze fell on Jon on the other side. That horse! I've never seen anything like it. He commented with admiration. Jon didn't win the first time. Arya said, grumpily. You're too impatient, wait and enjoy Jon's show. Serena said, recognizing that Jon had used his warg abilities on the opponent's horse. Suddenly, once again, the cartwheel knight's horse exploded without warning while Samwell tried to stay on it. Jon did the same, and Samwell couldn't point the lance, even dropping it, unable to hold on with the horse in that state. Jon once again struck his shield purposely in a way that didn't injure or knock the fat man down. The audience sighed and were surprised that despite being fat, the man managed to ride his horse well, even if he wasn't directly controlling it and almost fell several times. This continued for a while, as Samwell grabbed another lance and they jousted. In the 7th round, while his horse continued advancing without his control, he pointed his lance at Jon, who used his shield to defend easily. They continued like this until the last matches, and Jon didn't even need to knock him down, as he won by points. Victory, King of Arctica! The herald shouted, and although people clapped, there was no longer the enthusiasm from before. Even with Jon looking more splendid than any other knight, he spent 9 entire rounds just breaking shields while the man only tried to stay on the horse. It was disappointing to say the least for them, but Jon didn't care, as he had no obligation to please them. "Thank you," Samwell said softly. His father didn't seem as disappointed as he had imagined in his seat with his family. "It was a good fight to start with, thank you, Samwell," Jon said and withdrew, with Samwell looking at him, stunned, as Jon had recognized him. As Jon returned, he felt his horse move restlessly while making an unsatisfied sound. "You know we didn't have a spectacular victory," Jon scolded while the animal, as always, seemed very intelligent. Jon returned to his men and they took care of Pentos. Jon returned to his podium still in armor and waited for his turn, which would be halfway through the initial candidates, with 32 matches. The fights continued again with Loras and another man who had defeated his previous opponent, while Arya seemed to complain about Jon, but he didn't care and waited for his turn until it finally came again. Jon donned his armor and left with Pentos, going to Serena and taking her favor again for luck. As he walked, the knight passed by him and approached. "You know that if I win, I have the right to take that armor, right? And I won't accept your ransom gold, bastard," the man said, and Jon looked at him with a dangerous expression while his horse unbalanced him a bit, afraid of Jon. Jon said nothing as he went to his spot to wait for the signal. As soon as they were ready, the judge shouted, "Are we going to have to wait another 9 rounds?" A noble shouted while others laughed, with Arya angry in her seat while Serena tried to calm her and watched Jon approaching the opponent in the center. If anyone expected 9 rounds, they were wrong, because Jon wasted no time. He struck the man, breaking his shield with his superhuman strength and throwing him backward with his armor crushed without mercy. No round so far had anyone knocking down the opponent like that, filling the place with excitement in the next moment as the man fell, screaming and beginning to moan in pain as Jon crushed him so much in his armor that he dented and broke some ribs. "Take this man's armor later, there will be no negotiation, and I intend to make a scarecrow out of it in front of our camp," Jon said to his men there, who nodded, watching the man being carried on a wooden stretcher to a medic. "Well, that was surprising, take this," Renly said, tossing a bag of gold dragons to the side. A small hand grabbed those coins, with Arya smiling with that acquired gold. "Thank you, Prince Renly, it's always a pleasure to win against you," Arya said with a mischievous smile while betting on Jon. The tournament continued to another phase with 16 matches and 32 knights. It was already late in the afternoon when Jon was called once again to compete in the last match of the day. He appeared again with his Elden metal armor, facing an unknown knight, but he was very polite and respectful. Jon continued this joust until the 5th lance, knocking him down in the end carefully not to hurt him severely with the fall. After all, these jousts were quite dangerous. Besides Jon breaking a man's arm and several ribs, many other men had broken limbs, and one even died in a match with a lance piercing his neck through an opening in his armor. Finally, we conclude this glorious day, but tomorrow we will have the final, with Jon Ardica and Renly Baratheon continuing their bets without anyone losing today. "Who will win tomorrow?" the herald announced, gaining the crowd's anticipation as people, both commoners and nobles, commented. Despite Jon knocking a man down with one blow and injuring him severely, they still didn't see him as a favorite. After all, he took 9 rounds in one fight and 5 in another, giving the impression that he was lucky and his skills were mediocre. Jon joined his group and they began to leave shortly after, heading to the camp and then to the banquet that night. "Raccoon here. I had to look up the name Pentos at the beginning of the chapters because I couldn't remember it anymore. I found it in chapter 11. Chapter 119, Artican Trade in Westeros 46, Reach 26. Chapter size, 4,200 words. Pesoathrid POV. Westeros, 295 AC. The party was routine, while everything seemed ordinary, with people preparing for the next day when the man who would win the tournament would finally be declared. Jon was not the favorite among the people of Westeros, at least not by the majority, believing that his 2 fights with many rounds had given the idea that he was not very skilled. "Remember to bet a lot of money tomorrow. After all, 20,000 gold coins is such a small amount," Jon said to one of his ministers, hoping to enrich himself a bit more with that, not that he needed the money, but he wanted to have the taste of making these nobles lose money. "Yes, my king. I will ensure to have the best profit tomorrow," the minister said, while Jon looked at the nobles dancing and chatting, many of those knights who would fight tomorrow while they boasted about the possible outcomes they would make. "It seems Eldrick has found love among the Southerners," Serena said, catching Jon's attention as he watched his archer dancing with the same lady. "I will not forbid her from entering Ardica, as long as she stays there until we open our borders. Jon said, after all, if Eldrick liked to marry a southerner, it wouldn't be a problem for him. The banquet started with exclamations from Renly Baratheon saying he was excited for tomorrow and reminding of the bet he had made with Jon. After that Jon returned to his camp. "Jon, what do you plan to do with the troops coming here?" Serena asked Jon. After all, he had already talked to her about what happened in Kingsport. "I will be intercepting all the ravens arriving at the castles in the next few days. I will finalize our negotiations and we will be leaving, but not as cowards. It seems that these people will have to know the consequences of facing us," Jon said, already with a plan in his mind. "Are you going to raid that city?" she asked. "Yes. Lord Hightower is asking too much for me to visit Old Town, much more than he should. Obviously he is planning something with those maesters. But since they want me to go there, I will do it. We need books and there is an almost inexhaustible amount at that place," Jon commented. "I will go with you," she simply said as he looked at her with a serious glint. "No," he said dryly. "I won't let you get into that midst of treacherous people. I am a giant, I can be quite useful," she said. "You carry the best of both of us in your belly, I won't let you get into this. I would never forgive myself if something happened to you and the baby. You will stay with the fleet, understand?" he said with a tone indicating that he did not plan to have room for discussion. Serena looked at him. Despite the gleam of reluctance in her blue eyes, she eventually nodded. "All right, but just come back alive to me and our baby," she said, and he nodded, as she went to his lips. "Can you take care of me tonight then?" she said as she took off her dress, and Jon ended up taking her as his wife like every night. The next day was a routine one, while they spent some time there organizing things before heading to the tournament, while Jon was already going with Pentos mounted, arriving at the place while he prepared for the justs. As always he was the last. Loras won on the third attempt as the opponent's shield could not withstand the blow and was destroyed, hitting the knight before knocking him down in the first match. After that the other knights continued fighting one against the other. Everything continued until the last ones were called, with Jon leaving the Artican podium a bit earlier and entering with Pentos again. When called, Jon was at the sound of the trumpets and the excited screams of the crowd. Today's opponent was a notable noble, Sor Garland Tyrell himself, the champion of melee. As a knight, he could not help but participate in the justing tournament, possibly even beating his younger brother. He walked up to the Tyrell's podium and took the favor of his fiancée. He finished and looked at Jon from across with a slight nod of the head, as they prepared by positioning themselves on opposite ends of the field. Jon adjusted his visor, his armor of Elden metal shimmering under the sun once more. At the signal from the judge, both charged at each other, the hooves of Pentos echoing powerfully against the ground. The lances met with a crash, wood against metal, sparks flying as the forces collided. Garland, surprisingly agile, managed a solid strike on Jon's shield, but the force of the impact was insufficient to destabilize the King of Artica. Jon, in turn, aimed at Garland's shield, his blow precise and strong enough to create a visible crack in the wood. Turning their horses, the two men prepared for a second pass. The crowd watched, shouting and clapping, seeing that the two seemed to have an exciting and balanced contest. "I bet 50,000 gold coins on my king." Suddenly from the podium, Jon's Minister of Trade exclaimed, hoping someone would join his bet too. The Tyrell family looked surprised by this, while they remained silent about it, but Mace, trusting that his son would win, agreed to it before anyone could react, especially his mother before he did something foolish. "I bet 100,000 gold coins," he exclaimed without having the courage to see Olenna's furious look with that, while all the nobles around were surprised by this. "That's great, I bet then 100,000 gold coins." The minister smiled. "We're going to win 100,000 coins," Mace said confidently. "Father, wasn't that a bit too much?" Willis commented cautiously beside him. "Of course not. Don't you trust your brother, he will easily win this contest." Mace spoke confidently. "That fool will still bankrupt us before I even die this way," Olenna muttered, but low enough for only the family to hear. After all, she couldn't simply stop this now that her son had announced it loudly. It would show that the Tyrell family didn't keep their word, since reputation is even more important than 100,000 gold dragons. Meanwhile, another contest occurred as Jon and Garland once again clashed against each other, their lances exploding on the shields as they passed by each other. Jon's armor always had an advantage for being much lighter. Besides his superior strength, he found himself dealing with Garland easily, but he also did not want the fight to end too quickly. A third encounter happened as the audience exclaimed with them meeting once again, and a fourth happened, while they kept equal points in the contest, with the herald shouting about the contest and getting the audience more and more excited. In the fifth contest something changed. This time, Jon took the initiative, adjusting his lance with greater precision. As they approached, he focused on the crack in Garland's shield, the tip of his lance finding exactly the weak spot. With a dull thud, Jon's lance burst through the shield, fragments of wood flying through the air. And Garland, caught by surprise by the force of the impact, struggled to maintain control of his horse. He leaned back, unbalanced, but, with certain skill, managed to stay mounted. The audience exclaimed at this, while Mace frowned. "See, you fool, you didn't even notice that the Artican king didn't even have difficulty in this contest and was just holding back." Olenna spoke angrily to her son. "Once again we'll lose money to the Artican king, opening our coffers." Garland sighed and looked at Jon across as he prepared once again. While Jon maintained a firm stance on Pentos, the judge asked them to start the sixth round, and a moment later, the horses ran, while the people were mesmerized for what would happen next as the ground shook, and at the exact moment, Jon pushed his lance with more force than he had used until then. The tip found its target. Garland saw this at the last moment, aiming for some opening of Jon. He quickly tried to move the shield, but Jon was faster as he hit him on top of his shoulder, with him finally dislodging from his mount and falling heavily to the ground. "Victory is for Jon Ardica!" the herald exclaimed while the crowd exploded in applause, surprise and admiration for Jon Ardica's victory over the melee champion, who was also one of the favorites. Jon circled the field calmly while Garland rose, aided by his squires. Despite the fall, the young Tyrell offered a smile acknowledging Jon's skill. Jon approached and dismounted from Pentos, Garland raising his hand in a gesture of respect. "Seems I must ask. Can I ask for a ransom for my armor?" he said, maintaining a small smile behind his visor. "Of course, we can talk later, Sir Garland." Jon spoke and began to walk away shortly after. "Here is Lady Arya." Renly once again handed a bag of money to Arya, who smiled as she took it. It wasn't such an exorbitant amount as Mace Tyrell had bet, with him having to bow his head to his enraged mother at that moment, but still, Arya was enjoying earning money from Renly. The sequence of the tournament again in the quarter-finals began with Loras and a famous night, which ended up being a victory for the prince's champion after 4 rounds. Jon was not long in being called after that, as there were only 2 contests after Loras before he was called. He ended up facing a famous knight, who clearly wanted to win his armor, but was prevented with Jon knocking him down in the 3rd round, while the Artican minister continued betting on Jon with many nobles and earning even more money. Now it was the semi-final, and the people who disbelieved in Jon began to see him with different eyes, leaving the audience even more excited about the final, as everyone now expected Jon with Loras. Loras achieved his victory against a knight who came with Renly, and Jon contested against a powerful knight of the Reach. But that did not prevent Jon from knocking him down in the 7th contest, breaking his shield and hitting his chest, with him falling back hard against the ground. "The Artican king is in the final!" the herald shouted as everyone stood clapping seeing this happen. Jon nodded and returned to where his men waited to take care of Pentos. As he dismounted, "Take care of him and have him ready until the match begins." Jon requested and returned to the podium. Despite it being the final, it would still take a while. After all, these people like to glorify things and wanted to make the last contest very interesting with some theatrical piece. It led to the herald talking about the 2 men and the contest even more extensively than at the start of the tournament, with Renly always smiling at it while Jon joined his wife, with Arya exclaiming everything that had happened while he was away and the money she had negotiated. "Now let's wait 30 minutes before starting this powerful contest," the herald shouted as Jon and Loras each stood on their podiums, to eat some fruit and prepare for the contest. After 20 minutes had passed, Jon left the podium and Loras did the same. "Good luck, Jon." Serena wished this to her husband. "Go on, Jon. Finish him!" Arya exclaimed. When the sun reached the middle of the sky, the herald made his call with pomp and circumstance. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from the grand final of this spectacular tournament. Gather to witness an epic duel between the Artican king, Jon, and the gallant Loras Tyrell." Loras then emerged from one side, with a rose in his mouth, displayed his impeccable and confident posture, attracting glances of admiration and single ladies, shouting for him to ask for their favor. But as always, he rode up to the Tyrell podium, where Margaery was waiting with an embroidered handkerchief, the house symbol stamped on it. With a charming smile, he accepted her favor, carefully securing it to his armor. Jon, in turn, entered the battlefield with the sound of clapping, went up to Serena, who held a similar favor, a small piece of fabric adorned with the colors and the emblem of Artica. He took the fabric reverently and tied it to his arm, the couple exchanging an intense look of trust and love, before Jon headed to his side of the tournament field. Jon and Loras positioned themselves. They adjusted their armors and visors, preparing for the contest that would decide the champion. The trumpets sounded, and an anxious silence fell over the crowd. The herald then shouted, "Release the horses!" And in response, both horses' hooves resonated across the field like thunder in the next moment. Jon and Loras charged towards each other, their lances pointed with precision, and the initial clash was thunderous, the weapons and armors clashing forcefully, yet neither of the two yielded. They passed each other, turned, and prepared for another charge, picking up new lances from men waiting at the end of the field. "Get him, my king!" A royal guard spoke as he handed over the new lance. The audience had clapped as soon as both clashed, but fell silent a moment later, waiting for them to exchange another blow to see if someone would be knocked down, but the contest continued balanced, with them once again clashing with their lances and shields, colliding and shattering. The audience screamed louder than ever, as they went into the third round, the contest becoming even more intense. 20,000 gold coins? How about that? Arya exclaimed to Prince Renly, who looked at her for a moment, seeing a chance to recover everything he had lost that day, to the young girl. "All right, Lady Arya, 20,000 gold coins," he spoke with a smile while people around admired such a high bet. "As far as I know, your father wouldn't be proud of his daughter betting like this." Serena commented to Arya, since Lord Stark was not a man who liked bets and would certainly disapprove of his youngest daughter acting this way. "I'm making a lot of money, that's what matters. Didn't Jon bring me here to learn about trade?" she exclaimed while Serena sighed at the somewhat rebellious behavior of her sister-in-law. 100,000 gold coins on my king, anyone wants to challenge? A voice emerged beside them, with Jon's minister exclaiming. "I bet." Once again, Mace, with the unbeatable illusion in his sons, shouted to the challenge, while his mother looked at him with a glare that could kill him by the end of the day. In the third encounter, they galloped towards the center once again. Jon adjusted his lance, aiming at a specific point on Loras's armor. At the last moment, with skill, Jon slightly deviated the lance, catching Loras off guard and hitting the shield with an impact that resonated across the field, while he tried to remain firm in his saddle, leaving everyone who bet on him with their hearts skipping nervously at that moment. Although he seemed almost falling, he continued holding firm, regaining his position. The fourth round was a clash, but after the third round, everyone saw that Jon did not seem shaken even once, which made the crowd start to believe that he would win this, while Renly sweated cold and Arya had a mischievous smile. The fifth contest came, and once again both exploded their lances and shields, having to exchange them as soon as they reached the end of the field. The sixth contest once again gave Jon a certain advantage, while Renly had some difficulty stabilizing and didn't even manage to hit Jon. If he doesn't knock down Jon Artica, he's going to end up losing on points after these contests. Olenna said with a furrowed brow. "I think Loras is going to lose this one." Margaery commented with some fear, despite having eyes of admiration for Jon, and her gaze returned to Serena on the other side, wanting to switch sides for a moment. After all, every woman would like to become the queen of beauty and love in this place. The seventh and eighth contests resulted in a technical tie, while both walked to the last round, with Jon ahead due to his points gained above Loras before. Loras was breathing irregularly as he looked to the other side, while the man atop that burnt yellow horse in Elden metal armor prepared for the last round. "I need to win this now, for Renly, for my family and for my honor," he murmured, determined to win the battle. Jon picked up his new lance from an Artican man and calmly looked at his opponent across the field. "I've drawn this out long enough, it's time to end this," Jon said while firmly positioning himself on his horse, adjusting to knock down his opponent once and for all. The entire audience was even more mesmerized, with no one able to breathe due to the contest that would finalize the great wager and move rivers of money among the nobles. After all, it was not only the great nobles who had bet. The herald seemed nervous as well, trying to stay neutral, despite favoring Loras, the lord of his house. He turned to the crowd and began to exclaim. "Ladies and gentlemen, nobles of Westeros and distant lands beyond. We have reached the climax of our grand tournament, the moment everyone has awaited with bated breath and burning hearts. Prepare to witness a legendary clash, a confrontation of titans that will be sung by bards for ages to come. On one side, we have the indomitable Artican king, Jon, whose prowess and strength have reverberated through the justs like the roar of an ancient northern wolf. And on the other, the eternally gallant, the champion of many hearts and tournaments, Sir Loras Tyrell, the very essence of chivalry and grace in Westeros. Both supreme warriors, both undisputed champions, now face off on our sacred field in the battle where everything will be decided. May the Seven guide us in this battle, may the ancient winds whisper their names. Now, to the sound of trumpets, the beating of drums, and the call of destiny, let the final contest begin. The horses are ready, the shields raised, the lances sharpened. May the best win and glory crown them! He exclaimed, and everyone waited in the same state. Jon and Loras prepared themselves, their gazes fixed on each other, as sharp as a Valyrian steel sword. The flags on their lances fluttered in the wind, each representing their house and kingdom. Then the judge finally gave the signal. The horses burst forth. Pentos was faster than ever, and everyone was surprised to see him reaching Loras much quicker than the horse he was riding. As the distance between them lessened, the tension rose. Both knights adjusted their lances, pointing them precisely. At the last second, Jon tilted his lance slightly downward, aiming at a vulnerable point in Loras's armor that he had noticed in previous rounds. Loras saw this and tried to adjust his shield while maintaining his lance aimed at a more vulnerable point he believed Jon had, and a moment later, the impact resonated like thunder through the arena. Loras, caught off guard while hitting Jon's shield but not penetrating it, felt the same with his, but the difference was that his shield had been broken at that moment while the lance continued its path towards him with the force of Jon plus the speed of Pentos being greater than Loras. The audience held their breath as Loras simply left his saddle, struggling as the lance continued pushing him backward. But physics was relentless. With a muffled scream drowned out by the crowd, Loras was thrown to the ground, falling heavily. The silence was broken for an instant, before being replaced by an explosion of acclaims and cheers. Jon pulled the reins, stopping Pentos, who snorted and shook his head, equally stirred by the adrenaline of the encounter. Dismounting, Jon walked over to where Loras lay. Extending a hand, he helped the fallen knight to stand. Loras, regaining his breath and despite the fury he felt for losing, accepted the help and stood up. The herald, recovering from the initial shock, proclaimed with a loud and clear voice, the winner of the tournament by merit and bravery, the Artican king, Jon. The words echoed through the place as the official victor. The crowd around the field buzzed with the emotions of Jon's victory. But not everyone was happy, as in the noble stands, a group of lords and ladies conversed with varied expressions of triumph and disgust. I knew from the start that the Artican king would come out on top. He was holding back the previous day, exclaimed a younger noble, clearly pleased, while counting a handful of gold coins. Beside him, a lady with a fan, trying to hide her frustration. And to think I bet almost everything on Loras. Oh, how could I have been so foolish? She murmured. A group of nobles had a somber appearance, murmuring among themselves. This tournament has ruined me. I bet on Tyrell. Now, how am I going to explain this to my father? At the main podiums, young Stark was visibly euphoric with Jon's victory. She clapped tirelessly along with the audience and couldn't contain a victory scream. I knew it. I knew Jon would win. Arya exclaimed, turning to Serena and the others around her with a triumphant smile. Did you see that? He was incredible. Arya then looked at Renly, with a somewhat challenging smile. So, Prince Renly, it looks like I've won another 20,000 gold coins, haven't I? Renly, despite having lost a significant amount of money, maintained his composure for Arya, though somewhat forced. It will be yours as soon as you ask one of my men to take it to your camp, he said, but his face soon darkened as he remembered that he would owe vast amounts of land to Artica at this moment. It seems the Artican king is a man full of surprises, he said in the end, unable to hide his furrowed brow, while Arya didn't care about that, just happy about the money won betting on Jon. Meanwhile, the matriarch Tyrell was visibly displeased. She sighed heavily, worried about the financial repercussions and the blow to her reputation from the defeat. Even though not paying what she bet would be seen as worse, still, it was a significant money loss at this tournament. Of all the foolish things you've ever done in life, Mace, this was the most reckless, Olenna murmured to her son, her voice low but laden with disapproval and fury. You've not only gambled away our coins but our luck with them. She might have told him to learn something from this, but the fool seemed a complete idiot, only hoping that Willis would know how to guide their house after him. Mace was clearly shaken, his expression switching between a fake smile for other nobles and a scowl when he turned his attention back to his mother. "Mother. I'm sorry. I thought my children would win," he said quietly. As Loras left the field frustrated, Jon returned to Pentos and mounted again, heading towards the judge who was waiting with a crown of flowers in hand. After all, he still had to award it to someone. It surprised no one when he began walking towards the Artican podium and everyone expected him to give his crown of beauty and love to the woman he gazed at with such eyes. However, as soon as he approached and kissed his wife, he turned back to the audience. "My wife, Serena Ardica, will always be my queen of beauty and love, but today I intend to name someone different. Why not my sister, who deserves something like this?" Jon exclaimed while placing the crown on the head of his stunned sister. "This is your punishment for betting there. Our father would not approve of something like this." Jon spoke softly while Arya finally looked at him, stunned. "But you..." She didn't have time to finish as the explosive sound of applause echoed through the venue, with Arya being declared the most beautiful woman by the tournament champion. Serena didn't mind at all and clapped for the girl. Arya was lost, not liking the attention at all, as she didn't enjoy being the center of attention for ladylike matters but rather for her military skills. "Raccoon here. We will have the last chapter of the Reach in the next one, before Jon leaves. He has one more point in Westeros to go, which is Lannisport, but he will visit Old Town first." Chapter 120, Artican Trade in Westeros 47, Reach 27. Chapter size, 3,200 words. Pessoa 3 POV. Westeros, 295 AC. The tournament might have ended, but the celebrations continued throughout the following days, especially among the common folk, who kept talking about the event. Here, Jon Ardica triumphed gloriously over Prince Renly Baratheon's champion, Loras Tyrell. Ballads of Jon's victory over Loras echoed throughout the city, with Jon hailed as the hero of the tournament. It also highlighted the bet between them involving a Valyrian steel sword and lands that would make many nobles envious. Jon was acclaimed as the foreign king who had won vast lands from the Prince of Westeros. There were some rumors claiming that Jon had won because he was a sorcerer who controlled animals, but these were not very compelling. While most believed that it was all nonsense, no one believed in magic without concrete evidence. Jon was well aware of this, as, besides some of his men walking around the city, his birds were also frequently seen there as they continued with the festivities. Even the ballad about Little Joe was heard. The bards were surely hoping that Jon would magically appear and hand out 1,000 gold coins, as he did with the bard from the archery tournament. And speaking of which, Jon was eating while he went back to one of his men to talk about this man. "How is our prisoner?" Jon asked his royal guard. "He knows he's trapped, but he seems quite devoted to his lord," the royal guard replied as Jon nodded. "I figured Doria wouldn't send just anyone," said Jon. "And did they catch the others?" "I haven't asked about that for days." "Yes, my king, as you instructed, we followed them for a few days and caught the birds in their hideout along with the letters. They are stored away until you ask for them," reported one of his men. Jon felt this and gave a small smile while looking at his wife. "Can you stay here a bit with Arya? I'll go sort this out," he requested and headed towards the aviary. He wanted more eyes in King's Landing, so using these directly contacted birds was the best thing. After finalizing his control over the birds, he released them into the sky as they headed east. "What should we do with the children, my king?" the royal guard asked, after watching the birds disappear into the sky. "We'll keep them until we leave, then release them. There's no use for us to hold spies, and they are children. I refused to do this when they were just spying on us," said Jon, since they didn't have any information about them. It was just a silly game that was easily caught by the wargs in the camp. Jon continued in the camp and spent some time with his wife until Garland came to meet him, and he nodded, mounting his wolf and heading back to the castle, since he had to finish his negotiations. Upon arriving as usual, he was greeted by the usual members, with Willis leading him to the castle while his wife and Arya were accompanied by Margaery and her ladies-in-waiting. Jon went to a room to organize negotiations with several nobles from the Reach. He had been doing this over the past few days and had increased the demand even more after the tournament ended, buying a horse here, there, setting prices for his products, as he had to maintain his trade policies. In the end, Jon finally finalized all his negotiations, doing the same with his products as he did with Dorne. Despite some problems during his visit in the Reach, it was not bad. On the contrary, there was no fool like Oberyn and his daughters. In the end, he had made so much money that, basically, it was a bonus, since in total they had taken more than 500,000 gold coins. The Tyrell family was in serious trouble with their treasury because of this, since just the tournament cost 200,000 and they lost even more in the bet. Willis did not seem very happy about it, but what could they do? His grandmother had said, after all, to give him the money, as he did not want to have a bad reputation, since the name of our family would be at stake. It would not be good for the Tyrells to have a name that accompanies their house being the opposite of the Lannister family, since they always pay their debts. In the end, Jon left the negotiation room satisfied. He had spent the amount of 500,000 golden dragons he had won, adding up to a total of over 800,000 gold coins and purchasing at least 8,000 war-ready, powerful breed horses, with the first batch of 3,000 already being prepared for the ships. Over the last few days, he appreciated Villas's suggestions and ended up accepting these breeds that the man had praised. Jon had big plans for these horses. He himself could improve and breed them easily. He would have his army equipped with a powerful cavalry, which would make Artica even stronger. King of Artica. As Jon exited the room with Willis, Garland quickly approached while calling his attention. Yes? Jon asked, with 3 royal guards behind him. My grandmother is asking if there could be a private conversation between you two, he said, and Jon thought about it, Lady Olenna wanting to have a word with him at this time, since we've practically negotiated everything. Jon nodded in the end. All right, lead the way. He requested and then followed him to meet with the matriarch of House Tyrell, seated in the garden sipping tea alone. Jon had never stopped to talk with her alone, which he found strange, but approached with curiosity. You finally arrived, King of Artica. She spoke as soon as he appeared. Lady Olenna. Jon approached the spot, while his guards maintained some distance for a private conversation. You know. I feel so young when in the company of a man so handsome, especially when he's the hero of the tournament, perhaps a deadly sword on the battlefield. They say so much about you that I can't decide. She said sarcastically while raising an eyebrow. Jon approached without saying anything, not wanting to give any response to that woman. Is it all right if I sit here? Was the only thing he said while she gave an obvious gesture. He sat in front of her and looked at the garden while she stared at him. His gaze returned to her a moment later. Olenna said nothing but kept analyzing him. Jon also remained silent, waiting for this woman to finish whatever she was doing. It was then that she decided to break the silence. Tell me, King of Artica, what is your vision for the future? She asked suddenly, wasting no time. Olenna did not like to beat around the bush with pretty words. Jon raised an eyebrow at her, surprised by the question, but decided to answer. Well, to enrich and create a prosperous kingdom. A kingdom that need not worry about anything, that has no enemies, only allies, Jon commented with a smile. A kingdom with only allies and no enemies, that's rather naive, don't you think, boy? We all have enemies. She commented, and he just gave a tight-lipped smile. You can say that I know very well what I'm talking about, Lady Olenna, he replied, maintaining a more serious look. Olenna looked at him for a while. What do you plan for Westeros? She suddenly asked with an earnest tone. Jon heard this and pondered the question for a moment. She wanted to know what he exactly planned with the 7 kingdoms, not that a conversation could confirm anything, but it would be a start to see if Jon was a threat. I have nothing against Westeros, we are not from these realms and prefer to keep our relationship as trading partners, but you know, I can't let any of my kin die here, or even if any Artican was killed by hands from this realm, I will respond accordingly. Jon spoke with a tone even firmer than serious. Even your common people? She asked curiously. After all, Jon seemed to care about all the people with him. Even the common people, Lady Olenna, their safety is my responsibility, Jon said. I see. Olenna seemed to ponder Jon's words for a moment. It was rare to see a noble say that about their people. Perhaps you are more like Lord Stark than I thought. She spoke, as honorable as the Wolf of the North. I do not consider myself an honorable person, Lady Olenna. I will do what it takes to save my people. Even if it means committing a massacre. Jon spoke in a somber tone. Olenna heard this, knowing Jon had his limits, but she maintained a half-smile on her face and her gaze as sharp as ever. And what are your intentions with the Tyrells? After all this negotiation, you must have some expectations. Jon returned to a calm demeanor. My intention is to ensure there are no hard feelings between our people. The negotiations were tough and long, but fair. I hope we can look to the future as partners, not rivals, Jon said, though he didn't quite believe it if he were honest. That's good, but tell me something. If you had any right below the wall, would you claim anything? She suddenly asked. Although Jon found the question odd, he answered it calmly. I have no rights, and even if I did, I'm not interested in managing lands that don't belong to Artica, Jon said sincerely, believing she was referring to Winterfell. It seems you are not as ambitious as I initially thought, she said. I have my own ambitions, Lady Olenna, and lands in the south are not among them, except of course, acquiring some land areas where I can build a port under the Artican flag to boost trade, Jon said. Interesting, but you know this will be very upsetting for some nobles. Lord Hightower is worried about losing trade in Old Town, and I bet the old lion, Tywin Lannister, must be gnashing his teeth right now. She mocked. If that's the case, they want unfair competition, and are petty in my opinion. Trade is always a good way to bring more prosperity with more products on the market and more affordable prices for the common people, Jon commented. He entered with his company to boost world trade. Those fools who think they want to stop his products will bring bad situations for their own trade. After all, with Dorne already trading Artican products, this would make people interested in these lands. Well, I would let them scream and complain. Though I believe the old lion will see some positive points in your trade. Do you plan to go there? She asked. Yes, but I want to go to Old Town first. I want to pick up a large amount of books at the Citadel, Jon said as Olenna raised an eyebrow to that. You intend to go there? I would advise you to be careful. Olenna was sincere. She knew that Lord Hightower had a hostile look towards Jon, and even the Maesters seemed quite agitated last week. I know how to take care of myself, Lady Olenna. Jon spoke in a calm tone. Anyway, we would like to visit this kingdom one day. When will you open your kingdom? She asked, knowing that Jon was taking people to educate his people and holding them for 5 years in Artica. In a few years, I will make a trip to the east soon. I will stay there a year before returning to the kingdom. I plan to work on this as soon as we stabilize our economy for the world. Jon talked a bit about his superficial plans. I see. She said in the end as they ended up talking about other topics, but nothing as important as the topics discussed before. Jon knew she was looking at him strangely the entire time, as if she was trying to indicate someone in her, and when she spoke of his father, she never said he was his father, unlike when referring to Arya, which was strange, and it was even strange she asked if he had any right to lands beyond Artica, since he was a bastard. But Jon knew that if he pressed and asked about this fact, he wouldn't get the answer he wanted. It was a pleasure talking with you, King of Artica. I hope we have good business and a good journey to your kingdom. She commented, still analyzing him, while he nodded. Goodbye, Lady Olenna. I hope our trade is very prosperous. I enjoyed spending a good amount of gold with you on those horses and livestock animals, Jon said. After all, he didn't just buy breed horses, but many animals to raise in Artica and have a meat system that could supply the entire population that would soon grow, as well as his wolves and other animals in the forest area within the walls. Jon began to leave, meeting his wife and other ladies outside, when Lady Margaery approached to greet him with the same look she always gave him. King Jon. I hope you have a good journey. I will miss your wife and sister greatly. It's a shame not to have such charming and intelligent company anymore. She spoke in a courteous tone. It is true that Highgarden has been quite welcoming, and we will not forget that, but we must continue our journey. We are moons away from home, and I intend for my children to be born on my lands, so we must move on. Jon spoke as she nodded, still looking at him, almost trying to seduce him. After that, Jon went on to greet Willis and Garland, with Renly and Loras also appearing. Renly called him over to talk a lot. Jon knew that the man wanted to form an alliance and could see his ambitions for his brother's throne, which was very strange. But matters of Westeros were not something he wanted to get involved in, not when his father, Bran, or even Rickon were not at risk. Jon didn't care much for Robb or Sansa. After all, he had hardened his heart towards those two many years ago. Then, after greeting these people, he began to organize his departure while heading to his camp. His men were already organizing all sorts of items and packing up their tents quickly. Jon had also left a stock to keep the banquets going as a toast. After all, the parties here would continue for another week after the end of the tournament. Many were a bit frustrated with the champion of the joust leaving, but Jon could no longer waste time. While Oakgarden was infested with his ships at this time, loading all the horses he had managed to acquire in the first place. 8,000 select horses are not easy to organize, so they had to load only what they managed for this trip, which was 3,000 initially from the first negotiations they had 2 weeks ago. There were many nobles with a good number of these horses, and with the absence of wars in Westeros, they were not so necessary, making them easy to acquire. Jon had already organized to pick up the other 5,000 horses when he brought the new trade cargo. Jon arrived at the camp while everything seemed quite agitated. A man came to speak to him as soon as he arrived. "My king, there is a man here to speak with you. He insisted that you had a proposal for him and he said he was your opponent in the first joust of the tournament." The man spoke while Jon raised an eyebrow to this. "Samwell Tarly?" Jon asked. "Yes, my king." The guard confirmed. "I'll speak with him. Where is he?" Jon asked. "He's in the main tent, which we haven't taken down yet," he said, and Jon nodded. "Let's go there," Jon said. Inside the tent, Samwell was quite uncomfortable. While everyone there looked at him, there were at least 6 articans taking care of him. The dwarves seemed to stare at him as if he was a dead man, and for Samwell, it was frightening. "Can you stop scaring him?" Jon's voice emerged as everyone saw him entering. "Leave me with him alone," Jon ordered while the men finally nodded and left. "King Jon," Samwell said cautiously. "Few people call me that, Samwell Tarly." Jon did not fail to say as most everyone called him King of Artica. "I apologize, I didn't mean to offend you." Samwell quickly apologized, not wanting to offend this man. "No offense taken, my friend. Tell me, are you here for the proposal I made?" Jon asked. "Yes, and I initially wanted to thank you for what you did in the first game of the joust. I know you did something with my horse. King Jon, I mean, King Artica." He spoke, aware of the rumors about Jon and knowing that horse was beyond his control. "It was nothing. I saw that you needed some help there," Jon said in a calm tone, not minding something like this being revealed to this guy. "Thank you. I think I've never been looked upon so favorably by my father," Samwell commented, recalling how his father, without a word, nodded to him, while his family exclaimed how he had learned to write in that manner. Samwell continued. "And about your proposal to go to Artica? I'm sorry. I couldn't do that," he said. After all, despite feeling favorably about it, he was afraid to leave just like that. Jon looked at him for a while and nodded, understanding. "That's all right, I just hope you won't regret this," Jon finally said. "Yes. I hope so too," Samwell said in the end, and they concluded the conversation there, while Jon went back to organizing the camp with the articans. He finally wrapped it up as everyone prepared for the journey, and after a few hours, a large crowd of nobles and commoners watched the group depart, hoping to see those giants and Jon, the hero of the tournament and the victor of the final joust, finally leaving. Eldrick also managed to secure a bride. He came to talk to him about a woman from the south, and his family ended up betting on this marriage. They were from a very small family, just a vassal of another Tyrell vassal, so it was an opportunity for that noble woman. Even though Eldrick was not a noble, he certainly had a name in Artica. This was done with a contract with the family, as the woman would not be able to have contact with her family for the next few years, but as soon as Artica could be opened, they could go visit. With that, Jon had all the contracts ready and was finally departing, heading to his fleet at sea again and moving on to his next point, which would be Oldtown after Lord Hightower insisted heavily for him to go there. No one imagined that this would be the starting point of a chaos that would spread throughout Westeros from that point on.
Thanks for listening.